Allora, intanto possiamo cominciare a preparare le nostre cuffiette, traduzioni, aprire le applicazioni di Zoom e vedere se c'è qualche problema ancora con le traduzioni. Potete alzare la mano e proviamo a risolverlo prima di cominciare i nostri interventi.
Da dire stamattina per i trasporti, tutte queste cose qua?
Mi hanno detto una, però sarebbe da dire
La vado a prendere.
per dirla adesso o meglio?
Allora, sono tutte per prenotare.
Ah, ok. Allora, forse questo lo possiamo fare
Di dopo.
nel break,
Ok.
perché adesso abbiamo già degli annunci. Benissimo. Benissimo, grazie mille a tutti. Allora, prima di tutto, buongiorno. Spero che avete riposato bene dopo la giornata di ieri. Quindi oggi ancora abbiamo veramente tantissimi potenti contributi e quindi dobbiamo essere preparati per questo. Prima di tutto, alcuni annunci molto veloci. Se mi sentite, cioè con le traduzioni stiamo bene? Ok, le traduzioni. Perfetto. Un primo annuncio molto molto importante è questo. All'inizio chi si è registrato ha firmato un documento per autorizzare l'uso di video, fotografie, informazioni personali e anche chi ha di caricare online i vostri contributi. Chi non desidera o chi non ci permette di usare le immagini, per favore dovete indicarci molto specificamente. Chi non vuole essere mostrato nei social media, chi non vuole che la sua foto esca su qualche sito web, dovete informarci per favore a Luisa in qualche momento, semplicemente dire non voglio che la mia faccia appaia. Va bene? Comunque questo documento è valido per la città della di Lopiano, ma anche per noi come Dialop, come organizzatori dell'evento. Va bene? Benissimo, quindi mi sentite bene? Sì? Ok. Vorrei cominciare molto velocemente una piccola presentazione nostra dai vostri host, Angelina e me. Molto velocemente il mio nome è Juan Camilo, per chi non mi conosce. Io sono dalla Colombia, ma in questo momento abito in Austria e lavoro per Dialop, anche tra altre cose che faccio. Sono economista, ho fatto Sofia tanti anni fa, studi politici e un'altra laurea in relazioni internazionali alla LUMS a Roma. Ecco, molto velocemente. Una piccola presentazione di Angelina e procediamo.
Good morning. Yes, yesterday I forgot to introduce myself, so I will do it today. My name is Angelina Yiannopoulou. I come from Greece. It's obvious from my name and my accent, I guess. I work for Transform Europe. I am the responsible for programs related with European integration and the left strategy. And I am also a member of the coordination team of Dialop.
Thank you. E poi, come vi ho detto ieri, l'idea sarebbe mettere un po' in contesto, cioè sia i contributi di ieri, ma anche quelli che verranno oggi, su che cosa stiamo lavorando, cosa è questo progetto. Questo progetto si chiama Dialog, come potete vedere, è un progetto europeo, è un progetto che coinvolge 14 diversi partner di 9 paesi europei. Principalmente cerca il dialogo tra i cristiani, anche tra i cristiani e musulmani, i cristiani e non credenti e l'Europa dell'Est e l'Ovest. Il focus di questo progetto principalmente è sulla comunicazione, l'ecologia, le politiche sociali, con l'idea di formulare raccomandazioni ai decisori politici europei. Tutto questo è un processo, questo evento fa parte di questo processo. Ecco, adesso penso che possiamo allora cominciare i nostri contributi e quindi cominciamo con il primo, Angelina.
So now we start with our two first keynote speeches. The first speaker is Michael Levy. He's a French Brazilian Marxist sociologist and philosopher, also an emeritus research director in social sciences at the French National Center of Scientific Research, and he also lectures at the École des Hautes Études en Sciences Sociales. The title of his speech is Laudato Si, and Anti-Systemic Proposal. Michael Levy.
Buongiorno, good morning. So I will try to briefly present to you a sort of Marxist reading of Laudato Si, the Pope's encyclical. Pope Francis' ecological encyclica of 2015 was an event of planetary importance, religiously, ethically, socially, and politically. Given the enormous influence of the Catholic Church, it is a crucial contribution to the development of a critical ecological consciousness. While it has been received with enthusiasm by genuine ecologists, it has been met with concern and rejection by religious conservatives, representative of the establishment of capital, and ideologues of market ecology. It is a document of great richness and complexity, proposing a new interpretation of the Judeo-Christian tradition, breaking with the Promethean dream of world domination, and a critical reflection on the causes of the ecological crisis. In certain aspects, such as the inseparable association of the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, it is clear that liberation theology, in particular that of the eco-theologian Leonardo Boff, was one of its sources of inspiration. And I would add that in many aspects, Laudato Si is more advanced in ecological consciousness than many Marxist political organizations. I won't give any examples. Excuse me, I have to look at my watch. Okay. I've been advised to sit down. Okay. So, in the brief notes follow, I would like to emphasize, from a Marxist perspective, one aspect of the encyclical that explains the resistance it encountered in the economic and media establishment, and it is what I call its anti-systemic character. For Pope Francis, ecological catastrophes and climate change are not solely the result of individual behavior, although individual behavior plays a role, but it's the result of the current patterns of production and consumption. Now, Bergoglio is not a Marxist, and he doesn't use the word capitalism in encyclical. But it is quite clear that for him, the dramatic ecological problems of our time are the result of today's globalized economy, which constitutes a global system, and I quote, a structurally perverse system of commercial and property relations. A structurally perverse system. What are, for Pope Francis, those structurally perverse characteristics? First and foremost, the system is dominated by the narrow interests of business and a questionable economic rationality, whose sole objective is to maximize profits. Consequently, the principle of profit maximization, isolated from any other consideration, is a conceptual distortion of the economy. For this conception, if production increases, it matters little to produce at the expense of future resources or the well-being of the environment. It's a quote from the Pope. This distortion, this ethical and social perversity is not related to one government or one country specifically, but to a global system. I quote again from the Pope, a global system in which speculation and the search for financial profit predominate, tending to ignore any context and any effect on human dignity and the environment. So for the Pope, environmental degradation and human ethical degradation are intimately linked. The obsession with unlimited growth, consumerism, technocracy, the absolute domination of finance, and the idolatry of the market are perverse features of the system. A system which has a destructive logic where everything is reduced to the market and the financial calculation of costs and benefits. However, it must be understood that the environment is one of those things that market mechanisms are incapable of adequately defending and promoting. The market is unable to take into account qualitative, ethical, social, human, and natural values, which means, I quote the Pope, values that go beyond any calculation. This perverse dynamic of the global system that continues to rule the world is the reason for the failure of the World Summits on the environment. I quote from the Pope, there are too many vested interests and economic interests who prevail over the common good and manipulate information to prevent their projects of being affected. As soon as the imperatives of the powerful economic groups predominate, one can expect from these world summits, the COP meetings, etc., only superficial declarations, isolated philanthropic actions, and even some efforts to show sensitivity towards the environment, when, in reality, any attempt by social organizations to change things will be seen as a nuisance caused by romantic utopians or an obstacle to be overcome. That's a quote from the Pope. Yeah? And I think this applies also to the Dubai meeting, COP28. In this context, the encyclical denounces the irresponsibility of the ruling elites, the oligarchies interested in preserving the system in relation to the economic crisis. I quote from the Pope, many of those who hold the economic and political power seem above all to be doing everything possible to mask the problems, conceal the symptoms, trying only to reduce certain negative impacts of climate change. But many of these symptoms indicate that these effects will continue to worsen if we maintain our current patterns of production and consumption. End of the quote. The concrete measures proposed by the dominant techno-financial oligarchy are completely ineffective, such as the so-called carbon markets. The Pope quotes here from a resolution of the Bolivian Bishops' Conference. I quote, the strategy of buying and selling carbon credits can give rise to a new form of speculation and do a disservice to the process of reducing global emissions of polluting gases. This system looks like a quick and easy solution with the appearance of a commitment to the environment, but doesn't bring about the radical change which is needed. And in fact, it encourages overconsumption in certain countries and sectors. When you read these passages of the encyclical, one understands why the official circles in power were not so enthusiastic with Laudato Si. Now, Francis also insists on the link between the ecological question and the social question, and insists on the need for drastic measures, profound change to meet this double challenge. And the main obstacle to these changes is the perverse nature of the system. I quote now, the same logic that prevents us from taking drastic decisions to reverse the trend of global warming is the same logic that prevents us from achieving the goal of eradicating poverty. Yeah? Both things are related. Now, as a Marxist, I consider that Laudato Si's diagnosis of the ecological crisis is impressively clear and coherent, but the actions it proposes are more limited. Of course, these proposals or suggestions are all useful and necessary. For instance, we need forms of cooperation or community organizations to defend the interests of small producers and preserve local ecosystems from depredation. And also, I think very important that the encyclical recognize the need for the developed industrial societies to hold back a little, to set reasonable limits, and even to return back before it's too late, which means, I quote again, these developed societies have to accept a certain amount of degrowth. The word appears here. Has to accept a certain amount of degrowth, while at the same time providing the means for other countries, the poor countries, to grow healthily in a different way. Now, what I think is lacking in the encyclical is concrete proposals on the issue of the fossil fuels, for instance. Yeah? The need to leave oil and coal in the soil. Yeah? And also, we believe as Marxists that we cannot change the perverse structure of the current mode of production and consumption without a set of initiatives that challenge private property. For example, private property of the big fossil fuel multinationals, British Petroleum, Shell, Total, etc. Now, the Spoke speaks in the encyclical Laudato Si of the need of major strategies that effectively halt environmental degradation and bring forward a culture of respect that permeates the whole of society. But what are these major strategies is not developed in the encyclical. Now, recognizing that the present world system is unsustainable, Pope Francis seeks a global alternative, which he calls an integral ecology. And he says it's a change that cannot be limited to a series of urgent and partial responses to the growing problems of environmental degradation. It must be a different perspective, a different way of thinking, a policy, an educational program, a way of life, and a spirituality that embraces resistance to the technocratic paradigm. But what is lacking, in my view, is concrete indications of the new economy and the new society which correspond to this integral ecology. Now, something very important is that Pope Francis makes the priority option for the poor of the Latin American churches his own. The encyclical states it clearly as a planetary imperative, I quote. In the present conditions of world society, where there are so many inequalities and where people are increasingly marginalized and deprived of the minimum human rights, the principle of the common good is immediately transformed as a logical and consequence into a call to solidarity and the priority option for the poorest. But in my view, what is lacking in the encyclical is that the poor do not appear as the actors of their own emancipation. The struggles of the poor, peasants, and indigenous people to defend forest, water, and land against multinationals, and the role of the social movements, which are the main actors in the fight against climate change, movements like Via Campesina, climate justice, etc., then do not appear in Laudato Si. However, they appear centrally in the Pope meetings with popular movements, which are the first time in the history of the Church. Particularly important was a meeting in Santa Cruz, Bolivia, in July 2015, where Francis declared, I quote, "You, the most humble, the exploited, the poor, and the excluded, you can and you do much. I dare tell you that the future of humanity is to a large extent in your hands. And your ability to organize yourselves and promote creative alternatives. In your daily search for through the three T, work, housing, and land, it's T in Spanish, trabajo, tierra, etc. And also in your participation as protagonists in the great process of change, national, regional, and global. Do not underestimate yourselves. You are the sowers of change." So I think this discourse in Santa Cruz is a kind of complement to the Laudato Si encyclical. So I believe that with its anti-systemic diagnosis of the crisis, which inseparably links the social and the question and the environmental protection, the cry of the poor and the cry of the earth, Laudato Si is a precious and invaluable contribution to reflection and to action to save nature and humanity from catastrophe. Now, in our meeting with the Pope yesterday, he told us to be social poets and to never cease to dream for a better world. And it's, I think, it's up to us as Marxists, socialists, eco-socialists, to dream and to fight to change the perverse model of civilization imposed globally by capitalism. We need to dream, we need the vision of another form of society beyond the realm of money and commodities, founded on the values of freedom, solidarity, social justice, and respect for nature. Now, just a few words on the Laudate Deum, the apostolic exhortation of Pope Francis. Pope Francis does not hide his anxiety with the dangers threatening our common house. 8 years after Laudato Si, the situation became worse. The world we are living is collapsing and maybe nearing the breaking point. I think this is a very accurate diagnosis. Sorry. The great economic powers, says Pope Francis, are not interested in the climate crisis, but only in making the greatest profit possible at minimal cost and in the shortest amount of time with dramatic consequences for the environment. Despite the many negotiations, agreements, meetings, etc., global emissions continue to increase. Fossil fuels are not being abandoned, and the idea that all problems will be solved by new technical inventions is a form of, I quote, homicidal pragmatism. Homicidal pragmatism. The mentality of maximum gain at minimal cost, disguised as progress and illusory promises, makes it impossible for these ruling circles any sincere concern for our common house. I think this Laudate Deum also is a very important contribution to our ecological and social reflection. Many thanks.
Thanks a lot, dear Michael. Now we will have the second keynote speech by Anna Preiser. She's an assistant professor at the Institute for Political Sciences at the University of Vienna. She focuses on social ecological conflicts, political ecology, political economy with regional focus on Latin America. The title of her speech will be The Imperial Mode of Living and its Reproduction in Times of Green Deals, Insights from Copper Mining in Peru.
Okay, perfect. Hello? Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and to shed light now on the concept of the imperial mode of living, the contradictions of this very imperial mode of living, and how it can help us also to scrutinize offered solutions by an ecological modernization, which I will then also illustrate referring to my doctoral research in Peru, which is the second largest supplier of copper, a metal which is central to the energy transition. And in Peru, developments towards so-called sustainable mining have been taking place. About the concept, so Ulrich Brandt, professor of international politics in Vienna, and Markus Wissen, his colleague and professor of social sciences in Berlin, coined the term imperial mode of living, and their book, first published in 2017, sparked great discussions both in academia and civil society. And they questioned why, despite the global crisis and the climate emergency, decades of sustainability discourse and also worldwide protests, why progress remains insufficient. And to understand this situation, they introduced the concept of the imperial mode of living to reveal the deep roots both within our everyday life, but also in interconnection with societal structures, which sustain them, but also push into this imperial mode of living. The central argument of the imperial mode of living is that everyday life, especially in the global north, but increasingly also in emerging countries, so how we produce, how we consume, how we communicate, also how transportation is organized, but also how infrastructure, but also care, for example, is provided, is based on the exploitation of nature and labor on a global scale, with the exploitation taking place elsewhere, thus termed also imperial. Exploitation elsewhere can refer both to poor working conditions, for example, in Bangladesh, production to deforestation and the use of harmful pesticides for soy production in Brazil, but also for working conditions of migrant harvest workers or migrant, often female care workers, both in Italy or in Austria. And this lifestyle externalizes socio-ecological costs in space, time, and also along social hierarchies. However, those consequences often remain invisible or are normalized also in our everyday life. So to enable exploitation and thus the externalization of the cost on the one side, but also the internalization on the other side, certain conditions must prevail. And therefore, it is also key to consider that our everyday life is deeply embedded in social, political, and economic structures and also in global inequalities. Those structures enable this everyday life, but they also force us into it and give us a path of how we can take our decisions also. This resource and emission-intensive consumption norms were strategically enforced by profit-driven interests, by powerful economic and political actors, such as companies in cooperation with states who then create also necessary conditions, which are reinforced politically, legally, ideologically, and in some cases also by force. Think of free trade agreements intended to secure access to raw materials, investment decisions, prioritizing road constructions, for example, instead of expanding public transport, or also the subsidiation of emission-intensive industrial agriculture and meat production, while small farmers often cannot survive. But also think of violent suppression of protests against mining. It is driven by the logic of capitalist economy, the accumulation imperative and growth, as well as state actions, political institutions, and laws. But it is also sustained by underlying power relation and social hierarchization. So by asymmetrical north-south relations and the international division of labor, by class and gender relations also, if we think of mostly female or underpaid care work, but also racist relations, which seem to legitimize exploitation of people. And in everyday life, again, those structures often are no longer perceived or are regarded as natural. The imperial mode of living started to be generalized after the Second World War, first in the global north. And ever since, indicators such as economic growth, fertilizer use, car production, emissions, and deforestation surged. And this trend intensified in the 2000s. The imperial mode of living was deepened on the one hand with the resource and energy-intensive digitalization. And it also expanded to high economic growth of emerging countries such as China, India, also Latin American countries, which again led to a spike in resource consumption. This mode of living entails various contradictions. It exacerbates crisis phenomena through its destructive effects. Nature and ecosystems are exploited and destroyed. Dramatic ecological problems and climate change occur. Local economies are destroyed. People are exploited under unacceptable working conditions and are often displaced also. And global social inequalities rise. And on a finite planet, of course, it is also exclusive. So the more people want to participate in it, which is the case, the greater also the felt ecological tensions become. At the same time, however, the imperial mode of living is also attractive, and it also stabilizes social relations and conditions, especially where benefits are concentrated. The material conditions of many people have improved over the years, which is, of course, very important to recognize. Many are able to afford a car, to consume meat or more meat. Everyday life was also made easier. If you think of various household appliances like fridges or washing machines. It also has a democratizing component by creating opportunities to participate. So by offering, for example, food, t-shirts, smartphones, but also air travel at affordable prices. They are accessible to many. So it also expands the scope of action for many people, albeit, of course, it's very unevenly distributed based on income and also place of residence. So the imperial mode of living is lived very differently, of course. So participation in this imperial mode of living also represents a coercive relation. If one is interested in social participation, as our infrastructure is part of it, if we think, for example, of the energy supply, or also the requirements to work, so we need a computer, and the necessary infrastructure for alternatives is often lacking. However, and this is also very important, the imperial mode of living isn't only coercive, it is also hegemonic, it is widely accepted, even if more and more people become aware and kind of feel the contradictions also. It is ingrained in our everyday lives, our common sense, it is shaping our automatic daily routines, our choices, also our identities, our taste, and also of what many understand by a good and individually fulfilling life. And it seems quite natural when we eat a banana from Ecuador, take a hot shower, or if we get into a car. The consequences are hardly noticeable in that moment. And this subjectivization, how this mode of living kind of becomes part of us, inscribes itself into our bodies also, mostly unconsciously, is a very central aspect to this concept also, and it points to the entanglement on many levels, and also makes overcoming it at all more difficult also. Nevertheless, it is contested and also challenged, the imperial mode of living, both in places of exploitation and also where benefits are concentrated. And of course, since individual consumption is just not enough for change, it is very important to consider structural conditions and also provide infrastructure for alternatives. So kind of to put it in a nutshell, the imperial mode of living, the concept, is anchored in everyday routines, in infrastructure, in institutions, and also illusory solutions. And it is also characterized by the externalization of costs in space and time, the exploitation of nature and labor, and it is exclusive and it is spreading. So now I want to draw attention to the pitfalls of ecological modernization, taking into account considerations of the imperial mode of living. So political strategies are developed to tackle climate crisis. The European Green Deal aims to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 through decarbonization using alternative energy sources. It is also presented as a win-win situation, as ambitious climate policy requires a lot of investment in renewable energy infrastructure and therefore also should drive economic growth. And to achieve this transition, for example, wind and solar energy and electromobility, among others, are expanded. But this transformation requires a large amount of raw materials, including copper, which is a metal which is already crucial for our everyday items such as power cables, cars, electronics, and also water tubes, for example, for constructions of houses. Now, a wind turbine requires up to 30 tons of copper. Solar panels also require large amounts of copper cable. And an electric car, for example, requires a bit more than twice of copper as a combustion engine car. And as a result, the demand for copper is expected to increase significantly over the next years. And while debates focus on reducing CO2 emissions, discussions seldom address the high resource consumption, global power relations, and also the asymmetrical international division of labor, or challenge the imperial mode of living. Nevertheless, also efforts are made to portray mining as sustainable or green, to align it with climate-friendly economies. The idea of green mining is being pushed both by mining companies and also by politicians at the EU level, for example, to emphasize the central importance of mining for a climate-friendly economy, to address criticism of mining and also highlight possibilities and successes of sustainable, socially acceptable, and technologically modern mining. However, critics argue, with reference to the concept of green extractivism, that it reproduces well-known exploitative structures and dependency. And apart from studies claiming that ambitious climate targets cannot be met If economic growth is maintained, environmental damage will also continue to occur at the places of exploitation, and the rights and demands of population will be disregarded, even if it is greened. And this is also my take, considering my doctoral research in Peru. And yes, the Green Deal and also green mining are presented now as solutions to the pressing global issue of climate crisis. I consider it relevant and also necessary to provide also empirical evidence to highlight the shadow sides of it. So yeah, now I would like to shed light on how the imperial mode of living is reproduced in Peru also, the second largest copper supplier in the world. Even though considerable progress has been made in environmental regulation since the 1990s, above all also in the mining sector in the country, with a rising number of socio-ecological conflicts, nowadays counting 94 conflicts, the mining sector remains the sector still with the highest number in conflicts. And this led me to question the adequacy of environmental rule in the context of rising metal demand. Of course, while environmental standards and limits of contamination were basically non-existent before the 1990s, the setting of limits of water or air contamination, of course, has been essential in reducing the environmental impact of specific mining projects. Also, important environmental institutions and instruments were established, as the environmental impact assessment before mining initiation, or institutions also overseeing the implementation of environmental rules and also its sanctionings in case of breach. And for example, the Ministry of Environment has been created in 2008. The role of international actors in this context is somehow paradox. The environment has been set on the international agenda, and since the 1990s, actors like the World Bank, the USA, also the European Union, signing trading agreements with Peru, conditioned investments and also the agreements to higher environmental standards and also independent environmental institutions. So while they were essential actually in pushing this development of environmentalization and environmental rule, those actors also pushed and financed the expansion of mining, led by economic interests and by dynamics of the international markets, and also the need to secure access to resources in times of rising demand, with copper now being also considered critical for the energy transition. In Peru, mining is considered as the motor of economic growth and also poverty reduction. And now, coupled with a discourse of high environmental standards and the use of modern technologies, the further expansion of mining also into socially and ecologically sensitive areas is widely legitimized, often referring to its technical adequacy and also to its bureaucratic compliances. However, its negative ecological and social consequences are hidden from this discourse. The local population in mining areas, often already marginalized, bears the socio-ecological costs. And in face of a multiplication of mining projects, environmental regulation has failed to prevent environmental impact nor in easing social conflict. In my doctoral research, I study and analyze the development and also the limits of environmental regulation within the Peruvian mining sector, with regard to socio-ecological conflicts and tensions in two local contexts. In the Tambo Valley, which you can see here in the picture, in southern Peru's most productive agricultural area, local population has been resisting against the start of the copper mining project Tia Maria now for over a decade. Despite the official approval of the environmental impact assessment, which should assure sustainability of the project. However, promised technical solutions and also evaluations do not ease the threat felt by many locals, as neither their local interests, their knowledge, their understanding of sustainability, nor their inclusive social and economic structure, their culture, their identity, very closely connected to agricultural practice, are regarded in this environmental impact assessment. Therefore, many have been resisting to protect their livelihood, their access to fertile land and water, their jobs, their healthy environment and alimentation, also for future generations. And in total, 8 people have been killed during protests, hundreds have been injured, various protesters were charged, some even sentenced to large prison terms. Secondly, I refer to the coexistence since 20 years alongside the open pit mining project Antamina in the Central Andes, which has been recognized as best practice. It was awarded with German environmental seals due to its high standards. And despite compliance with contamination limits, locals suffer from a contaminated river not apt anymore for human or animal use, and the degradation of agricultural soils also, which negatively affects the possibility of sustenance based on agriculture, as well as their healthy nutrition. And after 20 years, the population is still living in precarious conditions despite development promises. And I think that those two examples also demonstrate the contradictions of the imperial mode of living. So while metals as copper deemed necessary to ensure a sustainable economy in Europe, within resource exporting countries, the extraction of raw materials drives economic growth, however, also causes serious ecological problems and destroys livelihoods, despite supposedly sustainable mining. And in the context of intensive and extensive expansion in mining, progress in environmental policy is reaching its limits. In addition to institutional weaknesses, considering general insufficiencies in implementing and overseeing the compliance with existing rules, environmental impacts of specific mining projects can be reduced, but not eliminated. Mining creates profound territorial incisions that strongly influence local social and natural conditions. Nevertheless, these are neglected by environmental policy, which points to its social and democratic limits. Setting standards to define sustainability is widely centralized and influenced by powerful economic actors with extractive interests, while mechanisms for participation for local population are limited. Further, environmental regulation focus on technical solutions, supposedly politically neutral. However, it is based on an understanding of nature as separate from society, ready to be valorized for economic needs, partly protected by limiting contamination. However, other forms of knowledge, cultural and ontological differences, local societal nature relations, with material living conditions and the reproduction of daily life being directly linked to the relation of nature, or also the threat of spiritually important sites are disregarded, which leads to the imposition of a certain worldview while marginalizing others. So despite the progress in environmental regulation, which serves to legitimize the expansion of sustainable mining, necessary to provide material for our energy transition, the imperial mode of living with its externalization of costs is repeated here also. And if we want to overcome the imperial mode of living in favor of a solidary mode of living, those consequences have to be considered. And amongst other things, international solidarity is required. Structures must be questioned, externalization must be pushed back. And also diverse solidary practices and alternative bottom-up experiences must be secured top-down also. And instead of pushing the expansion of mining to provide metals for our climate neutral economic growth, while not questioning the imperial mode of living, we should slow down our growing need for energy and support and also foster existing and new alternatives. Thank you for your attention.
Bene, allora adesso abbiamo 5 minuti di pausa per fare modifiche tecniche, quindi 5 minuti, prendiamo un respiro con tranquillità, prepariamoci per il prossimo interventi. Grazie.
In 2021, the epidemiological study examining the health effects of waste disposal sites in 38 municipalities within the jurisdiction of the Naples North Prosecutor's Office was concluded. The study's findings indicate an increase in both mortality and incidence of all cancer among male and females. Notably, the mortality rate for liver and breast cancer was higher than the national average for the entire Campania region. For more, respiratory disease, including chronic lung disease and asthma, show increased mortality rates as non-oncological disease. There is a prior evidence linking respiratory disease with landfills, especially due to volatile substances that are emitted from them. Additionally, exposure to air pollution is recognized as a potential risk factor alongside cigarette smoking. The presence of industrial plants and emission from highly urbanized areas, such as vehicle traffic and domestic heating, could also contribute to inhalation exposure to volatile compounds. It should be noted that these health effects serve as a warning about the potential impact of environmental changes on human health across all latitudes. The risk of environmental and biological contamination in Terra dei Fuochi has been addressed by public health intervention, some of which are legally mandated. Through the Terra dei Fuochi Pact, the mayors of municipalities in the Terra dei Fuochi area have committed themselves, together with the institutional authorities, including the representatives of the Italian government and the Campania region, to combating illegal dumping and burning of waste. In line with the guidelines set out in Pact, the agreement includes provision for the immediate removal of waste deposited on public roads and other areas open to the public. A monitoring program was launched in May 2014. It assessed the level of contamination of groundwater, soil, vegetable, animal feed, and milk. The program is managed by the Campania region and involves both the Regional Environmental Protection Agency of Campania and the Experimental Zooprophylactic Institute of Southern Italy. In addition, a methodical sampling of agricultural soil that may be subject to illegal dumping and waste incineration has been insisted. The study was carried out throughout the region where 8,000 samples were collected. The following activities were carried out: soil and water sampling and analysis, analysis of plant samples, surface radiometric surveys to ensure safe access for operator, and geometric surveys to detect buried metal waste. Moreover, a search for potential source of contamination in cadastral plot of soil was conducted. The report detailed the scientific investigation carried out and examines the chemical and physical characteristics analyzed across various environmental factors, including water, air, soil, and plants. The criteria utilized to categorize soil for agricultural use into 4 distinct classifications are explained. Class A, suitable for agri-food production. Class B, subject to restriction for agri-food production under certain conditions. Class C, suitable for no food production, and Class D, soil for which agri-food and forestry production is provided. A few key findings emerge from the report. Firstly, there were no atypical levels of radioactivity detected in the uppermost layer of soil across all plots investigated. Secondly, approximately 30% of 131 soil samples analyzed indicate favorable geomagnetic survey outcomes. Lastly, typical contamination detected in the soil included dioxin, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and certain heavy metals. However, in 5 samples of naturally occurring vegetation extracted from 6 uncultivated abandoned agricultural sites, finding revealed 4 instances of non-compliance and 1 instance exceeding the regulatory action level for dioxins. The regional territory expanded, spanning 1.3 million hectares, containing only 33 hectares of strongly contaminated soils. Agricultural activity have been prohibited of this land for a considerable amount of time. For air and water, there are 150 air columns analyzed throughout the year. More than 1,000 wells providing water for irrigation and livestock having been tested. The region have enhanced legislation to establish a well register and has set up a biobank containing tens of thousands of water resource samples classified. The results of the study were presented in December 2017 at the Department of Agriculture of University in Naples. An integrated science plan, unique in Europe for capillarity, duration, and scale, has been developed. Concurrently with the environmental and epidemiological analysis, the Terra dei Fuochi contingents of the Italian Army, policy, and municipal forces undertook vital and comprehensive collaborative efforts. Most importantly, these law enforcement measures have resulted in 80% reduction in waste incineration compared to the 3-year period of 2019 and 2021. So the question is it all good news today? No. There are still issues with waste disposal and require improvement. Landfill that must be completely safe. Eco bowls of waste that are still situated in storage centers. Illicit construction, contaminated rivers, and forests devastated by fire, and various other damage inflicted on the environment. The events in Campania could be replicated in other locations in Italy as well as in more developed areas across the globe. Based on research and institutional studies, the existing knowledge for environmental monitoring in the Campania region exceeds that of other regions facing comparable problems caused by human activities, such as illegal waste disposal, and indicates that the Campania region has a better understanding of the environmental impact caused by human activities. So Naples and Campania present a suitable setting for the construction generic models for researching environmental and human contamination. They also provide a scenario for implementing research and reapplication strategies, targeting environmental recovery and exchanging best practice for carrying out epidemiological studies on human health in polluted regions. Data from Legambiente's report on air pollution show that in Italy about 80,000 avoidable deaths occur each year due to pollution, and that pollution is the main risk factor for almost all chronic disease, the main cause of death in the country. The recent health crisis, a consequence of environmental degradation, highlighted the interdependence of human, social, and environmental health. Chanting nature almost always ends up having an impact on our health. Indeed, we should not forget that everything in nature is strongly interconnected. Finding integral solutions that consider the interaction between natural and social systems will be the real challenge that can become a possible strategies. This integral approach will ensure that restoration of the land and give hope of communities affected by poverty and crime. The aim is to restore the dignity of communities that have been exploited by an unjust system and to bring relief to families, business and communities that are striving to create a better life for future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Stefania. Now, our next keynote presentation is from Issa Brie. He's a social philosopher from Berlin in the fields of socialist history and also theory and the socio-ecological transformation. Until October last year, he was the chairman of the scientific advisory board of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation in Berlin. And the title of his presentation is Communitarism and Freedom and Socialist Answer to the Crisis of the Capitalist Society.
Good morning to all of you. I think, moment. I want to leave my paper aside. You already see this very complicated title of my paper, and you can read it. And firstly, of course, I have also to thank the organizers and the Sophia University for this event here. And I think with the encouragement of the Pope, we should go on for this. We are really in a very difficult time, and we should work more on this dialogue in very different directions. What I want to say is, the friends of mine here in the room know that I'm from a Jewish Protestant communist family in Germany. Yeah? I was born in the GDR. So in the library of my parents, there were two Bibles. One was the famous translation by Luther, and the other was the translation by Martin Mordechai Buber of the Tanakh. And so my mother and my father enforced us to visit every church, every synagogue, and also the Muslim in the Soviet Union and so on, the buildings, the mosque. So, yesterday in the evening, after dinner, I went to the dark streets back to the home, and I remembered After hearing all the presentations yesterday, I remembered the night at the Garden of Gethsemane with Jesus Christus, yeah? And he said, I remember, Father, take this cup away from me, yet not as I will, but as you will. And the problem for me is that, and I think a part of us are of my generation, 60 to 80, I would say, yeah? And yeah, Connie, I've included you now. Okay. Yeah, you see, I feel also with all these messages we heard yesterday and today that my generation has been weighed, and we are wanted. We are not up to the challenge of. You see, when I was younger in 1990, when the breakdown of the Soviet Union, we thought this is a great chance. We can tackle the peace question. We can tackle the ecological question. We can build up a society of solidarity. And now we have to confess that we are giving this world not in a better condition, but in a worse condition to the next generations. And this is a terrible, terrible situation. This is the cup I don't want to take, but I have to take. And one of the reasons I think, if I'm not looking around in all the splits around the war in Gaza, the war in the Ukraine, today about the imperial mode of life and so on, I think one problem is we should be more serious that the contradictions in the world are also our own contradiction, our own internal contradictions. And we should speak about these contradictions as the contradictions which are zerreißen. I do not know the English word. Yeah, tear away us. Yeah, when I read the New Testament, I already said it to Franz Kronreif. My mother said to me, look on this, the early Christians were communists. As you know, the Jerusalem community, all were one heart and one soul. Yeah? Okay. And Rosa Luxemburg spoke about it, wrote about it during the 1905 revolution. A very nice paper about this, religion and socialism. But then when I started to read it in more detail, I spoke to you, I told you, I found they were not at all one soul and one heart. There was the famous story of Anania and Sapphira, joining the community, but they were not ready to give all their property away. Not all, because they wanted to have the exit option, because this community can fail. And I think it's right to be aware of such a situation. For freedom, to have freedom, you must have the freedom to exit a community. I know it from GDR, you all know the wall, the famous Berlin Wall. We did not have the chance to exit when we did not agree. Yeah. Okay, and you also know what the famous St. Peter has done. He have confronted them publicly with this shame. And they went down and died. Yeah? And then we also see the other internal contradictions. So all the problems of community, of a building of a different society. And the Pope demanded from us we should dream of a better world, of another society. Yes, we should dream, but the dream should include the contradictions of the aim and of the way for this. So I want, in my paper, and I will be very brief about this, just I want to mention some of these contradictions. There's a huge mountains of contradictions, but I want to just address very few. As the Marxists in the room know Marx started his famous opus magnum, the Capital, with the sentence that the wealth of societies dominated by capital as a mode of the capitalist mode of production are the commodities. And of course, up to now, we are measuring our wealth by the growth of the gross domestic product. Yeah? How much we are selling and buying, this is the wealth of our society. So, but we should now think, if we are thinking about another society, what is the wealth of these societies? And already a lot of have spoken about, Michael Löwe and others have spoken about this. I think we must be aware, and also a very nice important presentation by Anna Reiser about the imperial mode of living made it clear that at least the wealth we are striving for is organized by two poles. The one pole, of course, is the wealth of the commons, the luxury of the commons. So, of course, this nature, it's the health system accessible to everybody, educational system. I heard that Benny Caliber had to wait 6 months for totally simple surgery. 6 months in Italy, yeah, unbelievable. Yeah. So I just want to say commons. There's a communist foundations of a good society where the goods of freedom are accessible to all. But as the imperial mode of life, of living made it clear to also, of course, there's also the wealth of individual development. Yeah? And this is not the same. It's a contradiction. Yeah? And we should be aware that the needs to build up relations, we are coming here, flying, taking the railway and so on. We are all using smartphones and. All this is, of course, enriching our life. Yes, it is enriching, but it is in the deep contradictions to the commons we are living. So we must organize this contradiction. And we must be aware, and we must live this contradiction. The second contradiction I want to speak about, also again, I'm coming from a socialist and Marxist point of view, again referring to the Capital of Marx. For Marx, the general formula of capital was money used with the help of commodities to increase money. Yeah, the general formula of the Capital. And I have asking myself for a long time if there would be also a general formula of a society of solidarity. I call it a socialist society, but it's synonym. Solidarity society, social society is for me one and the same. And I think we must be aware there are two general formulas. One formula is strengthening the development and enrichment of the commons in a way which helps to enrich the individuals. But so this is one. There's a communist, I would say the communist. The priority is on the commons. But there's another formula concentrating on the free development of all as a precondition of the free development of free development of each as a precondition of the free development of all. That means concentrating on the free development of the individuals. And we have suffered in the GDR because we could not concentrate on the free development on the individuals. But so that's, I think we see in a solidarity society, we should bring these different tendencies we are fighting for, and they are somehow contradictory, bringing in a solidarity combination. And it's again and again a huge task. The last point I want to make, and then I will end, is democracy. Often we are speaking about, from the left, that we should strengthening democracy. But the problem again, democracy is a very contradictory thing, as Rousseau, one of the ancestors of socialism and communism, has known. Because there is, on the one hand, the will of the many. The will of the many. Yeah? And then is a common will. And this is not, again, it's not the same. It's in a deep contradiction. Yeah? And we should see how we can bring it together. Let's see with of course, the in Germany, we have 80 million inhabitants and we have 50 million cars. Totally clear. So if you are asking the will of the many, of course, we should go on with a car-centered society, more or less. But it's mainstream, and we have organized our cities there. And after unification, we totally in Germany missed the chance to reshape the transport system. We have destroyed the railway system. The Deutsche Bahn is now worse than the Reichsbahn of the GDR somehow when I'm looking how often it's late. It's unbelievable. We have missed we have destroyed the public transport system we had more or less, and so on. And the common will, when we are speaking here very often about the common will, what should be done to save the planet. But if we are looking again on the imperial mode of life, we have to know it is in contradiction to the will of the many rising out of the capitalist relations we are living in, and enabling us. So again, we should look on concrete projects. As I wrote together with colleagues of mine a book on free public transport. This is an attempt. We have it in Luxembourg. The state of Luxembourg has free public transport in the whole state of Luxembourg. We have it also in the capital of Estonia and so on. That means it's a way to reconcile the will of the many to have free mobility with the luxury of all. And of course, other forms. I just want to, now I'm coming to the end. What I want to say, we want to have a deep dialogue. We should concentrate much more, I think, on these and other contradictions, because this would help us to creatively looking, and the last presentation was very, very important for this, for creative forms to deal with these contradictions, bringing the different poles of these contradictions in a solidarity form of mediation. Thank you very much.
Okay, now I want to invite all four speakers come to these chairs so we can, so we can start the discussion. It's the time for the audience to ask questions, but also make comments. You four to discuss upon your presentations. Who wants to start? Yes.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question for Anna. Thank you for your presentation. Well, I'm an architect. I'm from Belgium. And I see that in many cases, in what I'm doing, urban renewal projects and so on, that often sustainability is reduced to the aspect of direct emissions and, well, the carbon emissions and energy performance, especially in buildings. We think we are sustainable if we create energy buildings with limited energy production. And we forget, in many cases, the embodied energy of the materials that are used for the production. So there is a need for life cycle thinking, an increasing need for life cycle thinking. And we see also at the same time that there are a lot of efforts being made, especially also on a legal side, the need to introduce the concept of life cycle analysis, social life cycle analysis. So my question to you is, to what extent the evolution that is now going on this is a good evolution or not?
Thank you for the question. Can I recheck? So you ask if developments in architecture and discussions about how where the products come from actually, or what it means for social metabolism, if those discussions go in a correct direction?
The agriculture products, for example. So it's a more broader question, but in my field, I see that there is a big evolution going towards including the embodied energy, which is, well, let's say 20 years ago, we did not consider the embodied energy, and still now it's a new approach. So we limit the sustainability to energy and carbon production. We tend to limit too much. Well, of course it's important, but for example, biodiversity is considered in an inferior, let's say, way compared to the carbon emission, which is of course an increasing problem due to the climate change. But it's not the only challenge, of course, and probably we focus too much on this carbon reduction and forget to take into consideration the embodied energy. And the copper, what you mentioned, is of course a matter of embodied energy. And so in life cycle thinking, we should take into consideration and the production side of our products, also the cars we are producing. You mentioned the example of the windmills. So, of course, we have to make choices, and there are generic ways to calculate the impacts of the embodied energy. Probably we use too much the generic calculation methods, and should be more precise in calculating the effective impacts of the company itself that is producing. So it's a little bit.
I would say, for example, thanks for the question also and the input also from your side now. So within the European Union, for example, they also try to foster the circular economy, where also part, for example, recycling is an important aspect. Where recycling is also an important aspect. And they also try to decouple they try to decouple economic growth from resource use, for example, and say this is a solution, this is possible. But then also now there are many studies also saying that if we keep on trying to keep on sticking to economic growth, it's not possible, like an absolute decoupling, for example. So it's not possible that we use less resources if we want still economic growth. So there are those discussions on that, but I think there's probably still there's still many efforts being made to kind of have less resource input per unit of economic growth, let's say. But yeah, it's just not enough in our situation. So there should be there should be more drastic changes than that if we rethink economic growth, I would say. And then also, for example, discussing also with an architect in Austria who said that in architecture especially, there are many, of course, possibilities to be more sustainable, not just kind of making better isolation. So we need less energy for heating, let's say, in houses, but also like the materials we use. But then what he said is that the problem is that to apply those materials, we need a lot of work, like people working with their hands on that. And this is so expensive that often due to those costs, considerations, like way more sustainable products are not used in architecture. Maybe, and this is also, I don't know, part of the discussions in Belgium in architecture, that like this contradiction also. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. I am Francesco. I'm a chemist from the University of Padova. Okay, now it's working. I am Francesco. I am a chemist from the University of Padova. And I have also a question for Anna. It is more a cultural question. Because you described us the situation in developing countries like Peru. And from my personal experience, I have this sentiment. The fact that even if developing countries and people who live in developing countries know the danger of such productions, such industrial systems, the idea of the West, let's say, the idea of North America and European standard of living are in a way a sort of paradise idea. All the bad aspects of the standards of living of Europe and North America are not considered, or sometimes are not known. The feeling I had is that the rhetoric systematic avoid the bad aspects of our standard of livings, and therefore there is this shared idea of Europe as a paradise without problems, and North America as a paradise, and this idea, this idealized idea, brings to, in a way, accept even bad aspects of the industrialization based on the system that in North Europe, in North of America and Europe, now is fading out. So now we are thinking about, and we are doing research about a new type of economy, circular economy. We have heard about the life cycle assessment, for instance. We are thinking about a different way of production and way of waste management, but I'm thinking we are a little part of the world, and all the rest now is approaching to reach our stereotypized standards, accepting in a way the instruments that we did in the past centuries and we adopted in the past centuries to reach this idealized standard of living. So my question is, and this is a question, okay, general, I don't know an answer. Is it possible to show better the reality of North America and Europe? So highlight also the bad aspects of our development. And in a way to fight stereotypized presentation of our wealth that is done, but not from us for sure, but for the rest of our society that want to present this sort of idealized world. Because I think that it could be a great risk, and it is even now a great risk.
Thank you very much. I think here it's also, again, also what you have been talking about, like deep contradictions also. And if we see, for example, so also, for example, in Peru, they have to internalize somehow the costs, the socio-ecological costs created due to mining, for example. But then also, so you have like very powerful interest, economic interest to also make the decisions, but they're also, so within Peru, but then you have also, they're conditioned also by foreign capital, which also kind of tells them what to do. And there have been the adjustment programs, for example, in the 90s, to create neoliberal laws attractive to foreign capital to, for example, expand mining and create better economic growth. So you have like this contradiction, and then within also there's an interesting study by two German sociologists, Landher and Graf, they're called. They talk about the internalization society, so that in the one point, kind of they internalize on a national scale the possibility to internalize the cost, but then again there they externalize the cost to the periphery within the countries. And then how they externalize it there, again, also along social hierarchies to all often marginalized population already. And then there also, even though they feel directly the consequences of this lifestyle also that that they kind of also imagine as the paradise, they feel the consequences on their own bodies, but it's still for them kind of, or for many, it becomes still a development promise to be able to live that way, even though they feel it themselves directly. So there's like this big contradiction also about that. And of course, there are also many to resist that, which never has to be forgotten. And also the resistance against that is also very much invisibilized in Peru also, for example, or very, so in Peru, with conflicts and also resistances are often then portrayed as being radical and terrorist, because they have also like a radical left terrorist history, which there's a lot, like a huge fear of the population. This is re-emerging again. So then always like being against the system is being, delegitimized, creating fear that terrorists might come up again. So there are like many contradictions within that. Maybe also someone else wants to add something from you.
Okay, yes, I have also some comments and questions. Yeah, okay, I have the right. The first one goes to Michael Levy. Okay, you said that it's clear, we all know that Pope Francis doesn't use the word capital or capitalism in Laudato Si, though it's clear that it has an anti-systemic direction. Why you think it doesn't? He doesn't use the word capitalism? If the Pope doesn't have the courage to name the system, then how will we expect Christian communities to be part of anti-capitalist struggles, for example, for ecology and so on and so forth? This is for Michael. So for Stefania, my question is, in the region, okay, if you know, what, if there are struggles developed by the Christian communities and leftist communities, so how these two communities stand towards the problem, and what are their demands, if they cooperate or what? And for me, Chabri, we can say a lot of things also regarding public transportation, etc. But I believe that also the left is very, very behind to describe actually a world not driven by the vision of development. We really have a problem. And I'm not talking now only about the growth. First of all, I don't think I'm not capable to define the growth. I don't know much about it. I don't know if this is the concept, but it's true that we keep living in the same driven development and progress development mindset. And at the same time, we want to discuss about a whole other socio-ecological transformation that we don't try to change, you know, paradigms, etc., or the whole consumption model. We do not try to talk about this in the very beginning in order to go on the second or third step. You want to go now, Miss? Yes, okay, you want more. Okay.
Shall I start? Okay, my name is Antonio. I'm from the Gen School. I'm here, and I'm really glad to listen you. And I write. There are some questions that I have. Okay, some questions of exploitation has been raised among the contradiction of capitalist system. Another problem we suffer from at the cultural level is individualism. But concretely, what role do you think the trade union can play in this time as a model of cooperative, social, and economic organization, as well as a tool to fight for rights? The second question is... okay. Ok, prima voglio dire, qual pensate voi che è il lavoro, il ruolo che possono agire i sindicati come modello di organizzazione economica e sociale, ma anche come strumento, come attrezzo per lottare per i diritti? Anche l'altra domanda che ho è come possiamo concepire oggi il concetto della lotta di classe da una prospettiva anche marxista, ma anche cristiana o di altro punto di vista? E anche se voi pensate se c'è una speranza per un risurgimento del sindacalismo come movimento sociale, o pensate se c'è un altro strumento, un altro attrezzo organizzativo per conquistare i diritti? Queste sono le mie domande.
We'll take two more. Isaac and then Jose Manuel.
Thank you very much for the fascinating presentations. My question is a question for Misha and Mikhail, the two Michaels. It's based on a combination of the two. So I thought the tension that Professor Misha raised between a sort of a common will or a common good on the one hand and the will of the majority on the other is absolutely crucial in thinking about the kind of the problems faced by the left today in many parts of the world. And it made me think also when Mikhail was talking about the role of social movements in contemporary Latin America, and I was thinking about the challenges that the left has faced in Brazil in recent years. There's also an issue in that a lot of these social movements, which are so important and so inspiring, they emerge out of a Catholicism which no longer has the same place in a country like Brazil that it once did. It's a society where a certain kind of Pentecostal Christianity or evangelical Christianity now occupies a very large place, both religiously and politically. And I wonder if the same tension between a common good and a will of the majority and a desire for kind of individual flourishing and success that was identified by Anna with a kind of imperial mode of life, which we might debate, but nevertheless, there's that desire for individual success and flourishing. Whether there's an echo here between the crisis faced by the left in satisfying the majority, particularly the sort of majority in post-industrial societies, and the crisis faced by the Catholic Church in attracting the faithful in the face of competition from Pentecostal churches, which promise their followers individual success, flourishing, jobs, maybe a visa to Europe, or many other things. So this maybe adds to our list of yesterday we were talking about that which the Catholic tradition and that which the Marxist tradition has in common. Maybe in addition to the other important things we discussed yesterday, another element is they both face a serious question about the future. They face a question of their own survival. And that is linked to their own hierarchical tradition, their own difficulty, or a question of the relationship between the leadership and the masses, in that contemporary societies don't accept so easily as maybe past societies the wisdom of the leaders in accepting, in defining the common good or defining the strategy. So is that a crisis which Marxists and Catholics share, and for which they should maybe pool resources to dig deep and find some imaginative solutions and transform themselves as necessary to ensure their own survival and that of the common good?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for your presentations. They were extremely enriching. I have two comments. One about the presentation made by Anna Preiser. I think it was in the 70s that an American economist, when environmental was still, something of second class, he used to say that the environmental crisis is like someone that jumps in suicide from the 20th floor. And when he is coming to the 10th floor, he says to himself, so far, so good. And the fact is that this is a form of illustrating what you have raised about hegemony. I mean, hegemony is precisely this art, I would say, of convincing the exploited that exploitation is natural and is good. The final result is good for the exploited. The same happens with the imperial mode of life. I mean, the idea of convincing everybody, even in Peru or in Portugal or in, I don't know, in Tuscany, that, you know, the imperial mode of life is the best one for everybody, despite the fact that we are jumping in suicide from the 20th floor. Okay, so this it's not a question, it's a comment. This raises the demand for people like us, Catholics and Marxists, to be aware of the cultural dimension of our common struggle. I mean, we have to be able to, as Misha was and Michael were, you know, underlining, we definitely have to be able to identify counter-hegemonic proposals for this, not only to denounce the perversions, but to be able to announce counter-hegemonic perspectives. And the comment and the question for Misha Brie is, you are touching a crucial contradiction, perhaps the most difficult one, which is the contradiction between the free development of each one and the free development of the whole community. And in your search for a formula of a solidary society, I think you said, well, one of the possibilities, the second one, is that the free development of each is a precondition for the free development or for the development of the community. And my question is, well, I heard this as a sort of, you know, it reminded me of the liberal formula. I mean, the liberals used to say that the free dimension of each one are, you know, the basis for the common good, the market, etc. So what is the what is the difference here between the liberal formula and this search for a focus on free development of each? Thank you.
No. We need to take one last, and then we have to give the floor back.
So I'm Isabel. I'm a student here at Sofia. I'm Brazilian. I'm not Catholic. I come from a Lutheran background, but I'm also coming from a Marxist education background. That's very, very nice. And I'm very happy to be here. First of all, I can offer you, I don't remember your name here. I can offer some perspective regarding your question. Also, if you want to know how the Brazilians can present your question. But for the whole group, and also I would love to know what's the historic perspective that we came from here. Because when me Brazilian, I think about the historic perspective of colonialism, I can find some like the origin of the exploration. And when I think about the name of my country, Brazil, it came from the tree, Pau Brasil, that was the first one to be cut off. Like, yeah. And there is an extinction right now. And it was the work of the colonization process. So when I think about my country and the actions that we can that we need to improve, to implement, I think like as a professional, as also from this background, education background, I'm very, very much responsible for having this positive presence. But I also want to know what's the historic point of view of you all, because this is very, very important for me.
Yes.
There's a question from Cynthia Funk, which could sum up a little bit all the things which have been said. She says, Buckminster Fuller said that You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Do you think this is the strength in being small, integral, and networked to change dominant paradigms in solutions we have before us? I think it could sort of sum up. How shall we go on? 5 minutes. Yes. Just a sentence from everyone. I think it's too long to answer to all the questions. You can go on in the break, okay? It's a discussion.
Okay, I'm afraid I didn't hear the questions because the microphone isn't working very well. So I will try to say just 2 words. I think that the experience from Latin America, but also from Europe, is that the struggles of the poor, class struggle in the more general sense, are increasingly becoming social ecological struggles. That means struggles where the issue of social inequality and of social injustice is getting connected with the ecological issues. Yeah? And we see this all around the continent, and it's also in Europe, yeah, or in the United States. When the indigenous communities in the United States fight against a extra large pipeline, it's an ecological struggle, but it's also a social struggle of these communities to defend the water, yeah, which is the condition of life, against pollution and destruction by the pipeline, etc. So I think you cannot consider the classic view, the Marxist view of class struggle. You have to consider it in the new conjunction of the 21st century, where the ecological issue, the problems of climate change, etc., are pervasive in all process of organization, consciousness, and struggle. Yeah. So this is, I think, something which we Marxists must understand, and which the Pope is also presenting by insisting that the cry of the poor and the cry of earth are coming together, are inseparable. Yeah? So I think this is an important understanding we have to do, that the social and ecological, the issue of the poor and the issue of the protection of the common house are the same cause and the same issue. I don't know if I answered any question, but that's what the message I wanted to give.
If time is short, I will first pass over because I've already said.
Rispondo in italiano. Allora, quello che posso dire per quanto mi chiedevi è che in realtà voi considerate che tutta l'emergenza che è nata in Campania per i rifiuti ha un'origine intorno agli anni '80. E fatevi un attimo i conti fino ad oggi, quanto tempo è passato, e che se in qualche modo la politica avesse fatto anche qualche passo, forse adesso non staremo a parlare. Quello che è venuto fuori nel tempo è un'azione, direi quasi certosina della popolazione, che ha spinto fin da subito, cercando di attirare quanto più possibile l'attenzione. In realtà, diciamo, il boom è nato dopo tutta una serie di lavori scientifici che sono usciti proprio per gli aumenti dei tumori in quest'area specifica e che hanno avuto seguito grazie all'azione in particolare di un sacerdote della nostra terra che ha messo un po' insieme le varie realtà. Io vi posso raccontare un po' anche l'esperienza che ho fatto fattivamente in questo periodo, ma come accademia che in qualche modo alcuni di noi ci sono messi insieme indipendentemente dal ricevere fondi per portare avanti le ricerche, per riuscire in qualche modo a dare una risposta o a provare a dare una risposta a questo popolo che grida. Dico solo questo, poi se qualcosa ne parliamo poi successivamente.
Firstly, I want to very briefly speak about the trade unions. I think it's really important question, and they are crucial, of course. The trade unions, at least with regard to Germany, are facing a problem because that's the strongest trade union in the production sector is the so-called IG Metall. That means metal worker trade union linked to the car sector. Yeah. So there are two possibilities. One possibility is to defend the interest of the workers by defending the existing car production, maybe also asking for support for e-cars and so on. The other would be a transformative approach. The problem for the trade unions is the transformative approach depends on the state supporting this transformative approach, because without a huge amount of extra trade state money, that means a transformative fund, you cannot realize this transformation. But as you see it in Germany, and I think more or less all over Europe, we have obliged ourselves not to spend more state money. Yeah, but it's totally impossible. I have wrote a small book about the war economy, because often in the US, because often if you are looking on Alexander Octavia Cortez, yeah, she is referring to the New Deal and the war economy. It's a type of transformative economy. We need this. And this means you cannot demand something from the trade unions when the other side, the state is rejecting totally. Then they are bound to just to conservative defending the core immediate interests of the workers, and that's their right. And of course, there are some other approaches. This is one thing. The second, to what you, Jose, the problem is that what I was quoting is directly from the manifesto of the Communist Party by Marx and Engels. Yeah, association where the free development and each is a precondition for the free development of all. And of course, he was closely living to John Stuart Mill in London at the same time. And he has really taken important ideas also from the anarchists, from the Proudhonists, from the liberals. That's why I said only together with the communist formula, the general communist formula, it becomes a formula of together they are becoming a formula, a combination of a solidarity society. If you are taking just one, it's wrong. And if you are taking just the second one, as in, let's say in the Soviet Union, it's also wrong. And this I think, again, I just want to stress, we should not take these contradictions easily, because they are very fundamental, existential, also inside ourselves contradictions. Thank you.
Benissimo, allora devo essere ancora un po' pesante, 2 minuti, 2 indicazioni molto veloci, poi andiamo a prendere un bel respiro, un bel caffè, immagino che abbiamo bisogno. Prima di tutto, allora, chi parte domani dovrebbe prenotare il suo orario di partenza alla reception, solo per sistemare le partenze con il pulmino. Poi domani dovete portare le valigie con voi, cioè quindi usciamo da dove dormiamo e portiamo le valigie. E possiamo lasciare la chiave nella reception. Quindi fare il check-out nella reception qua all'Istituto Sofia. Per chi è arrivato ieri sera o questa mattina, per favore dovete fare il check-in adesso nella reception. Ci sarà oggi dalle 11 e domani mattina alle 8:30. Questo è importante per fare la registrazione, anche firmare i documenti che sono necessari per giustificare la vostra partecipazione nel progetto europeo. Benissimo, grazie. Allora vi chiederei fra 15-20 minuti per ricominciare con la seconda parte. Grazie mille. Possiamo andare a pranzo all'ora che dobbiamo andare. Benissimo, penso che ci siamo. Allora, io vorrei presentare, so I want to present Attila Antal, holding PhD in Political Science. He's a senior lecturer at Bosch Laurent University, Faculty of Law, Institute of Political Science. He's a coordinator at the Social Theory Research Group at the Institute of Political History. He's doing his contemporary research in political theory of populism, climate, and ecological emergency. The title is Ecological Emergency and Christian Universalism in the Era of Polycrisis. Thank you, Dil.
Thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure and honor being here, and thank you for organizers organizing such a very important and thoughtful event. And I would like to speak about a very important part of my postdoc project. This project is about the investigating of the climate emergency and how the government and political regimes was able to respond to this crisis. And as you have heard, my subtopic is about the ecological emergency and Christian universalism in the era of polycrisis. In the framework of the refugee and migration crisis, the pandemic and the wars, we have entered an era of overlapping crisis, or we can call it polycrisis. The failures of liberal democracy opened the way of authoritarian right-wing populism, which on the one hand remained integrated into the neoliberal capitalism, the neoliberal world order, and on the other hand, dismantled the legal basis of constitutional democracy. To mitigate the effects of the global ecological and climate crisis, we need to instrument of the exceptional governance measures under democratic control. At the same time, we're witnessing that authoritarian populist right, especially of my home country, Hungary, has started to use the tools of exceptional governance measures in a very manipulative way and a very undemocratic way. My position is that in order to tackle the ecological and climate crisis, we need to stop the continued authoritarian use of exceptional governance measures. As Laudatio Si pointed out very sharply, there is a quote, "Regrettably, many efforts to seek concrete solutions to the environmental crisis have proved ineffective, not only because of powerful opposition, but also because of a more general lack of interest. We require a new and universal solidarity," quote ends. It is only through extraordinary measures of governance under national and supranational democratic control, established within the framework of Christian universalism and solidarity, that we can prepare for the era of polycrisis. The exceptional measures must be wrested from the hands of the authoritarian right, and this requires a political consensus that sees neoliberal capitalism as a very root cause of climate and ecological crisis. My first point is about the polycrisis of our time. One of the greatest dilemmas of liberal constitutionalism is whether the executive can be given extraordinary powers to act swiftly in the event of the serious threat of public security. The exceptional measures empower the government to deviate from the normal constitutionalism, and at the same time, the state of emergency limits the legal structure that may ultimately be destroyed by the emergency situation, whose protection may require the introduction of the extraordinary legal order itself. A major dilemma in the exercise of exceptional powers is therefore how to preserve the status quo. It has the normality or some kind of normality, the democracy to be defended, which must be protected by the exceptional measures itself, while at the same time giving the executive the mentioned extraordinary powers and tools. This become particularly important and dangerous when the various crises are overlapping and the state of polycrisis emerge. At present, the migration and refugee crisis, the ecological and climate crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the escalating situation of wars are heightening the importance of thinking about this state of emergencies. Authoritarian populism and the mentioned exceptional tools. Authoritarian populist governments are using emergency measures to maintain their political power in the era of polycrisis. In my view, Hungary's history, long-lasting neoliberalization has reached something of a culmination in the Orbán regime by 2010, which political establishment exploits the exceptional measures of neoliberalism. The Orbán regime in Hungary has been governing in a state of emergency for almost a decade. This is extremely worrying, the way the Hungarian government has established a state of exception in response to the migration crisis, and how the outbreak of the pandemic produced a new rise of authoritarian populism. There were two overlapping kinds of state of exception regime in Hungary, in effect. One is related to the refugee situation from 2015, and the other has been introduced due to the COVID-19 situation. In 2022, the government declared a state of emergency in a view of armed conflict or humanitarian disaster in Ukraine. This is a very complicated situation, and we do not have enough time to elaborate this, but it is a overlapping situation of state of exception in Hungary. Literally, we can say that there is a government which based on the prime minister decrees at this very moment. So this is a very sophisticated and manipulative way of using state of exception situation. The Hungarian authoritarian populist regime has been using extraordinary measures since 2015 to gradually extend its political power, ensured by the two-thirds majority received in 2010. Orbán used the migration issues, the pandemic, and the war crisis to constantly push the boundaries of extraordinary measures of governance. We have now reached a point where the prime minister is effectively governing by decrees. In other words, power for authoritarian populism is not just provided by the political majority of the society, but ruling through emergency measures. In this sense, there is a new rise of executive power, which is relying on extraordinary measures. According to Giorgio Agamben, a well-known Italian philosopher, there is a seminal transformation in conjunction with the idea of government. There is a quote, which overturns the traditional hierarchical relation between causes and effects. Since governing the causes is difficult and expensive in terms of war and COVID situation especially, it is safer and more useful to try to govern the effects, quote ends. All this goes far beyond the original meaning of state of emergency and shows that the real goal of authoritarian regimes is not to manage the crisis itself, not to protect our societies, but exploit the power of potential of crisis. Nevertheless, there is a core need to these mentioned emergency measures, the need for extraordinary measures in the climate and ecological emergency. In 2015, Laudatio Si of the Holy Father Francis made a very strong and clear appeal to the world on the global ecological and climate emergency. That is a quote. The urgent challenge to protect our common home includes a consent to bring the whole human family together to seek a sustainable and integral development, for we know that things can change. Young people demand change. They wonder how anyone can claim to be building a better future without thinking of the environmental crisis and the sufferings of the excluded, quote ends. It is perhaps not a coincidence that the youngest generation have heard the words of Pope Francis and have been launching climate movements since 2018. In May 2018, the Extinction Rebellion was founded in the UK at a socio-political movement whose main goal is to launch a wave of resistance to protest through non-violent direct action against climate catastrophe, biodiversity, the ecosystem collapse, and the potential extinction of many animal species and the humankind itself. A key demand of ER is therefore for government to face the truth and bring it the attention of the people, to declare a climate and ecological emergency and to work together in the broadest possible way to end the end of the crisis. In addition of the ER, Fridays for Future, started by Swedish student Greta Thunberg, is a rising awareness of climate crisis, and it is also becoming a global movement. The movement has been able to make a stronger impact by involving the youngest in the fight for global survival. The effects of all this has been thinking about climate emergency has emerged, and many local governments and parliaments, including the European Parliament itself, have declared climate emergencies. In the era of polycrisis, it is therefore inevitable to respond to exceptional challenges with exceptional measures and tools. But it's also clear that the path of exceptionalism chosen by authoritarian regimes destroy all the normality that we seek to preserve through exceptional measures of governance. We must therefore find ways to apply the state of exception in a democratic way to address the climate and ecological crisis. The only way to do this is through humanism and the framework of Christian universalism. And my final point is about not some kind of solutions, but some kind of prediction in terms of the dangers of uncontrolled emergency measures. In times of overlapping emergencies, ecological, public health, and social crises, the strengthening of the executive power is therefore a natural phenomenon, both historically and politically. At the same time, legal and political regimes and communities are about to limit the use of extraordinary measures of governance. It follows that in the modern constitutional regimes, the temporary suspension of normality of the constitutional normal state cannot in principle be considered undemocratic, since the purpose of this step is precisely to protect the status quo. At the same time, we have to confess, we have to notice that the capitalist status quo, or this neoliberal capitalist status quo, caused the climate emergency and ecological emergency itself. It is worth being aware that in the era of polycrisis, we need the room for maneuver provided by the exceptional governance measures, but also to ensure that their introduction doesn't serve to strengthen government power for its own sake, as it happened in Hungary. It is also hopeful for democratic controls that despite the exceptional and pervasive nature of COVID-19 pandemic, executive power in democratic regimes hasn't become unconstrained. And the various interactions between the branches of power showing functioning in a Madisonian or horizontal and vertical mechanism of power sharing. However, it is also clear that the authoritarian right sees the emerging political opportunity in the suspension of normality and the introduction of the uncontrolled extraordinary governance measures. In my view, one of the greatest challenges of our time is how we can both rely on extraordinary measures of governance to address the ecological and climate crisis, as the climate movement stated, and thereby safeguard the fundamental democratic values of our political regimes. The Hungarian experience of the state of exception confirms that one of the most significant dilemmas about the contemporary exceptional governance measure is whether we are using state of exception today to protect the normal state of exception, or whether today, as indeed it was argued by Giorgio Agamben, there has been a significant change in terms of exceptional governance, where normality no longer matters, but mainly the management of the polycrisis. I am deeply convinced that the governance by extraordinary means can only work democratically in the spirit of Christian universalism. Laudatio Si also argues, there is a quote, "True straitcraft is manifest when, in difficult times, we uphold high principle and thinking of the long-term common good." The extraordinary measures can only be put at the service of addressing for ecological and climate crises if they are under strong social and human control. There is a quote, "Society, through non-governmental organizations and intermediate groups, must put pressure on governments to develop more rigorous regulations, procedures, and controls. Unless citizens control political power, national regional and municipal level, it will not be possible to control damage to the environment. Thank you for your attention.
Attila, thank you very much. Thank you. I would like, mi piacerebbe invitare Isaac, please. So, Isaac Stanley. Isaac is a PhD researcher in the Department of Anthropology at the London School of Economics. His current work focuses on changing imaginaries and practices of solidarity in Senegal, and the idea of human economy, explored both through ethnography and intellectual history. The name of the contribution is Between Marxism, Islam, and Left Catholicism, Mamadou Dia's Human Economy. Thank you.
Great. Okay, buongiorno. Good morning, everyone. So yeah, thank you so much. As was just explained, I'm going to be talking this morning. My presentation is entitled Between Marxism, Islam, and Left Catholicism, Mamadou Dia's Human Economy. Okay, I'll just set my timer so I don't bore you all. Great. So in a world where competing varieties of political and religious fundamentalism seem ever more popular, Dialop's search for a transversal social ethic is refreshing. It is a bold and much needed response to Pope Francis's call for a culture of encounter. But while the present conjuncture might open up new spaces for a synergy between Marxism and Catholicism, it may be useful to draw on the lessons and intellectual resources of past attempts to bring these traditions into dialogue. It is also important to think about what this dialogue might mean beyond the particular context of Western Europe, and even beyond the well-studied context of Latin America, that is, regions of the world where there's a certain relationship of the kind of historical hierarchy in the Catholic Church. Sub-Saharan Africa, a region intensely affected by contemporary socio-ecological crises, but often depicted as a place of passive victimhood rather than political agency, comes to mind. So by way of contribution, this paper briefly considers the thought of the Senegalese intellectual, politician, and activist Mamadou Dia. Independent Senegal's first prime minister, Dia stood among Africa's most significant theorists and actors of decolonization. His trial and imprisonment in 1963 is often seen as a turning point in which neocolonial interests were safeguarded and alternative possibilities curtailed. A lifelong practicing Muslim, Dia was also much inspired by both Marxism and French left Catholic thought. This paper starts by offering a brief outline of Dia's trajectory and major intellectual influences. It then considers his attempt to synthesize these ideas in a distinctive vision of African socialism directed towards the realization of what he called a human economy. This paper concludes by asking what we might learn today from Dia, not merely as an icon of the road not taken, but as a thinker of the transversal social ethic, whose thought brings Marxism, Catholicism, Islam, and African philosophy into a fruitful conversation. So, of humble rural origins, Mamadou Dia was born in 1910 in Khombol, the son of a rail worker turned policeman. And Khombol, you can't see too well on this map, but this shaded area is the so-called Arachide groundnut basin of Senegal, the region of Senegal that was turned into basically a monocrop export zone. And Khombol is between Thiès and Diourbel, so it's kind of in the heart of that region. On the left, you can see some young men involved in the groundnut cultivation in the 1930s. So it gives you an idea of the idea in which the world in which Dia grew up. So Dia was descended from a saintly Sufi family. He began his education at traditional Quranic school before entering the colonial École Française. Here he excelled, rising through the system and graduating in 1930 from the elite William Ponty Teacher Training College. As a rural primary school teacher and school director in the 1930s and early 40s, Jia was politicized, first by his discovery of Pan-Africanist texts, and later by his direct encounter with a destitute peasantry threatened by desertification. Entering party politics in 1946, he ascended rapidly and was elected to represent Senegal in the French Senate from 1948 to 1956. Alongside his then close comrade, Léopold Sédar Senghor, he played a decisive part in leading Senegal to independence. And here you see him in his glory days alongside Senghor in front of the Senegalese parliament. So as prime minister from 1958, he embarked on a major program to reform Senegal's crucial groundnut sector and to introduce what he called an African socialism. While its initial results were promising, this program directly threatened the vested interests of the Marabout, the powerful Sufi religious leaders who controlled a major part of the groundnut sector, as well as Senegalese business elites and their French partners. This resulted in a power struggle between Jia and the more conservative Senghor, which culminated in Jia's incarceration in 1963. His attempts to return to frontline politics following his release 12 years later all ended in failure. However, he continued to intervene in national and international debate, publishing prolifically and becoming a venerable figure among Senegalese opposition movements before his death in 2009. So Jia was as much a theorist as a man of action, and throughout his life he wrote widely. His thought drew inspiration from a diverse range of sources. These included Islamic theology, negritude and Pan-Africanism, and African and social science, particularly anthropology and geography. Here, however, I will focus on the decisive influence of two broad currents of thought, namely Marxism and French left Catholicism. So Jia's interest in Marxism and socialism appear to have dated from his years as a primary school teacher in Fatigue and his search for so-called concrete solutions to the peasant destitution he encountered there. Jia, a devout Muslim, was uneasy with Marxist atheism. However, he was struck with Marx's analysis of exploitation, declaring that he had searched in vain for a better theory and was particularly drawn to the writings of the young humanist Marx. Likewise, while Jia opposed the wholesale adoption of so-called Eastern economic models, in his view, this would have been as much a form of colonialism as the uncritical adoption of Western ones, he was impressed with Chinese agricultural collectivization and the Yugoslavian system of workers' self-management. French left Catholic thought was another major source of inspiration. Michael Lovy has provided a rich account of the genesis of liberationist Christianity from the early 1960s encounter between Brazilian Catholics and French figures such as Emmanuel Mounier and the Père Louis-Joseph Lepré. As a senator and part-time economics student in 1950s Paris, Jia was inspired by a very similar set of thinkers. Mounier's personalism provided Jia with a thoughtful humanist version of socialism, which combined an insistence on the urgency of material transformation with a recognition of the transcendent. In Théâtre de Chardin, Jia found an even more exciting vision of humanity progressing towards a fusion of the spiritual and material. On the more practical side of things, Jia discovered Économie et Humanisme, a Catholic-rooted association of heterodox economists, social scientists, and practitioners, animated by a vision for a human economy. Jia was deeply impressed by its founder, Le Père Lepré, and would later appoint him to conduct a set of studies to inform independent Senegal's first development plan. And here you see Jia alongside Lepré, and Lepré presenting alongside the map of Senegal a set of different development zones he'd identified. Another important figure associated with this group was the economist François Pérou, who we touched on yesterday, an influential theorist of regional development and of the domination of Western powers within the world economic system. Pérou has become a lifelong friend and mentor to Jia. Here we see, very bad photo, but we see Pérou alongside Jia at a seminar in Senegal. So, what then emerged from this synthesis? Jia's writings and political initiatives expressed original perspectives on issues ranging from international relations to Islamic theology. Here, however, I will focus on that for which he's best known, his economic thought, and his pioneering vision of African socialism. African socialism, promulgated by many post-colonial African leaders, has often been criticized as an empty slogan, or worse, as an ideological cover for defense of local and international bourgeois interests. The same cannot be said, however, of the version that Jia championed. In a 1962 speech, Jia called for the revolutionary rejection of the political, economic, and social system inherited from the colonial regime, in both its deep logic and its superstructure. He referred here to the system known as the économie de traite, the trade economy, after an expression coined by the French communist geographer Jean Drèche. Following France's abolition of the slave trade from the 1840s onwards, large sections of the Senegalese countryside had been progressively converted into a monocultural groundnut basin designed to furnish the needs of metropolitan oil mills. Peasants were obliged to sell their crops at low prices, fixed by the colonial administration to traitants, licensed trading houses, which then sold them to large export firms. The traitants also sold peasants crucial items and foodstuffs, purchases which were made necessary by the rise of groundnut monoculture, on credit, with extortionate rates of interest. The result was an endless cycle of debt and destitution. How then to dismantle the économie de traite? For Jar, the solution lay in cooperatives. Cooperativism had a certain ideological appeal. Like his famous contemporary Nyerere, Jar asserted its affinity with traditional African values, arguing that the associative tendency of ancient Africa has undoubtedly destined it for cooperation. Jar's strategy was to progressively socialize the entire groundnut sector through the creation of self-run peasant cooperatives at village level, which would sell to a national office of agricultural commercialization, a kind of marketing board. Low-interest loans from the new Senegalese Development Bank would liberate the peasants from the exploitative credit sales of the traitants, while state-guaranteed fixed prices and rebates paid on marketed groundnuts would meaningfully increase their incomes. However, for Jar, cooperatives were not merely a means to improve the peasantry's material conditions. Jar's aspirations were explicitly humanistic. Indeed, Jar closely identifies the African socialism with Le Bray's idea of a human economy, and approvingly quotes Perou's call for the development of the whole man and of all men, which I think is a formula is reminiscent of what was suggested in the earlier session. This broader human flourishing requires a political awakening and the construction of a new, profoundly democratic and participatory society. Jar was determined that the new cooperatives should be truly autogestionnaire, that is, self-managed, and indeed came to conceptualize his model as le socialisme autogestionnaire, self-managing socialism, borrowing from the vocabulary of Tito's Yugoslavia. In achieving this, Jar assigned an important place to an innovative model of adult education called participatory research known as animation rurale. Pioneered on a smaller scale in Morocco in 1957, animation rurale sought to galvanize rural people into active participation in economic and social development. Nominated villagers were trained as animateurs, who would then play a key role in instigating projects ranging from the introduction of new farming methods and cooperative formation to the construction of health centers and schools. It thus aimed to embed development within the life of the village, understood as a communauté de base, a base community. Also encouraged were inter-village projects, which were seen as a first step towards ever more autonomous rural communes. Animation aims not merely to transmit knowledge, but to bring about a kind of conscientization of the population, thus anticipating the famous ideas of Paulo Freire, who himself was part of a Brazilian milieu which was heavily influenced by the work of Le Bray and the Dominicans. A final element of Jar's African socialism worth highlighting here is its spiritual dimension, in Jar's terms. Against a crudely materialist form of Marxism, Jar asserted that a well-conceived and well-implemented modernization would not require the eradication of, open quote, the spiritual forces so characteristic of African civilizations, close quote. Indeed, he observed that a certain activist Catholicism had played a major role in decolonization and fervently believed that an appropriately reformed Islam could do the same. While Jar's belief in what he called a spiritualist socialism reflected the influence of left Catholic thinking, the reverse was also, in a sense, true. That is to say, his willingness to draw on the ideas and planning expertise of Le Bray and others was rooted in a conscious desire to valorize Islamo-Christian dialogue and encounter. This desire was partly driven by his own interpretation of Islam as fundamentally dialogical in spirit, and partly, it seems, by commitment to Senegal's long-standing tradition of harmonious Christian-Muslim relations. He met twice with Pope John Paul XXIII, who wrote glowingly of Jar's efforts to promote a human development, and who indeed would later permission the Senegalese government for Jar's release. And maybe it's worth noting here that Jar wrote very proudly of being the first practicing Muslim leader to request and be granted an audience with the Pope, and perhaps some here can understand the joy he felt on that occasion. While Jar sees a spiritualist socialism as a bulwark against an alienating atheist materialism, he takes pains to specify that the real threat lies not in communism, but in a certain conception of civilization as essentially materialist, which is not confined in his view to communist parties. Indeed, writing later in 1985, he suggested that today, The coalition of spiritual forces which must unite against materialism includes, open quote, a section of the communists, as well as the old sages of African religions, close quote. So, by way of some quick conclusions, Ja's vision did not come to fruition. His ambitious project was cut dramatically short by his incarceration in 1963. But in Francophone Africa, particularly in Senegal, his memory lives on. In a context of political considerable tension, the heritage of Ja is widely claimed, in particular by opposition movements which frame their politics as a rupture with neocolonial business as usual. More than the details of his project, the figure of Ja attracts attention today as a symbol whose exclusion from politics by establishment forces resonates powerfully with events in the present. And here we see an image from a recent important set of demonstrations which took place after March 2021 in Senegal, calling for the liberation of opposition leader Ousmane Sonko, who himself claims the heritage of Ja and presents himself as a inheritor of Ja's politics. But Ja is more than just another post-colonial African martyr or icon of the road not taken. He was engaged in an earnest search for a transversal social ethic, and his thought is characterized by an imaginative and coherent attempt to transcend various limiting oppositions. It sought to bring about earthly justice without banishing the transcendent. It confronted material deprivation and economic exploitation without ignoring other aspects of what is today called human development, such as democratic participation. It took seriously the resources of a particular religious tradition, namely Islam, while engaging in a heartfelt and intellectually fruitful interfaith dialogue. Finally, it aimed to valorize the particularities of Senegalese and African societies and cultures while framing these as contributions to the construction of a new universal humanism. From all this, there is much we can learn. There is perhaps another lesson, however. If Ja was unable to advance further in his dream of building a human economy, it was not because of a lack of theoretical reflection, nor did he lack support from the Catholic hierarchy of the time, including the Pope. Rather, his project failed largely because it confronted powerful vested interests, powerful interests which won the day. There is perhaps a lesson here for Dialop and other initiatives which seek to harness religion to the struggle for social justice. Without finding ways to confront and successfully challenge dominant material interests, there is a risk that our noble efforts to promote dialogue may come in the end to little. Thank you.
Isaac, thank you very much. Adesso vorrei invitare il professore, il dottore Sergio Barbaro, proprio della casa. Allora, Sergio è avvocato civilista, ricercatore in diritto privato comparato qua all'Istituto Universitario Sofia e ci presenterà un paper col titolo Il contenzioso climatico come strumento di tutela delle generazioni future. Tra luci
ed ombre.
e ombre.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank the organization to let me participate to this very, very important, fruitful moment of discussion and sharing. Also on behalf of my partner in this paper, Professor Benatti Francesca. She's ill, unfortunately, so she can't participate, but it will be possible another occasion to join us. So just introduction, yeah. And the report and presentation, of course, is made and drafted by both of us. And now let's shift to Italian as requested. No. No, questo. Ok, anch'io sono del partito del PowerPoint e non di leggere come Giovanni, no? La presentazione, perché credo che sia più dinamico anche che ci guardiamo un po' negli occhi. Cercherò anche di andare molto piano, perché io sono notoriamente conosciuto per essere troppo veloce e di essere anche il terrore dei traduttori, e quindi cercherò di andare piano. Allora, il tema che in qualche modo anche un po' di sottofondo ai nostri discorsi in questi giorni è questo: i diritti delle generazioni future. Questo termine generazioni future è spesso accompagnato da diritti, responsabilità, doveri nei confronti di generazioni future che le generazioni presenti in qualche modo avrebbero. Dal punto di vista giuridico, però, parlare di diritti, responsabilità e doveri delle generazioni future è qualcosa che stride, che in qualche modo destabilizza il giurista, perché in realtà le generazioni future, possiamo dircelo chiaramente, non hanno diritti. Dal punto di vista giuridico non hanno nessun tipo di prerogativa sulle generazioni presenti. Perché? E questi sono due elementi che sono stati dalla dottrina giuridica sviscerati, perché in primo luogo non esistono. Quindi le generazioni future non ci sono e per definizione, non essendoci, non possono far valere giuridicamente diritti nei confronti delle generazioni presenti. Non c'è nessun modo giuridico per far valere i diritti davanti a qualche organo giudiziale. Secondo aspetto non meno importante, che viene sottolineato da diversi giuristi, è l'asimmetria. Si parlava tanto in questi giorni di interdipendenza, no? E dall'altra parte appunto di subordinazione. Le generazioni future sono assolutamente subordinate alle generazioni presenti. C'è una totale asimmetria tra generazioni future e generazioni presenti perché appunto le generazioni presenti potrebbero, come sottolineato da Zagrebelsky, che è uno dei studiosi italiani che di più si è interessato di questo tema, perché paradossalmente, lui dice, quoto, tutto il male che può essere loro inferto, persino la privazione delle condizioni minime vitali, non è affatto violazione di un qualche loro diritto in senso giuridico. Cioè noi, come in realtà stiamo facendo, possiamo depauperare completamente il mondo naturale, le risorse naturali, e le generazioni future non possono opporsi a questo depauperamento, a questa deprivazione delle risorse naturali da parte delle generazioni presenti. E qui, da giurista, si pone il problema di trovare delle soluzioni. Qui mi sono permesso, ne parlavo prima con Stefania, con la professoressa Papa, di mettere l'immagine che mi sta molto a cuore della mia città. Questo è lo stabilimento dell'Ilva di Taranto, per chi non lo conosce. Nel sud dell'Italia c'è un stabilimento industriale che da anni produce, che è un asset strategico per l'Italia e l'Europa, produzione di acciaio, che inquina da anni e continuamente salvato dallo Stato italiano, anche recentemente, c'è un nuovo salvataggio, ma non viene ambientalizzato o viene ambientalizzato parzialmente, per cui continua a produrre ed inquinare e ha le proprie dipendenze 12.000 persone, quindi 12.000 famiglie che vivono di questo stabilimento e che quindi in qualche modo non può chiudere. Non può chiudere ma continua a inquinare, quindi il dilemma tra ambiente, salute e lavoro, che è irrisolvibile, nessuno riesce a risolverlo. E quindi il problema è quali possono essere gli strumenti giuridici per contemperare generazioni future, tutela delle risorse naturali, giustizia ambientale. Io ne individuo tre, ne parlerò, chiaramente non abbiamo il tempo, poi ci saranno altre occasioni di parlare di tutte e tre, ne parlerò solo di una. Il contenzioso climatico, che è un dato di fatto, quindi tutta la litigation legata al cambiamento climatico. Il secondo modello, che è quello che è utilizzato soprattutto in America Latina, del riconoscimento della personalità giuridica della natura o degli enti naturali, la foresta, il lago, il fiume, che però è difficilmente esportabile in Europa perché abbiamo un concetto di personalità giuridica molto complesso in Europa che è legato o agli esseri viventi o alle società, delle imprese, gli enti giuridici complessi. Oppure quello che è molto intrigante, ma anche di cui abbiamo parlato in questi giorni, ma anche molto difficile da attuare giuridicamente, che è il riconoscimento giuridico dello statuto dei commons, che dei beni comuni, che è un'altra intrigante possibilità, ma che ancora non ha da nessuna parte avuto rilievo dal punto di vista del formante giuridico. Nessun ordinamento positivo ha riconosciuto i commons esplicitamente con una legge. Si è provato in Italia con il professor Rodotà, ma non si è riusciti per evidenti, da parte della sinistra italiana, per evidenti motivi politici gli è stato opposta questa possibilità. di riconoscimento giuridico. C'era una proposta di legge, ma chiaramente è fallita. Per sdrammatizzare ho messo anche qualche vignetta, così sdrammatizziamo un po'. E andiamo a parlare un po' del core di questa discussione. Ci sono 3 sentenze che hanno riconosciuto l'obbligo degli stati europei, alcuni stati, di adottare delle misure che siano più stringenti, più adeguate per rispettare gli obblighi climatici scaturenti dalle varie convenzioni internazionali. E l'aspetto che accomuna queste 3 sentenze sono tutte sentenze che partono da un gruppo di famiglie, associazioni ambientaliste singoli, volte tutte a chiedere agli stati in cui vivono di rispettare gli obblighi climatici, adottando misure più forti, e quindi tutte chiedono in qualche modo agli stati di impegnarsi di più. Ci sono 2300 casi in giro per il mondo di contenzioso climatico. Queste 3 sentenze sono le uniche che hanno avuto un esito positivo. Olanda, Germania e Francia. Ma sono delle eccezioni, non abbiamo il tempo di parlare del perché sono delle eccezioni, ma tutte trovano il fondamento in realtà statali radicate. In Olanda c'è una legge, la Costituzione, che prevede che i trattati internazionali siano direttamente applicabili nello Stato olandese dopo la loro approvazione, quindi hanno una diretta applicabilità dopo l'approvazione. In Germania c'è una Corte Costituzionale che può essere adita, può essere posta subito in movimento anche dal singolo, quindi c'è il ricorso diretto alla Corte Costituzionale, e in Francia c'è nel Codice Civile francese il riconoscimento del danno ecologico. Quindi sono sentenze che trovano radicamento in situazioni eccezionali, in situazioni, diciamo, peculiari. Non sono esportabili in tutti gli ordinamenti. Per cui non si sa che cosa succederà di questi altri 2300 casi pendenti nel mondo, che però aumentano. E questo è esemplificativo di un fenomeno che c'è, che può essere riassunto nella volontà da parte di tante persone, famiglie, dicevo, organizzazioni ambientaliste, singoli, di cambiare la realtà, di chiedere agli stati, che sono gli attori più importanti nel cambiamento climatico, di fare qualcosa di più rispetto a quel poco che vediamo fare a livello internazionale. Però è questo lo strumento giusto? Questa è la domanda di fondo. Lo stiamo tanto esaminando come giuristi, anche esaltando, ma forse non è l'elemento più adatto. Anche in Italia abbiamo il nostro giudizio universale, che così è stato denominato il contenzioso italiano, che va avanti da alcuni anni di fronte al Tribunale di Roma, in cui si chiede allo Stato italiano di adottare misure più adeguate per ridurre le emissioni di CO2, le emissioni appunto di sostanze inquinanti. Questo giudizio è interessante perché pone alla base un obbligo di custodia che lo Stato italiano avrebbe nei confronti delle generazioni future. Quindi lo Stato italiano dovrebbe custodire le generazioni future, e questo ha un fondamento normativo in un articolo del Codice Civile italiano, che è il 2051, che prevede la responsabilità per custodia. E questo già è un aspetto interessante. Comincia a parlarsi di custodia, che non è una custodia solo fattuale, ma è una custodia anche nel senso di rispetto, di cura dell'altro. Ma ancora non sappiamo come finirà. Ce ne vorranno ancora anni, secondo me, per capire come andrà a finire. Questa dimensione di cura, che deve diventare qualcosa di più di un dovere morale, deve trovare espressione anche nel diritto, deve trovare espressione anche nei principi giuridici. Il problema è come. Il contenzioso climatico, secondo me, è insufficiente se non c'è un fondamento normativo, per una serie di motivi. Primo, che non esiste un diritto a un ambiente salubre. Nessun organismo internazionale che emette provvedimenti vincolanti quindi per esempio l'Unione Europea o a livello statale, gli stati, ha riconosciuto l'esistenza di un diritto a un ambiente salubre, a un clima stabile, sano. Ci sono soltanto alcune raccomandazioni, su cui appunto arriveremo. Quindi manca il bene giuridico di partenza, il bene giuridico leso da azionare in giudizio. E questo è già un elemento fondamentale. Secondo, chi agisce? Non posso agire in rappresentanza, come rappresentante mandante di qualcuno che non esiste? Cioè, posso io agire per qualcuno che verrà ad esistenza tra centinaia di anni, tra 50 anni, dicendo io agisco nel suo interesse come suo mandante, chi mi dà il mandato? Chi conferisce a me la rappresentanza legale? Questo è un altro elemento che è fondamentale, quindi la legittimazione ad agire in giudizio. Terzo elemento, uno Stato condannato a dare esecuzione a una sentenza o anche di non dare esecuzione a quella sentenza, perché lo Stato condanno lo Stato a da fare di più per ridurre le emissioni di CO2, ma lo Stato alla fine non lo fa, non fa una legge nuova in questo senso. Quali sono gli elementi per imporre allo Stato di fare qualcosa rispetto a una sentenza? Chi lo fa? Chi lo impone? Se c'è una Corte Costituzionale come in Germania va bene, perché la Corte Costituzionale è una funzione di controllo, di legittimità, nomofilattico viene detto in italiano, ma non lo traducete, controllo di legittimità dell'operato dello Stato. Ma in altri ordinamenti questo non c'è possibilità di agire direttamente di fronte a una Corte Costituzionale. E quindi se io ottengo cittadino una sentenza, chi agisce per far valere quella sentenza? E se lo Stato non lo fa, non ho gli strumenti. E poi c'è qualcosa che negli Stati Uniti è stato sottolineato in una sentenza americana che costituisce il leading case in materia, anche se è un leading case negativo di rigetto, che c'è un'evidente questione anche di separazione dei poteri, quindi di conflitto tra poteri, il giudiziale che si sovrappone al legislativo. Questo spetterebbe al legislativo, la modifica di un sistema giuridico, di un panorama giuridico spetta al legislativo. In realtà, secondo me, e mi avvio appunto nei 2 minuti alla conclusione, altra vignetta per drammatizzare, Mafalda, in realtà l'unico strumento vero è il riconoscimento del formante legislativo, cioè il formante legislativo deve intervenire in qualche modo, cioè c'è bisogno che vi sia una legge, una convenzione internazionale che dica che esiste un diritto a un ambiente sano. Ci si sta provando sia a livello di ONU con questa risoluzione del 2021, ma sapete che le risoluzioni dell'ONU non sono vincolanti, hanno carattere esortativo, e poi c'è una parte anche a livello europeo, l'Assemblea parlamentare del Consiglio d'Europa, che sta cercando di far entrare il concetto di diritto a un ambiente sano, a un clima salubre, all'interno della Convenzione europea per la salvaguardia dei diritti dell'uomo e delle libertà fondamentali. Se questo avviene, se questo avverrà, allora sì, saremo in grado di avere uno strumento normativo che potrà essere utilizzato in giudizio in tutti gli Stati europei per ottenere che gli Stati, ma anche le imprese, pensiamo all'Ilva, questa impresa della mia città che vi ho fatto vedere, rispettino gli obblighi ambientali e la tutela delle generazioni future. Se questo non avviene, io lo trovo molto difficile che queste sentenze diventino qualcosa di più che un fattore puramente sporadico all'interno di alcuni ordinamenti particolari. Grazie per l'attenzione.
Benissimo, grazie mille, grazie Sergio. Forse ti chiederei di rimanere perché così invito anche Isaac e Attila per salire sul palco. Così, sì. Così possiamo cominciare questa sessione di feedback, domande, commenti. Mentre loro si sistemano, io vi propongo questo. Forse abbiamo tante cose da pensare, da dire, ma forse abbiamo veramente molto limitato il tempo, quindi proviamo a essere molto concreti nelle nostre domande, nei nostri commenti. Io sono sicuro che loro, così come tutti gli altri persone che parleranno, saranno molto contenti di rispondere alle vostre domande anche attraverso email, anche attraverso altri canali, quindi potete mettervi in contatto anche dopo il seminario con loro per magari approfondire su certi aspetti. Per adesso abbiamo 20 minuti, quindi chi vuole? Perfetto, abbiamo il primo.
Well, first I would like to ask something to, well, it's more a comment on what Attila and Tel said. I would like to think about the possible connection, the differences and the commonalities between Christian universalism and socialist internationalism. Yes? At the first moment, they seem to be very different because Christian universalism doesn't take into account class conflict, while socialist internationalism is based on the idea that there is conflict and internationalism is the one uniting the oppressed and exploited classes, right? So there seems to be a difference, very significant. But when Pope Francis, for instance, in his conversation with the social movements in Bolivia, which I mentioned, and he says that the social movements of the poor and the oppressed are the protagonists of change, the difference is not so significant. Yeah, it seems to be superseded. Yeah, so my feeling is that through Pope Francis, there seems to be a coming together of the way Christian universalism and socialist internationalism see the situation. And of course, both are opposed to the nationalist ideology and the national egoistic interests which are predominant today. So I would like to know your opinion on that. Now, I have a question to Stanley. You pointed the fact that Mahamudia and liberation theology in Latin America both took their inspiration from the French left Christian culture, Emmanuel Mounier, Father Lebré, and others. Now, in Latin America, the people, before even liberation theology, in the first Christian liberationist thinkers on the 60s, they were very much influenced by the French theologians, but they moved beyond that, yeah? By seeing the problems from the viewpoint of the South, yeah? Not from the viewpoint of French and Europe, but from Latin America, yeah? So it's a different perspective. Now, I would like you to compare the way liberation Christianity appropriated Emmanuel Mounier and Lebré, but turned it around from the viewpoint of the South with what Mamadou Dia proposed, if they are similar, if there are differences. Thanks.
Perfect. Do you want to start with your comments or prefer another round of questions to connect? Yes, of course, please.
Thank you for your comment. I totally agree with you. Christian universalism and social internationalism are very similar. And the main common point here is humanism. Because both tendencies, Christian universalism and social internationalism, based on the fact that we should preserve and embed it into the core nature of humanism on the one hand. On the other hand, the two tendencies are against any anti-humanism. And I would say I did not have enough time to elaborate this, but emerging abusive application of state of exception tendencies from the far right and authoritarian populist right is, as at least to my intention, is the emerging fascism of our time.
Thank you. So between the sort of African socialist vision of Jah and the politics that emerged from liberationist Christianity in Brazil and other places, there are some important similarities which stem from a shared lineage, but equally some very important differences which come from, coming to fruition in different soils, as it were. I think there are some similarities in terms of the type of harmonious, flourishing, popular community which is envisioned, and that there are sometimes when you read Jah writing in the late 50s, early 60s, because of the sort of resonances of vocabulary, you sometimes feel like you're reading Leonardo Boff or someone else many decades later, because of this emphasis on the communauté de base and so on. So there's a certain vision of a flourishing, democratic, peasant world, which we have to admit is very different from that which has been described by anthropologists in reality, right? It's very much a an ideal vision of this kind of community. I think an important differences come from the place of the state and the Catholic Church in the respective two versions of what unfolded. In Brazil, you had a Catholic Church which had a very, very strong institutional presence throughout Brazilian society, and that was and yes, it was a base community through an innovation on top of that, but the fact that you had Catholic Church implanted throughout the country, it had this major role. That was a major sort of starting point from which liberation theology was able to do other interesting things. Not the case in Senegalese society, which the French never attempted, or which the French never permitted missionaries to Christianize to that degree. It was and is a country which is 90% Muslim, and where the established politically powerful religion is Islam, not Christianity. So the role of the Catholic, the role of what Jar called the sort of progressive decolonizing Catholic Church in Senegal was a conduit for ideas and some small scale social action, but it wasn't a kind of ready and waiting mass institution in the way that it was in Brazil or other countries like that. The place of the state is also crucial. I think in Brazil and in other places in Latin America, a lot of the credibility and power of liberationist Christianity came from its ability to join forces with resistance to states, totalitarian states or dictatorships. In the case of Jar Senegal, because there wasn't a Catholic Church ready and waiting to unfold this socialist revolution, it was the state. It was directed by the state with all the difficulties that come with that. So yeah, some important differences, but I think interesting to bring to light similarities which are not often remembered or recognized.
Thank you. So the next one, someone else, just to connect ideas. No. Okay.
Yes, a very simple question to my colleague Sergio Barbaro. How can we deal the fact that we are talking about global issues like climate change and so on, with the fact that the effective legislation is local or area legislation, like the case of the European Union?
Rispondo in italiano. È un momento cruciale di cambiamento anche del panorama legislativo. Il diritto, questo è un dibattito che facciamo spesso a Sofia con Daniele, professore Pelato, in questo momento richiede un cambio di passo. E quei meccanismi che hanno in qualche modo governato sia l'Unione Europea, sia ancora prima le Nazioni Unite, non sono più sufficienti. Cioè, si deve passare a un principio di maggioranza, non più di consensus, quindi non più di unanimità. Si deve passare quindi all'adozione di provvedimenti che siano votati a maggioranza, quindi non più dall'accordo complessivo di tutti i partner, e bisogna in qualche modo individuare anche degli strumenti sanzionatori che non sono puramente quelli economici. Questo sono i due elementi secondo me fondamentali, quindi la governance e l'enforcement. Senza nuovi strumenti di governance e nuovi strumenti di enforcement, il diritto internazionale non funziona e non funzionerà, così come il diritto europeo, che è una derivazione del diritto internazionale. E questo, il cambiamento climatico, è un discorso che deve passare attraverso questi tentativi che stanno facendo con le COP, lo vediamo tutti i giorni attraverso i media, sono assolutamente insufficienti, perché tanto sono lasciati alla libera volontà dei singoli paesi, anche se c'è qualcosa di interessante, che questa responsabilità differenziata, c'è questa volontà in qualche modo che i paesi, diciamo così, più sviluppati rispondano di più rispetto agli altri paesi. Ma questa è una novità, però non basta, c'è bisogno di qualcosa di più.
Grazie mille. Qualcun altro? Un momento, sì, qua c'è. Ok, prima ma no. Un momento. Sì, facciamo per turni.
No, la mia è una domanda proprio puntuale su quello che è stato appena detto. Mi chiedo, ma qualora si passi da un metodo del consenso a un metodo di maggioranze qualificate, il mio primo timore è eventualmente all'interno dell'Unione Europea stati che non condividono certe politiche a cui poi vengono imposte queste politiche, potrebbe esserci una nascita di tensioni, non lo so, addirittura ulteriori fuoriuscite di stati da parte dell'Unione. Quindi mi chiedo questa cosa qui.
È un rischio che secondo me dobbiamo correre, cioè non si può pensare di andare avanti cercando di trovare con il bilancino diciamo, la quadra di fronte a situazioni che richiedono un intervento immediato, cioè non si può. Cioè anche allora, faccio il caso del diritto all'ambiente salubre. Ormai tutti, nessuno di noi mette in discussione che esista un diritto all'ambiente salubre. Se noi ci mettessimo qui, troveremmo l'unanimità a riconoscerlo. A livello di Unione Europea non si riesce a riconoscerlo, né tantomeno a livello di ONU, perché ci sono tanti altri fattori che ben sappiamo. Quindi, in realtà, ci sono delle fattispecie di diritto vivente, come vengono chiamate, quindi diritto che già esiste, vive, che però gli organi preposti a riconoscere questo diritto non riconoscono. Quindi ben venga la spinta della società civile e ben venga anche la possibilità di trovare dei metodi diversi di accordo, di governance, come dicevo, che non possono essere più l'unanimità. Cioè non è possibile parlare di trovare, di fronte a sensibilità così diverse a livello europeo. Se tu aderisci a un trattato europeo che ti dice che tu stai delegando una parte della sovranità a un organo sovranazionale, in materie come anche il diritto ambientale, non puoi poi dire, ah va bene, ma noi dobbiamo essere tutti d'accordo. L'hai fatto già un atto di, in qualche modo, di riduzione della tua sovranità. È già istitutivo nel trattato, è già in qualche modo ontologicamente legato all'adesione al trattato. Quindi io questo lo vedo già. Se io aderisco, sono anche pronto all'idea che non sarò sempre d'accordo. Avrò modo e strumenti democratici, perché ci sono in Unione Europea, per far valere le mie idee diverse, che rimarranno agli atti, ma se una maggioranza qualificata, come dicevi, dice che quel diritto esiste, o che per passare di palo in frasca la Convenzione di Dublino sui rifugiati deve essere modificata, allora lo devo fare. Non mi posso in qualche modo dissociare. Se voglio dissociarmi seriamente, esco, ma non metto il veto. A maggior ragione questo è un discorso che vale a livello di ONU, in cui è chiaramente ancora più grave.
Grazie. Prenderei il commento di Coni e di Michael e vediamo a che punto siamo.
Many thanks. Attila, I have a question to you. Why do you think are the authoritarian systems, especially in Hungary, not maybe successful, but so stable and in some countries also increasing? What do you think? What's the promise?
Could you repeat the core question or?
Why do you think the authoritarian systems, like in Hungary, so stable, so seems successful?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yes, it's a very interesting problem because on the one hand, as I mentioned before, the constitutional majority, the two-third majority, was required to maintain this overlapping state of exception situation. So this is also very exceptional that a governing party has a constant majority in the parliament. So on the one hand, this is a very, very important factor in terms of the Hungarian situation. But going beyond this problem, and it is also a core question in conjunction with the COVID-19 situation of the exceptional measuring of governance, that how the people, or the Hungarian people feel this situation. And unfortunately, the Orbán regime aimed that on some level, the people doesn't feel this situation. They do not feel that there is a constant overlapping state of exception situation. They are always frightened by the political communications and hate communications of the governing regime. And in some manner, they get used to this situation. So this is a very frustrating situation that on the one hand, the governing majority is very stable, but on the other hand, the people get used to this situation, and in some manner, this is a very perverse situation. They are waiting for the next chapter, they are waiting for the next enemy, and so on and so forth. So this is the much more important factor of this, some kind of success or something like that, that the governing majority was able to create this very, very sad situation, getting used to the state of exception, overlapping state of exception situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask a question to Sergio Barbaro. As you know, of course, Hans Jonas wrote this book on principal responsibility some 40 years ago, and he said we have a moral duty to protect the future generations against ecological destruction. However, today, the ecological crisis has accelerated into gigantic proportions compared to 40 years ago, and the danger of extinction is very real for the existing generations, particularly the young people. Yeah? So it's not so much a very theoretical, hypothetical issue of the right of the future generation. It's the right of the existing present young generations to be protected, to be saved from extinction. So I think this would require to rethink the problem issue the raised by Hans Jonas in different way, in a different way.
Sergio, dammi un secondo, facciamo l'ultimo e così voi potete concludere.
Io sono Henri, studente di Sofia in cultura dell'unità. Mi spiace perché ho dimenticato il nome del signore che ha parlato di economia umana, Isaac. Grazie. Sono molto contento di sapere che sia qualcuno che ha parlato di quella e che si chiama Mamadou Dia. Oggi il mondo ha un problema molto serio, quella del cambiamento climatico, e ci vuole una adattazione per fare vivere in pace, nelle buone condizioni, l'umanità, le persone dappertutto il mondo. Come le proposte, ci vuole oggi una fabbrica dei veicoli elettriche, l'energia neanche nucleare. Dopo la COP28 ho letto un articolo del presidente della Francia che ha detto che la Francia è dotata di una grande base nucleare e è pronto per distribuire questa. La mia domanda, quando ho fatto questa confrontazione sulla idea di Mamadou Dia e questo che stiamo vivendo oggi, perché Mamadou Dia ha fatto la lotta contro la decolonizzazione. Questa lotta ha superato o non ha fatto successo? Perché l'economia vuole dire altrimenti il sviluppo sulle infrastrutture, l'energia, l'industria. Oggi per i veicoli, la fabbrica dei veicoli elettrica ci vuole il cobalt, sapete voi più di me, perché io sono studente. come si fa la guerra tra le grandi potenze. Per parlare dell'energia neanche nucleare ci vuole l'uranio. Ma ci sono i paesi africani che hanno questi minerali, ma perché non arrivano a fabbricare? C'è un problema delle persone o del sistema? E questa è la mia domanda, finalmente. C'è un problema del sistema o delle persone? Grazie.
Allora, io sono perfettamente d'accordo, non è un problema solo delle generazioni future, è un problema delle generazioni anche esistenti. Di fatto, in realtà, il vero dilemma, secondo me, è che mancano non tanto i principi che ci sono, come Hans Jonas, le teorie di Hans Jonas sono rappresentate in maniera, secondo me, abbastanza pedissequa, abbastanza efficiente nel diritto col principio di precauzione. Il principio di precauzione è un principio di diritto internazionale consuetudinario che esiste dalla dichiarazione di Rio in poi, anche a livello di normativa europea. Il principio di precauzione esiste, è un principio che fa parte del nostro bagaglio giuridico, dello strumentario, ma non viene attuato. Perché se poi venisse attuato il principio di precauzione non staremmo a parlare ora di queste cose. E il problema appunto è sicuramente non tanto quello di scrivere altre leggi, ma di renderle veramente enforceable, cioè di renderle veramente attuate all'interno degli ordinamenti. E ripetevo, anche il concetto di diritto all'ambiente salubre è un concetto che nessuno mette in discussione, anche se non c'è ancora una legge che lo prevede. Però poi come lo attuiamo all'interno dell'ordinamento? Quindi lì bisogna trovare nuovi strumenti. Uno strumento potrebbe essere il riconoscimento dei beni comuni, dei commons all'interno delle varie realtà statali o anche all'interno delle varie realtà comunali, provinciali, regionali. Quindi i commons potrebbero essere espressione di questa attenzione per il bene comune, di questo approccio precauzionale alla gestione delle risorse. Quindi principi alti ne abbiamo tanti, principi elevati, ma bisogna dare attuazione. Il diritto tante volte manca proprio di questo, dell'enforcement, delle modalità di attuazione. Quindi bisogna lavorare perché le generazioni future abbiano anche questa possibilità di dare veramente attuazione ai principi e non di averli soltanto a livello di carte internazionali che rimangono lì, leggiamo nei tribunali o nelle università. Questo. Comunque sono d'accordo.
Isaac, do you want to make a short comment about the?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, in reply to Henri's question, I caught two questions. I think this is basically what I understood, but tell me if I'm wrong. The first one is, what really is what is the relevance of Mamadou Dia's recommendations or ideas today, given how different, the global economy is now to what it was in the early 1960s? Have we surpassed the point that Mamadou Dia was talking about, or we still sort of has nothing still been achieved? And the second one was, is a problem more to do with humans or more to do with a system?
Should be banned.
Have I understood rightly? Yeah. Well, my feeling about the first one is that, thinkers like Mamadou Dia, historical thinkers, they don't give us a full recipe book. They don't give us a series of steps that we follow to cook
We
up the
should
perfect
ban
cake to
private
get
jets.
the human development that we'd like to have in 2024. But they do give us some intellectual resources and some principles to think about how we might imagine that kind of development that we want. The obvious one, which is highlighted in the discourse of contemporary
What do
Senegalese
you say,
politicians,
Cynthia
is
Foss?
more real economic independence. But the more subtle one, the other things that I spoke about in terms of thinking about a development option which takes seriously the part of the economy in which the majority are employed, agriculture, which takes seriously people's other aspects of their flourishing, as well as just an increase in incomes. So I think it provides us resources in other ways, even if the economy is no longer the same as it was in 1960. The question of, is this a problem of humans or a system? I would adamantly say a system. And I think that Jar very much, provides a sophisticated account of that, the way that the system inherited from French colonialism was trapping Senegal in a difficult place, the nature of trade relations and so on. So systemically that needs to be transformed. It's not simply a question of human behavior.
Thank you very much. Thank you Isaac, Sergio, Attila. Grazie mille a tutti. Penso che abbiamo bisogno proprio di una piccola pausa di pranzo anche per mangiare. E niente, poi ci vediamo nel pomeriggio. Grazie, grazie veramente. Allora, molto velocemente, il pullman parte, cioè facciamo pranzo fra 15 minuti, quindi il pullman già sta aspettando per il primo giro e poi se no aspettiamo per il secondo. Ci vediamo a che ora? Alle 2:30 torniamo in sala. Grazie.
Welcome back. Now we are moving to the next set of presentations. The first speaker is Julia Blanc. Julia completed her PhD in Christian social ethics at the University in Munich. I don't know this LMU, you can say it. And she's currently completing a second PhD, okay, in sociology of sustainability at the University of Passau. Besides this, he holds the position as a research and teaching associate at the chair of theological ethics at the same university. Julia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation and that we can participate in here. So in a first step, I will just share our idea behind our presentations, because we have handed in a panel proposition, and so we all work in the field of theology and ecology. And within our presentation, we would like to so probably now you can hear me. So we all work in the field of the intersection of theology and ecology. And we will give different point of views to this field. Because until now, whenever we spoke about the church, it was about Pope Francis and Laudato Si, which is super important especially for our subject, for sure. But there's much, much more to discover in the whole field, and we would like to present this from three different angles, not angels. Yeah, three different angels. So the three different angles are the individual part, which is presented by me, then the active part of the church, which is presented by Jochen, and then the theological reflection, which could be behind and which should take place behind. Yeah, and now I will change and start with my presentation. Yep. No, it's not good like this, no, is it? How do I start the presentation? Great. Thank you. So here we go. My issue, as you can see, is eco-spiritual illiteracy as a challenge for Christian communities. So I will start with rather philosophical questions. How do we speak about things if we do not know the appropriate words? Can we see things that we do not have words for? Or is it possible to feel something and include it in our daily life without being able to name it? These rather philosophical questions lead us directly to the core of my research. My scientific passion and focus are the connection of ecology and Christian religiosity, namely Christian spirituality. Beneath the traditional idea of God as the creator and the world as human's playground, the connection of the two fields is something quite often left to the personal interest and individual motivation. Even today, after decades, you might think about Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, or if you want to go even further back in history, we can speak about centuries if we think about Hildegard from Bingen or St. Francis. Christian theological analysis of the interconnectedness of these fields is neither visible for the broad public nor the conditionally interested professionals. Both of them have not developed standards so far of how to speak about the religious value of nature, the holiness of the beneath us, or the spiritual impact of being within a world full of being. Following the path of greening of religions discourse in the field of religious studies, we might speak about Bron Taylor, as well as Mary Tucker and John Grimm, or Rosemary Radford Rather, as well as the more than 20 years ago declared potential of the Catholic Church for a smooth ecological transition, which is proposed beneath others from Gary Gardner, one would think that the Christian way of seeing and explaining the world should have reached a certain influence right now. This influence is the central focus of the research we have conducted between 2018 and 2021 in the SNF-financed research project based in the University of Basel. In order to gain a better understanding, 68 interviews were conducted in Germany and Switzerland. We focused on middle-scale cities within between 50 and 100,000 inhabitants. In order to be sure of an ecological basic tenor in the cities surveyed, we decided to conduct the study only in cities that had been awarded the European Energy Award in gold. This meant that we could be sure that all interviewees were at least passively living in an ecological conscious city and were therefore at least fundamentally familiar with the associated mindsets. 44 guideline interviews were with representatives of religious communities or umbrella organizations, including Catholic, Reformed, Evangelical Lutheran, Evangelical Free Church, other Christians, for example, all Catholics or Jehovah's Witnesses, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, and Hindu communities. In addition, we conducted 24 interviews with people involved in the environmental sector, for example, municipal employees, conservationists, climate activists, etc. The interviews provided an overview of what is happening in Germany and Switzerland in ecologically open-minded, medium-sized cities with regard to sustainable change. Due to their semi-structured conception, they give a path to the conversation and permit a certain comparability. Nevertheless, there is also space for individual associations, digressions, and highlights. This space is especially important when the treated issue becomes more personal, one might even say intimate. And this is nowadays, in our European context, undoubtedly the case for religious and even more spiritual matters. Especially members of classical, typical, standard congregations, like the Catholic Church, hesitate to share their feelings. All interviewees pointed out that the environment is an important area in their religion, and there are corresponding principles of faith. For example, theologies or guiding principles. Some emphasize that they also actively communicate these values to their followers, for example, in religious education or as part of religious celebrations. Public commitment to the environment was also mentioned, for example, through participation in rallies. You might have heard about Fridays for Future, statements in the media, or even active lobbying, as it was the case, for example, in Switzerland concerning the Corporate Responsibility Initiative. However, this commitment is driven less by local communities and more, if at all, by religious umbrella organizations or faith-based organizations. Christian organizations in particular are active in this area, but other religious traditions are also involved. For example, the WIOS, this is the Association of Islamic Organizations in Zurich, published an environmental brochure entitled Environmental Protection and Sustainability in Islam. In addition to these rather practical behavior adaptations, however, the question remains as to what is specific to Christian or Catholic communities. After all these ecologizations listed so far, or should be, ultimately valid for all actors in the public sphere. In other words, there is no reason why one part of society should not pursue them. And the big Christian churches, the Catholic and the Protestant Church in Germany, and the Catholic and the Reformed Church in Switzerland, still identify themselves as active parts of the society or as Volkskirchen. These interviews show that the research on the greening of religions, which originated mainly in North America, as you think of the researchers I presented right before, cannot be transferred to European circumstances without comment. The most central point of difference is that the American context, most people are either ecologists or Christians, especially Catholics. It is very rare to find people engaged in both. This is especially valid as the field of ecology became more and more left during the last decades, whereas Christian communities, and once more Catholic communities in particular, became more and more conservative and, politically speaking, right-wing. In Europe, on the other hand, especially in the here focused on Middle European German-speaking context, people from the peace movement, which was very closely linked to the ecological movement during the 80s, are still present, as well as in charity works or employed professionals in the pastoral context. In the remainder of my presentation, I would therefore like to focus on the more exclusive or typical aspects of churches, those in which the churches can, at least theoretically, be said to be particularly competent, the area of spiritual education. After all, this is also what most people link it to. Theological reflection in the ecological field might be, we should care for the creation because God made it, or if you want to, a more Franciscan or Hildegardian approach, I praise God via the creation. Other scientifically developed concepts cover an option for the poor and vulnerable, as we heard before, that includes the beneath us, or the concept of a contact made up between God and Noah after leaving the ark. For this very reason, a closer look is taken at the eco-spirituality of Christians in Germany and German-speaking countries. It turns out that its experience of holiness of nature are hardly interpreted by the interview partners with their learned religious patterns and integrated into the Christian concepts. Rather, there is a religious speechlessness in the faith-based communication of nature-related content. A local politician with a clearly Catholic background, his father was a priest before, and he is in a Christian party, presents his view of nature as follows. Well, I would say the most beautiful church and the most beautiful temple there is, that's nature, yes. It's the forest, it's the mountains. I lived in the Himalaya for a short time, a long time ago, yes, with my ex-wife. And anyone who has ever experienced this kind of landscape, yes, and it's magnificent, can only freeze, yes. And then you also feel, once you've it into perspective, when you stand in front of the Dialop, 8,000 meters high, then you somehow know how small you are. We could look to other examples as well. I might quote them later on. Within the 68 interviews we have conducted, there's only one interviewee who clearly names the struggle to integrate spirituality of creation into the concept his community follows. Well, let's start like this. I am a Christian because of Christ, and not because of the climate, cars, or diesel. And this foundation must exist. So whether someone is a Christian is not decided by secondary issues. So whether someone feels they belong to us, they have to have a basis on faith, and that doesn't include the issue of preserving creation. What is included is the belief in the triune God, who is the creator of the world. So in this respect, there is also a commitment to this creation that makes us responsible. This interview partner is not in the core of my focus as he is a representative of the evangelical church. He is nevertheless essential as he represents a quasi-perfect way the struggle that theological argumentation has to deal with in today in the course of self-assurance. All these interviews have in common that they try to put this feeling for nature into words that they don't have, and to explain and something they do somehow see, but they can't communicate. And this is why I would like to draw your attention in the final step to potential ways in which the ability to frame experience of nature beneath us is a theological and therefore Christian spiritual matter can be improved. So religious actors might focus on a more religious way of speaking when addressing environmental issues. The aim of their speech cannot, should not, and need not to be simply repeat natural scientific findings. Rather, the aim is to situate these generally known facts on a broader level and thus make a genuinely new contribution. Second, religious actors, especially those on a higher hierarchical level, who are responsible for publications such as communications of the bishops' conferences or the EKD Reformed Church, might pay attention to not only use those religious patterns as a decorative supplement in the introduction and the conclusion, but rather to align the entire publication with it. And third, these religious contents might also, but absolutely not exclusively, be addressed on the youth. In contrary, to this quite conscious generation, these issues must be addressed above all to those who, due to their cultural and life situation, for example, you might think in the German context of the Sinus milieus, have had few or hardly any points of contact to date. With relatively little effort, much more can be achieved here than with many of the young people who are already very interested in ecological issues. If you consider the fundamental change that goes hand in hand with the starting points listed above, it is probably more appropriate to speak of a cultural revolution than a simple improvement of Christian or Catholic teaching. The challenge is to include the beneath us in a much more general, much larger, and much more self-evident way in every single proclamation, be it an explicit ecological one or any other. Thank you.
Ach so.
Es ist schon auf dem Computer.
Ah, das wusste ich nicht.
No.
No.
Condivision.
The challenges.
So now we have Joachim Ostheimer. He studied Catholic theology, philosophy, and social work in Benedikt Boyer, Munich, and Berlin. Wow, you make it very hard for me. He works as professor for Christian social ethics at the University of Augsburg, where he heads a study program in environmental ethics.
Thank you and good afternoon, and I apologize for making it very difficult for you. Thank you for the introduction. The context of our considerations are the global environmental changes, which can be, as you all know, summarized under the term Anthropocene. The Christian gospel proclaims life in abundance, as in John 10. This very promise is threatened by these anthropocenic changes. Therefore, the active participation in the sustainable transformation of society is an integral part of Christian belief, as Julia has already shown, especially with the focus on individual spirituality and literacy. I will concentrate on the institutional level of the Catholic Church. In promoting social change, the Catholic Church can operate as a multi-layer actor. It's not only one single organization, but it's a community of believers with different spatial, social, thematic, and hierarchical levels. To illustrate this, I will present some best practice examples from the German-speaking countries, based on a study by Julia and me. In addition to all the important and useful practical improvements that these activities bring about, my considerations center at the end on the fact that they all touch on the worldview. This is of central importance for cultural change. It's not only an addition of several activities, but cultural change needs a change of mentality or of worldview. After all, the modern view of the world and humanity, which has enabled great progress in recent centuries, progress we all enjoy, nevertheless needs to be reoriented in the face of global change. As a background, I will first present a scheme for conceptualizing social cultural change. Perhaps you know it. It was elaborated by academics, by scholars Frank Geels and partners. As you can see here, social transformation is a process on 3 different levels. To be true, it's a process on several levels, but to put it in a scheme, it's just 3 levels. The central level is a so-called socio-technical regime. It encompasses socio-cultural practices, framing rules and institutions just like juridical and technical norms, cultural habits or role models or economic relationships, and also the material base that is the infrastructure, machines and so on. A socio-technical order is always embedded in a larger so-called socio-technical landscape that are the fundamental political, economic, and cultural patterns like democracy, rule of law, or the free market economy, or individualism. Social change usually begins not at the top, but at the technological or social cultural niches. These are protected spaces in which technical, cultural, and social innovations can arise. 3 factors are favorable for lasting change. First, external pressure, which opens up a window of opportunity. The current exceeding of the planetary boundaries creates such a situation. The natural pressure is transformed into social pressure, expressed not only by environmentalist groups, but also by directly affected economic actors like farmers or fishers, or even large food companies. This in turn engenders a change in mentality, which can be the basis for further transformation. A second factor are pioneers who try out new techniques, machines, or especially practices, ways of living, ways of seeing the world. A great transformation cannot be planned from the top down in a socio-technical manner. Instead, it must be test-driven by pioneers. It's a great amount of experiments, but not lab experiments, but real-life experimentations. It's the way to do business unusual. A third building block for success is a general public that is willing to accept the changes in everyday life. You could call it a medio-passive dynamic. It's a dynamic to allow that something happens, but you must be actively willing to accept it. This can be translated as public trust. The Catholic Church, as a community of interconnected agents of change, has several activities in particular niches which address the global change. They touch the social fields of action, working groups and networks, papal circulars like Laudato Si, programs, or even spirituality and spiritual shaped times, or the field of education. In other terms, these areas of engagement might be classified as ideological, organizational, or practical. To illustrate this, I will show you 4 examples. The first one, the emergence of an environmental engagement is largely a result of the existence of religious one-world groups, which have interacted with the general trend of global solidarity since the 1970s. In this context, the Diocese of Linz in Austria founded the first working group for environmental issues in 1991. 9 years later, there were environmental commissioners in all dioceses. They joined in forming a conference that especially sought ecumenical exchange with partner organizations. Protestant and Catholic organizations and dioceses in Germany work in a similar way. The environmental commissioners have an official position in the diocesan administration. They are advisors for the parishes and they network with non-church groups. Yet, despite their social significance and their widely recognized theological relevance, these positions are usually quite limited in their resources, their scope, and their ecological impact. At the Second European Ecological Assembly in Graz in Austria in 1997, the European Christian Environmental Network was founded as an umbrella organization. It coordinates the cooperation of ecclesial work in the ecological field on the European level. The example of the ECN gives a good insight in the multi-level approach. This European network is a niche, not in spatial or geographical terms, but because of its thematic and social limitations. Only environmental issues, only officially assigned persons. Furthermore, it's a good example of cooperation between several actors at different hierarchical levels in accordance with the principle of subsidiarity. ECN, as a spatially superordinate body, has a task of coordination, but should not and cannot replace or steer the work at the grassroots. A second example, Catholic dioceses and Protestant regional churches in Austria, Germany, and Luxembourg have been calling for car fasting for over 20 years. The practice of reducing individual motorized traffic during Lent allows for this traditional time of spiritual recollection and temporary change in habits to be reinterpreted in an ecological way. It receives support from several nature conservation and climate protection associations, traffic clubs, public traffic associations, municipal networks, and political actors. The initiative is open to and directed at society in general, in addition to church members. Spiritual practices like prayers, educational measures, and political appeals come as a plus. The Christian responsibility for creation and society provides a background and motivation for the project. In the meantime, this approach of ecologically conscious and socially committed car fasting has become more widespread, and church authorities in cooperation with environmental associations are calling for fasting for the climate or even plastic fasting. Yet at the same time, some official programs have been stopped due to financial reasons. The churches are major consumers and increasingly want to meet this demand in a sustainable way. In Germany, the procurement volume of parishes, administrations, caritative and educational institutions like hospitals, retirement homes, or kindergartens totals an amount in the high double-digit billion range each year. In order to ensure that procurement is sustainable and socially just, and also to provide planning security for suppliers, especially for regional suppliers, farmers, several regional Caritas and Diaconie associations and church communities in Germany joined forces in 2008 to form the initiative Buying for the Future. This enabled them to pool their market power and to sustain their relationship with the regional producers. At the same time, internal learning and development processes were initiated. This pilot project has now developed into a nationwide network that also radiates into neighboring countries. The initiative is motivated by the central Christian value of preservation of creation and justice, as well as by the concern for the credibility of the church as an actor in civil society. A last example. An important field of activities in the Catholic Church's engagement is education. It covers church-supported kindergartens and schools, religious education in state-run schools, informal education in youth groups, as well as the broad field of extracurricular adult education. For some years now, the number of courses with an ecological focus has been increasing significantly, and since 2015, strongly supported by the encyclical letter Laudato Si. Some, such as lectures and seminars, are cognitive in nature. Others, like spiritual hikes and mountain tours, appeal to experience. Others, like climate cooking courses, focus on practical skills for a sustainable lifestyle. Particularly successful is the program Living a Life Suitable for Our Grandchildren, in which people try out lifestyle changes in a playful way, especially the two generations of grandparents and their grandchildren. And their focus is to live with the future generations in mind. The name enkeltauglich leben, also to live suitable for our grandchildren, introduces the concepts of sustainability in an everyday understandable way and in a non-moralizing way. Similar to the car fasting project, church actors participate in a general social trend and incorporate it into their work. The courses meet with an increasing resonance, which in turn led to a stabilization and expansion of this offer and the creation of a larger network. The result was a perception, recognition, and further promotion at diocesan level. To summarize this, as these examples show, the Catholic Church supports sustainable development with many initiatives and in many places. Its potential to contribute to social change can be systematically summarized by the following 5 interrelated aspects, which can be also found in other religions. First, the Catholic Church combines its universality and globalism with the fact that it is rooted in localities. It's a community of local communities of believers. It has a community-building effect. Members seem not to be strangers to one another, even across continents. The Church can foster an attitude of international and intergenerational solidarity that is based on spiritual and emotional aspects, and can thus influence people's actions much more strongly than rational calculations could. It's not the faithful alone as individuals, but various ecclesial organizations like parishes, dioceses, or orders that can have an influence on sustainability, for instance, by sustainable procurement. The Church, as an agent of change, can rely on its multidimensional approach. It addresses the cognitive, the spiritual, the emotional, the social, and habitudinal dimensions, for instance, in services, prayers, narratives, or education. The Church, like any major religion, offers an all-encompassing worldview. It proposes sound attempts at understanding the meaning of life. It interrogates humanity's role in the era of the Anthropocene. I want to stress the last aspect, and in doing so address Laudato Si. The Anthropocene as a new epoch needs a new fitting worldview. Such an all-encompassing view, which assigns man a place in cosmos, cannot be outlined in a single sketch. It requires a broad development process in which new ideas are expressed and discussed. Religions are experts for worldviews and should therefore actively participate in this process. At the same time, they face the opportunity to accommodate their traditions. Pope Francis' letter Laudato Si is a good example for both. It was the first papal encyclical to address global ecological degradation as violence against non-human creatures and a social sin against the poor and future generations. It is insofar a pioneer work as it addresses new theme and tries out new patterns of thought with regard to the ecological. In doing so, it builds upon the manifold practices and practical movements, as well as the more theoretical debates on ecological issues that have been taking place for decades in the Church. A particular strength of the encyclical is the attitude to open up new horizons instead of prescribing positions. It provides a variety of impulses for developing individual behavior and social institutions. It links the individual and the collective dimension, the level of virtue and the level of structures. In order to connect with various actors and discourses, it must resonate with the people and be integrated in church structures and programs. While resonance is quite high, the reorganization of institutions, buildings, and ideas is just only beginning. I want to focus on the last aspect. From a Christian perspective, the world was created by God. While in earlier times, human self-understanding as steward may have been appropriate, global change calls now for a new model. This could be the vision of human and non-human creatures as siblings. It is proposed in Laudato Si and in St. Francis' Canticle of the Sun, but also in other ecological literature. In contrast to the well-established ethical notions of right or utility, fraternity or kinship has an emotional basis. It implies a fundamental equality, which allows for a wide range of diversity and even hierarchy. It combines rivalry with sympathy, and autonomy with solidarity, pride with humility and gratitude. This idea is just a sketch and needs a thoroughgoing elaboration, but the beginning is made. The vision of planetary fraternity could be a productive starting point for reorienting culture together. My colleague Ivo now will present how this change can be accompanied by a sound theological ethical theory. Thank you.
So yes, Ivo Frankenreiter will present the third pillar of this research. He studied Catholic theology and philosophy in Tübingen, Munich, and Paris. He completed his PhD in Christian social ethics at the Ludwig Maximilian University, I know now, in Munich, where he's also currently working as a research and teaching associate.
Behind this. Thanks. Hi. Thanks for the patience. Let me begin this third talk of our panel by picking up the threads of what we just heard. In the first talk, Julia shared their empirical insights into the problem of religious speechlessness of church actors with regard to their faith-based environmental action. This invoked the call to find new ways to speak about the environment as creation in order to strengthen those religious motivations. In the second talk, Jochen brought us up to the institutional level, where we see the church as multi-level change agents whose potential for a social ecological transformation seems nevertheless to be in parts a sleeping one. To change that, he emphasized the possible contribution for acknowledging creation as a world of siblings, thus bringing together institutional, spiritual, and relational aspects in a hopefully transformative synthesis. The question left open for my own talk, therefore, concerns the conceptual framework needed to bring those different aspects together without getting stuck in a mere mixture of moral appeals and well-meaning wishes. So, how can we deepen the theological reflection on such a religious worldview of planetary fraternity? And how can we do so, especially with regard to the encyclical Laudato Si, where a lot of those ideas are preconceived in the vision of ecological interconnectedness,
but somehow seem to remain unconnected among themselves. To draw out a response to these questions, my thesis is that process ontology, in the tradition of Whitehead, proposes a promising framework, namely a form of thinking the world as A, essentially connected, and B, in all its actual parts, intrinsically valuable. To explore this further, I will proceed in 4 steps. The first will be a brief sketch of Whitehead's philosophy, just enough to be working with it later on. The second step will move towards the encyclical Laudato Si and highlight 3 conceptual challenges I see within the normative claims made in the encyclical. To gain more background for resolving them, the third step will take a look at the core intuitions of thinking in polarities, which Massimo Borghese established in the spiritual and philosophical background of Pope Francis himself. The final step, then, will be to show how process ontology provides a conceptual framework which consistently and coherently backs up the values within the normative tensions in Laudato Si. Since I don't know how familiar all of you are with Whitehead's philosophy, or I assume that most of you are not, and since the main focus of this talk lies on Laudato Si, I will restrict my introduction to some core ideas which come together in the following quote. The final facts are, all alike, actual entities, and these actual entities are drops of experience, complex and interdependent, from his main work, Process and Reality. The first part of the quote shows that Whitehead proposes a scheme of philosophical atomism. There are final facts of existence. There is no infinite regress which would undermine any endeavor to rationally speak about ontology. These are what Whitehead calls actual entities. So far, he is quite in line with a lot of traditional Western metaphysics. The specialty comes in the second part of the quote. Those actual entities are conceived as drops of experience, no isolated, constant, self-identical substance, but drop-like events of experience. Something, the actual entity, experiences something else, namely other past actual entities. And since there would be no experience without that, which is being experienced, those drops are interdependent and complex. The scheme Whitehead develops from there on is thus a fundamentally relational ontology. Each actual entity is internally related to what is experienced. It would just not be the same actual entity if the experience were different. So relation can no longer be seen as a merely secondary category. The second implication in the quote above is the process notion of intrinsic values. Each actual entity experiences the realization of a so far unrealized possibility. The event of realizing this possibility as a drop of experience is the event of this actual entity. Since such an event is in itself a process with a beginning, a certain duration, and an end after which its own present becomes the past of future events, Whitehead calls this realization the satisfaction of its own becoming. What I hope becomes clear even in this short glimpse into Whitehead's philosophy is that it provides an ontological scheme where everything is indeed and even internally connected, and where at the same time we gain an ontologically grounded notion of the intrinsic value each related actual entity has for and in itself. With those ideas in mind, we can move forward to the encyclical Laudato Si. Other than with Whitehead, I'm quite confident that most of you will be familiar with Pope Francis's 2015 encyclical. Also, I'm sure that at least most of you already share my own appreciation for this achievement towards a Christian environmental and social ethics of creation. So when I'm about to focus only on what I call conceptual challenges in the following minutes, I'll have to ask you not to understand this as some sort of overcritical rejection of the encyclical itself. Rather, this is my own attempt to undergird its positions by strengthening the philosophical and theological framework that can be applied for the conceptual contents of its arguments. My core question in this regard is whether Laudato Si is threatened to undermine its own positions by putting forward a juxtaposition of normative claims which may seem incoherent or even contradictory to each other. This is indeed a criticism I myself have been confronted with while defending the encyclical, so I think there is merit in taking these challenges seriously. To gain a concrete idea of what we are talking about, I want to point out 3 such pairs of normative claims in questionable compatibility. The first, again and again, the encyclical emphasizes that all creatures have value in themselves, not only humans. Yet, at the same time, it upholds the special position of humans as the image of God, without an explanation for how this special value of humans translates in relation to the general or common value of all creatures. The second, with regard to our human behavior towards other creatures, the encyclical claims that we have to respect them for their own intrinsic value, as opposed to seeing them only for the instrumental value they might have for our own interests. While this appears to be a necessary implication of the value they have in themselves, a value being something that matters and thus has to be respected, it also seems to be somewhat at odds with the claim that we should respect other creatures essentially because God loves them. If the second part is stressed, we have to pay our due respect to God and, mediated by that, respect what he loves. While there is hardly anything to be said against that within a Christian perspective, it does render the intrinsic value of all creatures somewhat unnecessary or even redundant with regard to environmental ethics. And the third one, to encompass these different claims, Laudato Si introduces integral ecology as its new framework, in descriptive terms, listening to contemporary science, as well as in normative terms. On the one hand, this appears to be a replacement of human ecology, which has been the programmatic term at the top since the encyclical Centesimus Annus by Pope John Paul II. On the other hand, though, human ecology is still present in Laudato Si, provoking the question whether we are just given a new name for the old anthropocentric ideas. When we try to understand how these diverging claims can come together, a good starting point is to try to understand Pope Francis himself in putting them forward. For quite some time, this has been rather difficult, at least within the theological discourse in Germany, since, apart from some connections to Romano Guardini, it just seemed like there wasn't a lot to understand at all. This has changed drastically thanks to the work of Massimo Borghese and his intellectual biography, The Mind of Pope Francis. Therefore, it provides an invaluable stepping stone for the journey of my talk here. Without getting into too much detail, we can focus on the basic method of philosophical and theological thinking which Borghese carves out as shaping all of Pope Francis's, or in that time rather Bergoglio's, intellectual work. The roots of this are seen in Ignatian spirituality, as well as in the philosophical teachers during Bergoglio's studies in philosophy, namely Amelia Podetti and Alberto Methol-Ferré, thus going way further back than Bergoglio's contact with Guardini. Following Borghese, the core of Bergoglio's thinking can be characterized as a thinking in polar tensions, withstanding the seemingly clear and simple solution of resolving the tension to one of its poles. How deep this tradition goes can be seen in the following quote. Non coerci a maximo, conteneri tamen a minimo divinum est. Not to be confined by the greatest, yet to be contained within the smallest is divine. There's a good chance that you already came across this. It is said to have been featured on the epitaph of St. Ignatius. However, Pope Francis names Thomas Aquinas as one source, and the line probably goes further back into patristic territory. However, what it did for Bergoglio and what it can do for us here is to, so to say, open up Hegelian dialectics from within Jesuit spirituality. Upholding the tension without simply coining one of its poles as good and the other as bad. This way, the abstract tension can become a tool to work on the challenges of life where unambiguousness in the concrete is hardly ever to be achieved. For Bergoglio, this led to the development of his 4 principles, which emerged during his time in Buenos Aires and later on found their way into the Apostolic Exhortation Evangelii Gaudium and also already into this very conference. Time is greater than space, unity prevails over conflict, reality is more important than ideas, the whole is greater than the part. The decisive idea in each of those principles is that the tension is not to be dissolved between the two sides, with one side as the good side, but that the potential good to be achieved while engaging oneself with the challenges of life lies in upholding the inherent tension of both sides, it is this polarity, without either being dissolved to one side as the clear solution or being merely leveled to indifference, which contains the transformative impulse to be gained out of our abstract thinking with Bergoglio. Why do we need to take a step further from here? While this exercise in polar thinking may sound intriguing and maybe teaches how we must not understand the competing claims within Laudato Si, it doesn't do as much for spelling out the positive side of the argument. So there is a risk for the encyclical to be convincing for all those who let themselves be convinced by the charisma of the Pope, but to remain rather cryptic or at least associative for others. This is where I think reconstructing its claims within the process ontological framework can provide a valuable tool for translating the encyclical and making it more accessible for a wider philosophical discourse. To show you what I mean, we will use the remainder of the time for an exemplary reconstruction of the three pairs of normative claims from above. The first: every actual entity experiences the value of realizing its own possibility. Since these possibilities vary in complexity, so does the intensity of the corresponding experience, and with it, the value of this experience. So process ontology not only offers an ontological foundation for the notion of intrinsic value, but at the same time shows how these values are gradually differentiated, giving an explanation for the higher complexity and intensity of human experience. The second: in process terms, it is indeed the intrinsic value of all actual entities which quite literally matters. But since it is this value which provides the data for new experiences in future actual entities, the intrinsic value is directly linked to its extrinsic value for other experiences. And since God lovingly experiences all actual entities, we as humans on the one hand have to respect the intrinsic value, and on the other hand cannot respect God without being referred to what it is that forms the data of God's experience, namely the actual entities. And finally, the third one: we see Laudato Si indeed moves away from any normative anthropocentrism, which conceived humans as the only inherently valuable parts of creation, for whom the rest of creation merely forms the stage and storehouse of useful matter. Human ecology, as describing and assessing the systemic relations of humans or human societies to their non-human environment, however, continues to play a vital role for everything we try to do in the field of environmental ethics. But, and that is the systematic benefit in moving towards integral ecology, human ecology marks no isolated field of relevance within an otherwise empty world. But for an adequate assessment, it has to be relativized from a more encompassing point of view as a safeguard against the morally as well as conceptually short-sighted trap of setting human interests as the final goals against which everything else has to be measured. So what I hope to have shown in this talk is that Whitehead's philosophy offers the conceptual tools to not only morally agree with those claims by the encyclical, but also rationally defend them within the broader ethical discourse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia, Jochen, Ivo. Now we can have a discussion, questions, answers, comments. Who wants to take the floor first? Yes, Michael.
Well, I found all of your presentations extremely interesting. Now, let me make a few comments and ask a question. I found very interesting this Hegelian dialectics in Laudato Si, Evangelium Gaudium and Laudato Si. And I would say Marxists agree at least with 3 of the 4 points. Marxists agree that time is more important than space, that realities are more important than ideas, this we call historical materialism, and the whole is greater than the parts. Georg Lukács in History and Class Consciousness explained that the dialectical category of totality is the most important principle of Marxism. Huh? The only point where Marxists disagree is conflict and unity. Yeah, means Marxists believe that conflict is as important as unity, and both are inseparable. Yeah. Now, this leads me to two questions, mainly to the other Julia and the other Jochen. First, would you define, how would you define the change in the approach of the church concretely in Germany, because you live in Germany, after Laudato Si? Has the church appropriated the ideas of Laudato Si? Has it made it part of its mission to transmit the ideas of Laudato Si, etc.? I would like to have a more concrete idea of this. And the other point is conflict, precisely. Yeah, because in Laudato Si, even if the Pope says that unity is more important, conflict is present. Yeah? In the way the Pope presents the forces that are an obstacle to the ecological, so for the process of integral ecology. Yeah? There are obstacles which are the economic interests, the financial system, etc., etc. These all powerful forces are preventing and postponing and rejecting all proposals for a ecological change. Yeah. So here is conflict, and I think it is important to emphasize this moment in Laudato Si. And coming back to Germany, we know that there is conflict around ecological issues in Germany. And the most important, in my view, today is because Germany government and the economic powers decided to return to lignitus coal, which is the worst form of fossil energy in the world, the most dirty. So the German government decided the only way to solve the problems of energy in Germany is to return to coal mining. And there is a strong opposition by the young people of the ecological movement to this. And there have been fights and confrontations, and the police has been very harsh on the youth. And I would like to know what's the position of the church in England, of sections of the church, or if there is a discussion on this inside of the German church, etc. Thank you very much.
Can we take one more and then I give you the floor?
Thank you. I have a question for a long time now, because this sort of Relativierung, of the place and also of the value of humans compared to the rest of creation, which is happening now with the ecological thinking, brings to me also on a sociological level, just observing what is happening today in society, a sort of shortcut that you don't even can dare to confirm the role of humans above other parts of creations. So human is sort of has the same value as an amoeba or the smallest insect of the world. So it's something very intriguing for me, because I don't really know what kind of steps also should be on the intellectual level to help this development, which is on the one side right, but on the other side very digressing somehow. It takes one apart. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I will take two more. Is it okay for you?
What? Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a comment. I think it's more a comment to Jochen concerning your sentence, the church as agent for change. And maybe we have to ask also under which condition is the church the agent of change? I will explain what I mean. In the General Assembly of the Economic World Council of the Church in Vancouver, 1983, was decided as a consular process for peace, social justice, and protection of the creation. And this process had a lot of also, especially in the German-speaking countries, a big also political influence, and later came to the creation of the political party of the Greens. Also under specific conditions, was it possible to find ways to develop a big movement also connected with the peace movement in these days, also especially the church congresses in Germany, was the very expression of such kind of consular process. In the same time, the Catholic Church was more silent to all this question. And my question to you is, under which condition? And why was it not possible to bring such ecumenic process also with the same importance in this time? Also I completely agree with you developing and explaining the Catholic Church as the agent of change. But under which condition is it possible?
Okay, thank you very much for the presentations. I appreciated a lot this tentative of, especially the last, the more theoretical tentative of reading these contradictions in order to see through the idea of creation. No? I think creation, or theology of creation, was at the core of the three presentations. And I was wondering whether or why the ideas or the theology of creation was not explicited better. What do you understand for creation? Because that should, I mean, problematizing this means opening new possibilities of facing the ways social transformations can be activated love, creation for love, means God itself is relation. No? Well, a Trinitarian lecture of theology of creation might also open new possibilities of solving this contradiction between, for example, the second contradiction you underlined, Ivo, sorry, I forgot the name, between loving entities for themselves, for its own value, and loving them because God loves them. So it's like one looks to be like more related love, so not a genuine love. And this kind of dependence can be solved in a different way if we look it through a theology of love in a Trinitarian way. And secondly, the lack of a theologia crucis. I mean, a Christology, a strong Christology of suffering, of maybe conflict itself, no, to solve contradictions. And that means also, a look from beneath, but it's God beneath the creation, and not like a creator that It's like a more dictator of creation, no? And labs creation with the dictatorship lab. So it's not a, it's a comment. It's do you think this, or because they were not underlined, I think you, of course, you all consider, but since you didn't develop the idea of creation, which lines would you, follow in this case?
Thank you. I'll start with the last question and then go to the second question, I think was yours, and then I'll hand over to those two. So I think what you indicated in the end is basically the direction in which my response would go. So the goal of my talk here was twofold. I wanted to focus on specifically the value claims, the claims that every creature has inherent value in Laudato Si, and see how they can conceptually be defended. And so questions like a creation theology and Trinitarian creation theology, and also the theology of the cross, have other focuses, they said. I do think there can be a framework in which also those value claims can be reformalized and that can be used to elaborate on them. But since the other part of my goal is to open the encyclical for a more broader and not only in a Christian discourse, I think there are certain aspects within creation theology that can be used for this. Basically, I do think that especially process philosophy offers a lot in regard to seeing creation as an open process and not just something that spells out what has been there all the time and all that. And so for a framework that is not limited to those already convinced by Christian ideas, my thought is that things like the theology of the cross do have more prerequisites you need to explain in order to get people to understand that. And so obviously not exclusively offering process philosophy as a tool here is my, well, essay to offer one tool that is able to combine other discourses with another. So I'd not see it as exclusive, but just, yeah, other directions for the talk I've given here. Yeah. Of course, but the question is, how do you explain what you mean by humans as co-creators? And for me, this basically comes down to ontological notions that you need in order to explain things like what does creating mean, who creates what, and how is this possible. I do think that the process framework offers quite a good explanation for what co-creator means. And of course, there are other possible frameworks. Basically, I think you can use every theoretical framework to explain everything. That's kind of the how theory and singular thesis work together. And with values, and the same with things like co-creator, in my experience, the terms alone do not do much for those who are not already convinced by them. And so this is why I don't only want to work with them, but try to offer different frameworks in order to have a more broader discourse. To the second question, I think the encyclical shares kind of the same problem in trying not to just level down humans on this common value of every creature, but instead holding up the special position as image of God. And it just, yeah, my impression is also that in the whole discourse on environmental ethics, it's an open question of how those things can come together. I think there are two main perspectives on how to bridge this. One is to just take something like the notion of dignity and try to spread that on all creatures, at least all living creatures. But then you come into that exact problem. And so this is why I think the process ontology with this graduated notion of intrinsic value and an ontological explanation for why it is graduated and why this is not in itself something that is said at the cost of all the other creatures, offers at least a pretty good explanation for me as to why A, everything has this value, and why B, this does not mean that everything has just the same value without any difference.
As Luisa was very, very strict about the timing, and we have already kind of a little bit above, I will be very short and not answer special questions. I would just like to highlight one point, which was in more questions issued, I'd say. The point that what is the role of the Catholic Church? Why don't we hear much more about it? What did Laudato Si change finally? And first of all, I want to say that I'm absolutely okay with what you say, because finally we hear really not enough about what is happening from the Catholic side. Nevertheless, I think, as Jochen showed in his explanation and what we have worked about during the last years, there are many, many things going on, and there's really a problem of communication. So I think one of the big problems is that the Catholic Church is missing a very big point of communication and showing the good things, if you want to say like this, it is doing. And this is also the point with the effect of Laudato Si. It's the problem of the Catholic Church that it's an international, worldwide actor. And you cannot make the same progresses in the same paths everywhere. So, for example, in this environmental sector, I think the German church was quite ahead, as we have also shown with these environmental responsibles from like since 30 years ago. And this is an example which was taken up over Europe before Laudato Si, and which came after Laudato Si to the US and to the Philippines, for example. And I think this is where you see the impact. It's not that visible on a certain point. In Germany, it's reassurance for the German actors in these fields, for sure, but it's not something new, but it's something new in many other parts of the Catholic world. And this is probably also the problem of the Catholic Church, that it's more progressive in different places on different issues, and it has to be kept together also by the Pope.
And to add perhaps another point, it's a self-understanding as church. If there's only one church, and this can only be the Catholic Church, or whether there are different subsistences of churches. Perhaps you know about the discussions in the last decades. So when there is only one, it's not possible to cooperate with other non-existing non-churches, you see. But your example, Cornelia, was actually a good answer on your question. Michael, you asked what was before Laudato Si. There was, for instance, this ecumenical process or this conciliar process of peace, justice, and integrity of creation, which had also a European branch with 3 major meetings. And the second one was in Graz in 1997. The third one was in Romania, in Sibiu, long before Laudato Si. So Laudato Si, as official encyclical, needed a fundament or different fundaments. And those fundaments were those movements, for example. There were in Germany, only to speak about Germany, there were single parishes who had an ecological consciousness. For instance, they tried to hold the parish festivals in an ecological way. So no plastic, only regional food, just to give an image. It was a very small initiatives. Or there are monasteries, ecological eco-monasteries, like the monastery in the Abbey of Plankstetten. They want to produce their own energy in a renewable way. They, as many, especially since 40 years, especially Benedict monasteries, they have huge Ländereien, huge fields, property, agricultural properties. They try to farm in an ecological manner. And that's a point about, and after Laudato Si, all these initiatives got, as you said already, got an official papal backup. And that was very important. So it was no longer possible to say that this is only local engagement or something before the actual point of Christianity. But the Pope showed that this is a center of Christian belief. That was a change in mentality, what was very important. And now the conflicts.
We have no time for conflict.
Okay, conflict, no conflict anymore. We are peaceful in harmony. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Sì, purtroppo siamo andati veramente un po' oltre il programma, quindi adesso purtroppo dobbiamo fare una pausa per i traduttori, quindi anche per loro, forse un po' di più per i traduttori, sì. Allora facciamo una pausa di massimo 15 minuti, vi preghiamo veramente di essere puntuali ritornando in sala per riprendere. Grazie mille.
Steiner?
Nicht meine
Piacerebbe invitare a Vincenzo Colaprice. Per favore, lo invito sul palco. Allora, he's a PhD student in Digital Humanities at the University of Bari, Aldo Moro, please. Developing a digital atlas of Italia rural village to analyze the cultural and natural heritage, accessibility, and historical changes. He collaborates with organizations dedicated to preserving the memory of anti-fascism and resistance of movements in Italy. And the title is Genesi e sviluppo di una cultura della pace, storia del movimento contro la militarizzazione dell'Alta Murgia.
Okay. So thank you and good evening, everyone. Actually, I'm going to speak in Italian, so it was just for a short introduction. As was said before, I'm a PhD student in digital humanities, even if I'm basically an historian. I have a background in contemporary history. And I also would like to thank you for this buffet before this panel, because it was one of the best buffet before giving a speech, actually. Okay. And I'm noticing now that the font changed in my slides, so I hope will not be changes in the slides, but we will try to make everything good. Ok. Bene. La ricerca che presento oggi riguarda fondamentalmente lo sviluppo di una cultura della pace all'interno di un territorio pugliese, che è quello dell'Alta Murgia, che è fondamentalmente un territorio che si estende, siamo nel sud Italia, regione Puglia, pochi chilometri tra Bari e Matera, ed è un territorio che appunto si estende tra le province di Barletta, Andria Trani e la provincia di Bari. È un territorio che vanta 130 milioni di anni, se partiamo addirittura dalle ere geologiche, ma è soprattutto un paesaggio che è stato modellato da fenomeni carsici, creando fratture, lame, voragini, depressioni, e che ha soprattutto nella pietra il proprio elemento naturale. Una delle attrazioni più note è Castel del Monte, ma anche appunto i muretti a secco e le lame, come vediamo sullo sfondo, ed è una delle zone pugliesi meno antropizzate, cosa che favorisce la preservazione di numerose specie animali, tra le quali essere l'unica area italiana sede di una specie nidificante protetta, che è il falco grillaio. Ma al di là di questo contesto, il tema che appunto ci interessa oggi è comprendere come i cambiamenti che sono intercorsi nel corso dei decenni hanno favorito sia un dibattito pubblico sulla funzionalizzazione di quello che poi è diventato un parco nazionale, quindi un'area protetta, ma anche lo sviluppo di una cultura della pace. Questa storia nasce in realtà nel 1952, quando la casa editrice La Terza dà alle stampe il volume Un popolo di formiche, una raccolta di lettere scambiate tra l'intellettuale pugliese Tommaso Fiore e l'antifascista torinese Piero Gobetti tra il 1925 e il 1926. All'interno di queste pagine troviamo una delle prime narrazioni letterarie del paesaggio rurale della Puglia, e in particolare dell'Alta Murgia. L'Alta Murgia viene infatti definita da Tommaso Fiore come un'area non letteraria, non retorica, del tutto ignorata, desolata, tetra, respingente, disperata dappertutto, per calcolo e per viltà trascurata. E sebbene Fiore nelle sue pagine offre tutta la drammaticità e la fatica della vita contadina dei lavoratori pugliesi in quest'area, definita appunto il popolo di formiche che lentamente hanno modellato e costruito questo spazio, in realtà questa narrazione contribuisce appunto a sviluppare questo concetto dell'Alta Murgia come spazio vuoto, un'area appunto scarsamente antropizzata che congiunge Puglia e Basilicata. È un'area scarsamente antropizzata, però con grande disponibilità di terre, ed è per questo che nel corso degli anni 50 è un'area attraversata dalle lotte contadine che si battono appunto a favore della realizzazione della riforma agraria che arriverà negli anni 50 e che in realtà fallirà il suo scopo sia di rompere il tentativo, fallirà non solo il tentativo di rompere l'isolamento delle Murge, ma anche di ribaltare le diseguaglianze sociali legate al sistema di proprietà fondiarie. Il fronte di lotta, infatti, era stato frammentato da una divisione delle terre che in realtà non aveva alcun sostegno da parte delle comunità locali, dei braccianti, poiché puntava a creare case coloniche, come quelle che vediamo in foto oggi abbandonate, e villaggi rurali, nonostante la tradizionale abitudine delle comunità agricole locali a risiedere nei nuclei urbani di origine, quindi a non spostarsi al di fuori dei nuclei urbani. E nel 1955 divenne ormai chiaro che il progetto di riforma agraria in questa zona era palesemente fallito, soprattutto a causa dell'assenza di servizi e infrastrutture. Negli anni successivi arriverà la Cassa del Mezzogiorno nel Sud Italia con un nuovo piano di investimenti e finanziamenti in cui si prova a trasformare la Puglia da regione agricola in regione industriale. Nascono i grandi poli industriali di Bari, Brindisi, Taranto, è stata citata questa mattina, e tra queste quindi anche l'Alta Murgia si pone come questione, ovvero cosa farne. Lasciarla ad un processo di marginalizzazione come territorio e quindi all'abbandono dei manufatti e degli edifici che caratterizzavano il sistema agrario murgiano, segnato dalla presenza delle masserie. L'episodio, ovviamente il contesto che cambia questo scenario di degradazione, è rappresentato dalla guerra fredda. L'Alta Murgia infatti diventa uno degli scenari in cui il governo di Amintore Fanfani nel 1958 decide di installare i missili Jupiter rivolti contro l'Unione Sovietica. E a partire dal settembre del 1958 viene infatti avviata la costruzione di 10 basi missilistiche tra Puglia e Basilicata, coordinate dall'aeroporto e base NATO di Gioia del Colle. 4 basi militari nei pressi di Altamura, Gravina in Puglia e Spinazzola. Le basi sono dotate di missili a testata nucleare, visibili dalle masse contadine che frequentano il luogo, anche se all'opinione pubblica non viene dichiarata l'utilità di queste basi. I missili fondamentalmente rimangono in quest'area fino allo scoppio della crisi di Cuba del 1962, quando poi gli accordi risolutivi impongono appunto il ritiro dei missili Jupiter della NATO, sia dalla Turchia che dall'Italia, e quindi anche dall'Alta Murgia, dove tuttora comunque restano, come si vede in questa foto satellitare, i perimetri delle 10 basi missilistiche. Questo epilogo però non fu privo di strascichi, perché chiaramente la crisi di Cuba e lo smantellamento di queste basi rende noto al pubblico la presenza delle stesse, suscita un'opposizione popolare e anche lo svolgimento di una marcia della pace svoltasi ad Altamura il 13 gennaio 1963, sostenuta da un appello di intellettuali promosso proprio dal Tommaso Fiore, di cui abbiamo parlato all'inizio, e di altre figure del pacifismo italiano, Aldo Capitini, Alberto Moravia, Salvatore Quasimodo, ma anche firme internazionali come Herbert Marcuse e Bertrand Russell. Per la prima volta quindi si assiste a questa opposizione, ma anche un tentativo di funzionalizzare questo spazio vuoto in senso militare e quindi l'idea di un'Alta Murgia come area di risulta. E non è un caso che questa idea persisterà fino agli anni '80, tanto che un senatore della Repubblica in una commissione andrà a dichiarare che l'Alta Murgia sarebbe stata sprecata soltanto per goderne il fascino naturale e pertanto avrebbe dovuto essere utile alla provincia di Bari e alla Puglia come zona di lavoro e come zona da destinare per ripulire le città. l'Alta Murgia si sarebbe potuta sporcare in virtù delle sue dimensioni e delle sue capacità di assorbire gli scarti dei centri urbani e della produzione industriale. E proprio in questo decennio si assiste allo stravolgimento più visibile del territorio murgiano, segnato da politiche di rimboschimento inappropriate, dall'impatto drammatico delle azioni di spietramento. Una pratica che cambia per sempre il volto dell'altopiano in nome della doppia finalità di valorizzare le terre in ottica produttiva e accedere a cospicui finanziamenti pubblici. Tuttavia, il cuore di questo stravolgimento è di là da venire e si muove in realtà sui cingoli dei mezzi blindati che a partire dagli anni 70 iniziano ad invadere il territorio murgiano. Quello che si era già palesato con l'avvio della guerra fredda si tramuta in realtà con la presenza della base aerea appunto di Gioia del Colle a ridosso del spazio vuoto da un punto di vista militare. Nel 1980 le autorità militari chiedono alla regione Puglia un promemoria, inviano un promemoria, nel quale richiedono la disponibilità certa e stabile di un poligono militare tra i 4.000 e i 4.500 ettari, che va ad aggiungersi ad altre aree situate nell'Alta Murgia, già a disposizione dei militari, a partire dalla polveriera collocata nei pressi di Poggiorsini, che è tuttora una delle più grandi esistenti in Europa. Questa richiesta non cade nel vuoto e porta alla definizione di un'area di 14.000 ettari, quindi molto superiore rispetto a quella richiesta, destinata alla realizzazione di poligoni militari permanenti in località Torre di Nebbia, Parisi Vecchio, Madonna di Boncammino, così come le vediamo sulla mappa. La destinazione militare dell'Alta Murgia non manca di suscitare proteste che partono dagli agricoltori e dagli allevatori della zona, espropriati mediamente per 180 giorni l'anno dei propri terreni per via delle esercitazioni e delle attività militari. Nasce un movimento di opposizione alla presenza dei poligoni militari che coinvolge le forze della sinistra radicale fino ad interlocutori che fino ad allora erano ritenuti estranei nelle mobilitazioni per la pace. L'esempio viene dalle mobilitazioni che a partire dall'agosto del 1983 si registrano in Sicilia, a Comiso, contro la presenza dei 112 missili Tomahawk deliberata dal governo Spadolini. La lotta di Comiso fa scuola e incoraggia i comuni murgiani principalmente esposti da questo rischio, ovvero Altamura, Gravina in Puglia e Ruvo di Puglia, a creare un vero e proprio movimento. Questo movimento, che parte appunto da appelli a lavoratori e braccianti, come vediamo nel manifesto, delinea fondamentalmente 3 punti strategici. Il primo, portare i consigli comunali e i partiti principali ad assumere posizioni di contrarietà pubblica partendo dalle amministrazioni comunali guidate dai partiti della sinistra. 2, coinvolgere allevatori e agricoltori nella lotta contro i poligoni, rendendo evidenti i limiti e i danni che i poligoni avrebbero inferto al settore economico e produttivo. 3, sviluppare alleanze e interlocuzioni con settori tradizionalmente meno coinvolti nelle lotte pacifiste ma aperte alle istanze locali. Da questo punto di vista, il terzo punto si concretizza nel riferimento che diventa il mondo cattolico nella figura del vescovo della diocesi di Ruvo, Giovinazzo, Molfetta e Terlizzi, che è Antonio Bello, Don Tonino Bello, presidente di Pax Christi. La figura di Monsignor Bello diventa fondamentale in termini di maggiore visibilità e superamento dei confini dell'area politica della sinistra. I tempi quindi sono maturi e grazie anche alla presenza della Chiesa e delle chiese evangeliche del territorio, nel dicembre 1985 si svolge una seconda marcia per la pace contro i poligoni militari da Gravina ad Altamura. L'impressione destata da questa manifestazione apre il dibattito pubblico e vede un intervento del vescovo Don Tonino Bello, che nel 1986 invia al Consiglio regionale una lettera sottoscritta da 10.000 cittadini e sostenuta dai comitati per l'Alta Murgia, i CAM, il cui testo, intitolato Perché non si rovesci il sogno di Isaia, segna una presa di posizione forte contro i poligoni e le spese militari. Ok, qui c'è una sovrapposizione. Ma è importante segnalare un passaggio di questo testo di Monsignor Bello, in cui dice: incombe su di noi la dissolvenza in negativo del testo di Isaia che dice: Forgeranno le loro spade in vomeri, le loro lance in falci e non si eserciteranno più nell'arte della guerra. D'ora in avanti diventerà davvero difficile tradurre in atto questo passo profetico sul nostro suolo pugliese, che una controvocazione perversa destina a palestra per le esercitazioni nell'arte della guerra. Ci sovrasta infatti l'ombra di un minaccioso anti-Isaia, dove sono i vomeri a trasformarsi in spade e le falci in lance. Nelle lance degli aerei Tornado a Gioia del Colle, nelle spade della prima portaerei d'Italia, la Garibaldi, che si specchierà nell'ingrandito porto di Taranto, nelle fionde dei caccia d'attacco AMX a Brindisi, ma saranno specialmente gli aratri distrutti sugli oltre 10.000 ettari di terreno della Murgia a non produrre più credito né per il sogno di Isaia né per i bilanci della nostra già avara economia. La mobilitazione lanciata da questo appello continua fino a una seconda marcia per la pace tra Gravina e Altamura, che ha luogo il 19 dicembre 1987 con la partecipazione di oltre 6.000 persone. E il movimento ottiene il congelamento della delibera del Consiglio regionale sulle servitù militari, sebbene questa non venga abrogata. A questa prima vittoria però seguono successive lotte e anche contrapposizioni. Nel 1989 viene costruito un bunker all'interno della polveriera di Poggiorsini destinato ad ospitare scorie radioattive. Negli anni 90 scoppiano le guerre nei Balcani e la Puglia è al centro dello scenario militare, tanto che Monsignor Bello definisce la Puglia come arco minaccioso proteso nel Mediterraneo. A partire dal 1990 si intensificano gli sforzi istituzionali per giungere all'obiettivo finale, ovvero la creazione di un parco nazionale che potesse liberare la Murgia dai poligoni. Viene approvata nel dicembre del 90 una legge quadro sulle aree protette, l'Alta Murgia viene individuata quale area di grande pregio ambientale, ma tuttavia il parco non verrà realizzato prima di nuove marce per la pace. Abbiamo visto appunto quella del 1987, segue quella poi del 2004 e del 2005, che conduce finalmente il 1° luglio del 2004 al decreto istitutivo per la creazione del Parco Nazionale dell'Alta Murgia. Tuttavia, nonostante il conseguimento di questo obiettivo, i poligoni e le servitù militari sono ancora all'interno del Parco dell'Alta Murgia e costituiscono tuttora una delle aree militari più grandi presenti in Italia. Tuttavia, questa cultura della pace che si è sviluppata nel corso di 20 anni ha visto i suoi frutti rinascere ancora una volta nel febbraio del 2022, dopo lo scoppio della guerra in Ucraina, quando appunto il popolo della Murgia ha risposto con una nuova marcia della pace che si è svolta sempre tra Gravina e Altamura, richiamando su sollecitazione anche della diocesi di Altamura la partecipazione di migliaia di cittadini. Quindi i semi sparsi tra anni 70 e 80 hanno diffuso una coscienza pacifista che si è radicata nel territorio murgiano e che si ricollega forse agli elementi di originalità dovuti alla presenza e al coinvolgimento del mondo cattolico, così come espressi anche nell'enciclica Laudato Si di Papa Francesco, quando afferma che nulla di questo mondo ci risulta indifferente. Grazie.
Grazie mille Vincenzo. Adesso vorrei invitare Sara. Grazie. Allora, Sara Felli lavora a un dottorato di ricerca dal titolo Ripensare il custodire come paradigma antropologico presso l'Istituto Universitario Sofia. È membro del Dipartimento di Scienze Sociali e Politiche, Economia e Management dell'Istituto Universitario Sofia, dove collabora anche per le attività di editoria. Il titolo del contributo è Sul nesso tra cura e custodire, spunti per generare comunità di cura integrali.
Buonasera a tutti e grazie di questa possibilità di offrire alcuni spunti del mio lavoro di ricerca. Ecco, il presente contributo intende riconsiderare criticamente curare e custodire, verbi spesso accettati pacificamente nel linguaggio di quanti, come noi, cercano idee per affrontare minacce globali e sfide sempre attuali del convivere umano. A spingerci non un cavillo linguistico, perché mettersi in ascolto delle parole di cui ci si serve è premessa di ogni teoria e quindi principio di comprensione e di dialogo, specie quando si osserva un'ambiguità nei campi semantici di questi due verbi. Essi sono sovrapponibili, come appare ogni volta che l'uno viene usato per spiegare il significato dell'altro? A seconda degli autori, infatti, si può trovare curare compreso tra le diverse proprietà del custodire. Ad esempio, al numero 67 della Laudato Si si dice che custodire vuol dire proteggere, curare, preservare, conservare, vigilare. Ma c'è anche chi interpreta custodire quale modalità della cura. Ad esempio, una studiosa italiana che ha scritto molto di filosofia della cura, la Mortari, definisce la cura come quell'agire che conserva, ripara e protegge l'esserci. Tale confusione potrebbe indicare un rapporto non definito ma stretto tra curare e custodire, o anche nascondere una perdita di senso che logicamente poi affetta l'azione qualora uno dei due significati fagociti l'altro. E non c'è dubbio che soprattutto nell'ultimo mezzo secolo, dalla cura heideggeriana, intesa come primo fondamentale esistenziale, poi agli studi nati a partire da Carol Gilligan e dal pensiero femminista femminile della cura, curare è il più celebre dei due, al quale occorre specificare si preferisce il sostantivo cura per comprendere sia la cura riparatrice sia la promozione della salute, quindi il farsi carico di qualcuno o di qualcosa. I due termini inglesi cure e care. Cura che in epoca pandemica e di emergenza ecologica si è ritrovata al centro del dibattito pubblico e del pensiero, anche in campi che prima non le erano propri, e così da risorsa privata è divenuta risorsa pubblica, politica ed etica. Ma siamo sicuri che mentre tanti ne parlano, tutti si riferiscano allo stesso concetto? Le accezioni di cura sono già in origine molteplici. Essa è merimna, in greco preoccupazione, affanno, angoscia per il peso insostenibile della vita, significati che ritroviamo nel latino cura e nel mito riportato nelle fabule di Gino del secondo secolo d.C. che narra della nascita dell'umanità dall'omonima dea che la plasma dal fango. Anche questo mito, come ogni racconto delle origini, offre quei principi antropologici e relazionali della civiltà a cui appartengono. Esso ci dice che l'umanità, fatta di humus, è ontologicamente fragile ed è posseduta, teneat, da cura, dea degli affanni ed inquietudini, o più positivamente dea della sollecitudine necessaria per sopravvivere, gettata com'è in una terra ostile, soggetta a malattie e fatta per la morte. La consapevolezza dell'ontologica fragilità umana, oggi sempre più vivida anche laddove il benessere l'aveva offuscata, infrange i sogni di autonomia e di progresso illimitato dell'homo creator e dell'homo faber e ce lo restituisce impotente, dipendente, in preda alla paura e al non senso. Tale presa di coscienza non è necessariamente da leggersi in senso negativo, anzi, la definizione di cura, che ad esempio si trova nel testo La cura del mondo della filosofa italiana Elena Pulcini, è questo. Essere capaci di cura vuol dire scoprirsi fragili e avere paura del mondo. Ma davvero la fragilità umana, ontologica e contingente, la paura del futuro, possono essere ragioni e condizioni sufficienti, capaci di sostenere nel tempo una pratica e una teoria di un'etica della cura? Se fosse così, il post-pandemia ci ha deluso, perché quell'onda solidale nata nel tempo dell'angoscia, almeno in alcuni contesti, si è presto infranta, vanificata in una più accelerata corsa al proprio benessere e a nuovi muri. Forse perché la paura non è stata abbastanza? Non credo sia questo il motivo. Occorre invece interrogarsi ancora e vedere se anche le altre accezioni di cura possano darsi senza negarsi a vicenda, cioè senza contraddirsi nell'intimo. E quindi ci chiediamo come realizzare l'epimeleia, ossia quell'arte della cura di sé, che prevenendo il male sa condurre la propria vita verso la felicità, che per gli antichi è armonia di corpo e spirito, senza che però si opponga a quella di tutti gli altri, natura compresa, al bene comune. Come realizzare questa cura di sé senza che la sua ricerca si trasformi in predominio del più forte, in una difforme distribuzione delle pratiche di cura, che acuirebbero solo la separazione tra curante e curato. E poi, come si diceva, a chi prestare cura? Familiari, concittadini, connazionali, la specie umana, il pianeta Terra? E tale inclusione si ferma ai contemporanei o arriva alle generazioni future? E se il male fosse già insorto, cioè la catastrofe ecologica in corso, e questa volta non per una natura ostile come nell'ognosticismo antico, né perché indifferente come in quello moderno, ma per un'inversione della gente che infligge ostilità e indifferenza, cioè non più la natura, ma lo stesso essere umano, chi potrà mettere in campo efficaci terapie? La terapia è l'ulteriore accezione di cura ed è dosaggio del veleno che il farmaco contiene, e cioè l'applicazione di un correttivo di per sé tossico, doloroso. Chi e come potrà indurre ad accettarlo? La terapia, per sanare poi, deve porsi al servizio rispettoso di ogni malato. Ma come controbilanciare il carico eccessivo per gli addetti? E come adattare ad ogni singolo i protocolli universali che più spesso esercitano con violenza il loro potere, specie dove maggiore è la vulnerabilità? Sembra che dire cura non sia panacea di tutti i mali, anzi essa presenta dei tratti aporetici che hanno bisogno di uno sguardo più attento perché la cura possa qualificarsi come bene. Passiamo al custodire. Possiamo definirlo come l'agire multiforme di chi si siede accanto e accompagna con attenzione un che di prezioso che gli viene affidato. Il custode non possiede il bene, ma di esso risponde, mantenendolo nel tempo, accogliendolo in uno spazio, proteggendolo, vegliandolo nella notte, in attesa, nella speranza di qualcosa di nuovo, magari della luce del giorno. I contrari, abbandonato, indifeso, trascurato, dimenticato, indifferente, marginale, sono stati indesiderabili. E ciò forse per quell'attesa di bene nella quale Simone Weil riconosce il sacro di ogni essere umano. Custodire è poi verbo antichissimo, presente nelle cosmogonie di più civiltà, nei nomi di arcaiche divinità e re famosi, prerogativa di figure mitiche che nel ruolo tutto passivo e tutto attivo di custodi garantiscono non solo la realizzazione dell'impresa, ma generano e svelano l'identità del protagonista, dell'eroe. Nella cultura ebraico-semitica è caratteristica divina, evocazione umana. L'Adam, l'umanità, è creata e custodita in un giardino del quale a sua volta è custode. Rispetto al mito di cura non c'è una terra ostile perché il giardino è splendido. Abitare un luogo, come è noto, non è solo di vitale importanza per la sussistenza materiale, ma ha anche un fine cognitivo, etico ed estetico. La bellezza, l'armonica interdipendenza visibile del giardino si fa come voce che dice all'essere umano: osserva dove sei, scopri chi sei. Non un essere per la morte, come nel mito di Gino, ma possibilità di vita in una casa dove intrecciare relazioni. Da tale prospettiva nasce un pensiero memore e riconoscente con cui spiegare quanto si dice al numero 67 della Laudato Si. Noi non siamo Dio, la terra ci precede e ci è stata data. Ora, contemplare il giardino, la casa comune, rimanda al mistero che lo abita e che ci precede e di cui partecipiamo. Un mistero che è spazio in cui riconoscerci e di cui essere riconoscenti. Tale atto contemplativo è per molti antropologi, da Eliade a Durand fino a Rie, il punto di svolta nell'evoluzione umana. Se l'essere umano è un essere symbolicus, questi nasce, affermano, nella contemplazione della volta celeste che, scrive Ries, parla all'uomo in linguaggio simbolico. In essa, per Eliade, c'è qualcosa di sacro che ci si mostra, qualcosa che non può essere posseduto, ci trascende, ma è custodito, tramandato, tenuto in sé, con sé, appunto in un simbolo. La comune fragilità evocata dalla metafora della barca in mare grosso che impaurendo aprirebbe ad un ravvenimento non è più il focus. Per quanto reale questa interpretazione appare riduttiva se insieme non si riconosce che la barca è quell'arca che ci identifica come esseri in relazione, l'habitat ideale in cui, oltre che fragili, siamo hospes. Non per paura, ma per responsabilità il custode custodito può prendersene cura. Egli risponde a quel valore che ha riconosciuto al bene affidato, valore che intimamente lo vincola, lo lega eticamente, lo relaziona ad esso. L'azione del custode è dunque una risposta al valore che, per il filosofo tedesco von Hildebrand, è definizione dell'amore, è sua essenza. L'amore si definisce come risposta al valore. Pensiamo che sia questa la cura di cui parla la Laudato Si, che viene assicurata da un custode che, grato, sta accanto al mistero che in ogni cosa si manifesta. Mistero non afferrabile, ma amabile, e su questa soglia egli stesso, il custode, può ritrovarsi custodito e ospitato. La chance di oggi può essere riconoscere questa relazione che ci precede e ci rende interconnessi e amabili, che invece che subita può essere assunta positivamente e liberamente. In tal modo la cura non sarà una necessità obbligo, neanche un etereo dovere nei confronti del più fragile di turno, ma un'intima adesione e partecipazione nella casa comune, e solo così forse si qualificherà come bene. La ricchezza antropologica del custodire appena tratteggiata può forse già indicarci cammini alternativi in tutte quelle dinamiche di inclusione e esclusione, apertura, chiusura, accoglienza, rifiuto, altruismo, oblatività, libertà, responsabilità, con le quali ci confrontiamo quotidianamente, spesso solo in modo binario nel nostro mondo globalizzato. Chi custodisce, infatti, più che parlare, ascolta e così pone le basi dell'autentico dialogo. Cerca la strada. Nella notte tende l'orecchio verso ogni suono, specie i più lontani, quelli ignoti che arrivano flebili alle porte. Non lascia nulla di inascoltato perché ne va della vita, quella vissuta nella verità di un cammino condiviso. La condizione di apparente immobilità del custode che rimane sulla soglia, nella domanda, in ascolto, nell'attesa di risposta da altro, che spera e si affida, forse ci restituisce l'immagine di un essere umano comparsa più che protagonista, ma alla lunga questa marginale linea dalla quale giocare la vita credo sia il posto più umano in cui ogni istante possiamo uscire dal nostro ristretto mondo. Su quel limite su cui staziona, chi custodisce non fagocita né polarizza, non domina e non possiede, ma realizza quella tensione all'oltre sé capace di abitare il tempo favorevole per l'incontro. Custodire dunque è un verbo che ci interpella sul limite. Ci chiede come lo consideriamo, un limite limitante, escludente, definente, o così indefinito da esserne impauriti e quindi scappare, attaccare e muovere guerra? Crediamo ci sia un'altra possibilità. Sul confine si rende visibile, scrive il teologo e filosofo Klaus Semmerle, una triplice croce, quella del proprio non potersi completare da se stessi, la croce della referenza al compagno di diversa natura, la croce di non poter raggiungere e completare da se stessi nel proprio campo la verità. ma è proprio qui, su questo confine, che può accogliersi dall'altro e riconoscersi nell'accoglienza del diverso, certo, ma di valore. L'atto custodente ci ricorda che affinché si realizzi l'incontro occorre rimanere sul confine, fosse anche angusto non abbandonarlo, perché è solo lì che si rimane aperti all'altro da sé, è lì che si custodisce l'umano e quindi può farsi strada un'ecologia integrale. Grazie.
Grazie mille, Sara. Adesso vorrei invitare il professore Gianpietro Parolin. He's adjunct professor of strategic management at Sophia University and financial manager at a student service body for the University of Padova. He researched on corporate social responsibility, ethical, social, and environmental accounting, and deliberative democracy. The title is Business Between Ethics, Models, and Narration.
Okay, so I'm really grateful to be here and share with you this experience. As long as Giuseppe is dealing with some technical adjustments, I will start with a quotation from Gregory Bateson and his famous Steps to an Ecology of Mind. The relations between ethos and cultural structure has been like the relation between a river and its banks. The river molds the banks, and the banks guide the river. My point of observation is starting from the 177 Laudato Si point, when Pope Francis writes, political and institutional frameworks do not exist simply to avoid the bad practice, but also to promote best practice, to stimulate creativity in seeking new solutions and encourage individual or group initiatives. So being an economy and management scholar, I will land a little bit to reality. And in fact, I'm presenting a business case. The business case is about Patagonia, and you will discover. But this business case comes from the premise that in ecological transition, the role of entrepreneurs is frequently underestimated, either by politicians and activists. I read recently the wonderful book by Greta Thunberg, but she never mentioned entrepreneurs. So she never mentioned entrepreneurs. She speaks of many different aspects of the ecological transition, but she never mentioned the entrepreneurs. So my research question is, how can entrepreneurs contribute to the development of a shared transversal social ethic to deal with the challenges of our times? And I will do this in the perspective of strategic management discipline. So I will look to a single business case that I analyzed through a literature review along 3 dimensions: ethics, business model, and narration. Probably you know, because his case came to the news when he decided to donate the business to a trust in order to keep the strategy of the business in line with the founding philosophy and value that he pursued in 50 years. Yvon Chouinard, this really unconventional entrepreneur, founded Patagonia in 1973. The business actually has annual sales of $1.5 billion, approximately 1,000 people working for, and more than 50 stores globally. It is very interesting because Patagonia is not a listed company. It is a family-owned. Chouinard received, as you can imagine, hundreds of offers to sell the company, to list the company. And when students, sometimes he share the business case in university, ask why? He said, because I wanted to be free to run a business and not to be conditioned by the financial markets. This is, in my opinion, one of the really the crucial points that we have to consider. The strong influence of financial markets to businesses. If you privately owned, and they are free to make their own choices. It's very interesting because Yvon Chouinard one day was fishing and he couldn't catch any fish. He was really depressed. He said, what's going on here? I cannot catch just one fish. And he realized, oh, dyeing the clothing pollutes the river. But who's dyeing the clothing? And he said, oh my God, I am the Yvon entrepreneur that is polluting the river where the Yvon, the fisherman, is going to fish. So he said, I have to change this. So he decided to design sustainable cotton production and garment dyeing supply chain. Okay? So what happens? Yvon the fisherman had to come into conflict with Yvon the entrepreneur. Chouinard decided that he wanted to reconcile the two identities. He focused on the environmental impact of the production of Patagonia, rethinking completely the supply chain. Rethinking completely means starting from the cotton fields. Said, my cotton comes from the cultivation. I want to be sure that no pesticides are utilized for growing the crops. So he went around California and around US to get organic producer to organize a sustainable production of cotton for the t-shirt, for the Patagonia's t-shirts. Okay? So we go a little bit back to ideas, no? We can have mainly two approaches to business ethics. You have a normative approach. You set the rules and enforcement systems. But you also have a descriptive and empirical approach. That means a voluntary choice of agents. So Chouinard choose to change the way to behave, not because of a California regulations or a federal regulation in the US. He decided because he wanted to put together the entrepreneur with the fisherman. It's very interesting, the ethical backgrounds of Chouinard, because he grew up reading some of the founders of the environmentalism, the transcendental writers such as Thoreau, Ralph Waldo Emerson, John Muir. In these people teaching, there is a great respect for natural environments. Many of you probably saw the movie The Dead Poets Society, L'attimo fuggente in Italiano. I quote Thoreau, I went into the woods because I wanted to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what I intended to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. It's interesting because I didn't know the fact of social poets in preparing my presentation before. So there is also a poetry, no, in business. Let's move to the business model. As I mentioned before, Chouinard decided that he wanted to try to influence not only what was happening in manufacturing or in the supply chain under his control, but he wanted really to involve the suppliers in this philosophy, but also the consumers. So it is very interesting, the type of communications. That's why narration, the symbolic, is very, very important. Many years ago, he launched this campaign, "Don't buy this jacket." This is a marketing paradox. No? You are selling jackets, and you say to the customers, "Don't buy this jacket." And the question is, why are you saying that? Come on, are you joking? Because I want you to reduce, to repair, to reuse, to recycle. And the manufacturing philosophy of Patagonia is to be pioneering, recycling, repairing, using the shops for repairing. So really enlarging the life of products. But he also was a pioneer in the social innovation. The first corporate kindergarten in the US, and he opened this kindergarten with his wife, and he led the way for the federal legislation. So he displayed the systemic nature of business and model innovation, capturing value not only within its organizational boundaries, but also for a wide range of stakeholders, creating new systems instead of simply new process or technology. Doing this through dialogue and engagement with the environmental activists is part of Patagonia business model. In Chinese, they close the contacts with some suppliers because local activists say these people are not respecting the environment. So they went there, they investigate, and they say, no, you are not part of Patagonia supply chain because you knew it from the beginning, the rules of the game. Yeah. And here I come to a more theoretical reading of this work of Patagonia. That is a social symbolic work. According to this approach, we have to consider three kinds of work: material, relational, and discursive work at all levels: institutional, organizational, and individual level. According to some scholars, using this approach, we can understand the way Patagonia manages its supply chain in three directions: pursuing sustainable practices, influencing stakeholders in supporting sustainability, gaining spillovers beyond primary stakeholders. So I really suggest you to read the book, Let My People Go Surfing. That is the autobiography of Yvon Chouinard, because it's really inspiring. You will discover how we can really put together the different ethics, the different perspective of being a climber, because He was a pioneer in the free climbing in California, a fisherman, husband, father, citizen. So no differentiated ethics, but only one ethic in every ground. So thank you very much for your attention.
Grazie mille Gianpietro. Allora, adesso vorrei invitare a Daniele Nuzzi. Lui ha una laurea in beni culturali, scuola di specializzazione e dottorato in ricerca in archeologia, diploma in ecologia integrale e diploma in arte e teologia. Adesso abbiamo un intervento col titolo Da Esodos a Nostos, per ritorni efficaci nel segno dell'ecologia integrale. Grazie.
Sì. Bene, grazie. Mi unisco anch'io al coro di ringraziamenti all'organizzazione per l'invito a questa bella e importante opportunità. E anch'io mi vado a riconnettere un po' al gruppo di relazioni che hanno come core business, passatemi l'espressione, il territorio pugliese, perché provengo da Taranto e l'esperienza che vado a raccontare è agganciata a delle cose che stiamo provando a fare da alcuni anni con un gruppo di, è bello dirlo, amici, oltre che colleghi e persone, quindi con le quali abbiamo costruito nel corso degli anni scorsi un bel background di formazione, prima di tutto sull'economia civile, che poi è passato a diventare una passione anche per l'ecologia integrale, unendo un gruppo, dopo lo racconterò un pochino meglio, di laici e di frati, frati francescani che si sono appassionati per provare a invertire una tendenza che nel territorio di Taranto è, sapete, abbastanza difficoltosa dal punto di vista sia lavorativo che ambientale, sociale e sanitario. Da sempre nell'esistenza dell'essere umano, quella del viaggio rappresenta una metafora efficace della vita stessa. Questo fotogramma che vedete è una delle varie opere, o meglio, degli scatti artistici di Sebastião Salgado, è un artista che definire fotografo sarebbe un po' riduttivo, brasiliano, che si è molto interessato di fotografia di denuncia non solo sociale, ma anche di passione di natura ambientale. E tra i masterpiece che lui ha realizzato ce ne sono due particolarmente belli che si intitolano non a caso Genesis ed Exodus, che sono appunto, oltre che rimandare ai nomi dei libri biblici, rappresentano due punti di vista, due focus della sua ricerca, che sono dati da un lato sulla documentazione di luoghi incontaminati, purtroppo non più molti oggi della Terra, quindi non ancora predati, aggrediti dalla mano dell'uomo, dall'altro invece sulle dinamiche di peregrinazione, o meglio di migrazione, di cui l'essere umano da sempre in realtà è protagonista, e che sono anche realizzate con queste dinamiche che adesso andiamo a vedere. Ok. Nel fotogramma di Salgado vediamo una coppia intergenerazionale seduta, forse in sosta in un cammino più lungo. Il volto rugoso e pur velato dell'anziano uomo, con uno sguardo fiero e penetrante, sembra voler trasmettere, nonostante la sua focalizzazione sull'osservatore, serenità e fiducia a quello smarrito del fanciullo che gli è accanto, anch'egli avvolto in una veste che gli cela la metà inferiore del viso. Sullo sfondo si stagliano le distese altipianiche dell'Etiopia, che sono quasi perforate da fasci di luce che penetrano con vigore nel denso strato di nubi. Quello che vediamo è di fatto un luogo archetipico in cui sono sorte alcune delle più antiche comunità cristiane, nelle quali sembra di poter quasi leggere in filigrana proprio l'esperienza dell'Esodo. Abbiamo parlato prima di Genesi, di Esodo, E Salgado a un certo punto nel suo testo parla di viaggio nel Vecchio Testamento per l'impatto che la suggestione di questa grammatica visiva ha su di lui. Già nelle Sacre Scritture il viaggio infatti passa dall'esperienza nomade di Abramo all'esodo di Israele dall'Egitto, che assume una declinazione di uscita senza ritorno ad un luogo precedente, la cui meta riveste però un valore escatologico per tutta la comunità in cammino. Su questo tema c'è, tra l'altro, un bellissimo saggio, oltre alla sconfinata letteratura che esiste, pubblicato proprio da Luigino Bruni, che si intitola Le levatrici d'Egitto e che analizza anche la dinamica economica che si può decodificare, no? Leggendo con un occhio diverso proprio il libro dell'Esodo. Per intendere la parola esodo è tuttavia necessaria un'operazione di purificazione dalle riduzionistiche accezioni che l'Homo economicus del XX e del XXI secolo le ha attribuito. Qui, rubando le parole a Nunzio Galantino, diciamo che sono quelle che noi abitualmente usiamo come locuzioni per dire esodo di Ferragosto, esodo di Pasqua, esodo di Natale, cioè tutte quelle formule con cui alludiamo alla mobilitazione di ingenti quantità di persone dalle città verso i luoghi di vacanza. L'etimologia conduce infatti alla parola greca exodos, con cui anticamente si indicava l'ultima parte della tragedia greca e il canto che accompagnava l'uscita del coro dalla scena. È forse in virtù di questa sua stretta connessione con il movimento di uscita che i traduttori bilingui ebrei di lingua greca lo scelsero come titolo del secondo libro biblico del Pentateuco, che narra l'uscita dall'Egitto del loro popolo, emblema della transizione da una condizione di schiavitù ad una di liberazione. E ciò forse ci suggerisce anche una chiave di lettura diversa anche degli esodi odierni, cui sono condannati spesso forzosamente persone che si ritrovano a sperimentare condizioni di difficoltà non volute, le cui responsabilità rimandano a processi decisionali molto più distanti. In questo pensiamo anche all'altro importante lavoro di Salgado, che è quello intitolato Works, che ha a che fare con l'indagine sull'umano, inteso come pluralità di professionalità e di lavori che lo vedono protagonista. Esperienze che si sceglie di affrontare anche senza la certezza della riuscita, attraversando il mare o il deserto. Pensiamo a tutti gli sfollati climatici o ai profughi di guerra, di cui parla per esempio Papa Francesco nel suo Magistero, e che sono anche quelle vittime della cosiddetta cultura dello scarto, che appunto viene perfettamente inquadrata anche da questa tipologia di fotogrammi. Anche in Italia il quadro che emerge di un persistente flusso migratorio sia all'interno del paese che all'esterno, seppur in quest'ultimo caso in lieve contrazione. Il recente rapporto della Fondazione Migrantes ha evidenziato come quella della migrazione sia sempre più una strada indotta e non voluta, dunque non frutto di libera scelta. Se nell'Exodus il viaggio approda ad una nuova meta, un'altra declinazione di viaggio include l'idea del ritorno all'origine. La letteratura greca traduce questa realtà con il termine nostos e la sostanza attraverso il mito, dapprima come ritorno dei soldati greci dopo la guerra di Troia, in seguito attraverso l'esperienza paradigmatica di Ulisse, nel periplo che lo ricongiungerà alla terra natia e quindi con la sua sposa Penelope. L'esperienza di Ulisse ci insegna però la difficoltà che il tornare comporta dopo lungo tempo in un contesto che, sebbene sia quello di appartenenza, può rendere ostico il riambientamento. Ulisse trova infatti uno scenario profondamente mutato e deve ricorrere alle sue migliori arguzie per abbattere la resistenza dei proci e ristabilire lo status ante exodus. Quella dell'eroe omerico diventa così l'esperienza di chi torna, però non riconosce più il contesto da cui è partito tempo addietro, perché esso è cambiato come è cambiata la sua personalità. Il paradigma omerico diventa quindi lo specchio dello spiazzamento contemporaneo che tanti giovani, e non solo, sperimentano allorquando, rientrando nei luoghi di appartenenza, non ne riconoscono più i connotati. Ma non per questo rinunciano all'idea di rimanere e non lo fanno per incapacità di rimanere definitivamente fuori di casa o solo per nostalgia, termine tra l'altro anche questo che rimanda al dolore per il ritorno dei luoghi nativi, ma perché desiderano mettere a valore quelle esperienze per provare a migliorare il proprio contesto. L'esperienza del viaggio, come ritorno, si afferma anche nella seconda dinamica esilica di Israele a Babilonia, ad opera di Nabucodonosor II, da cui ottiene la liberazione e il rientro in patria molti anni dopo, sotto re Ciro, dopo la conquista persiana di Babilonia. Su questo evento che ha profondamente segnato sia la narrazione di fede che l'identità spirituale di Israele, possiamo cogliere quei tratti tipici del nostos appena letti nell'esperienza di Ulisse rispetto al mutamento del contesto originario, che Israele decide di gestire ponendo mano all'elemento culturalmente più identitario, cioè la ricostruzione del Tempio. Possiamo in qualche modo riconoscere nella configurazione di Exodus Nostos anche il viaggio della Sacra Famiglia. Ricordiamo il passo del Vangelo di Matteo, che deve dapprima allontanarsi dalle mire omicide di Erode, irretito dalla nascita del re Messia di Israele, per poi fare ritorno a casa. Non è affatto irrilevante che la destinazione dell'Exodus di Maria e Giuseppe sia proprio quella dell'Egitto, dal quale secoli prima i loro antenati erano usciti grazie all'azione di Dio. Fra le raffigurazioni molto numerose che esistono di questa scena, ce n'è una in particolare che ci piace ricordare, poco nota, ma per noi più importante perché risiede nella pinacoteca di cui sto per accennare, che è quella della sede anche della nostra associazione. Si tratta di un'opera del 1747 di Leonardo Antonio Olivieri, un pittore del nostro territorio pugliese di Martina Franca. E quest'opera, che raffigura Maria e Giuseppe con Gesù in braccio alla Madonna, mentre sostengono in un paesaggio reso accogliente da angeli servienti e palme lussureggianti, raffigura quasi un cameo che richiama un breve momento di pausa in una trafelata migrazione verso l'Egitto per impedire al sovrano israelita di prendere la vita del piccolo Gesù. La prospettiva analizzata ci orienta adesso verso la condizione di una città del sud Italia, Taranto appunto, in cui abbiamo scelto di rimanere. Taranto vive da molti anni un esodo di cervelli, ha una popolazione che è in costante decremento da circa 20 anni e in questi 20 anni praticamente la quantità di popolazione che si è persa ammonta a circa 50.000 unità. E dall'impegno di un gruppo di persone con multiformi competenze professionali e culturali è maturato un processo di incubazione da cui nel 2018 è nata un'associazione che abbiamo scelto di chiamare Contatto, di cui vedete appunto il logo in basso a sinistra. Contatto APS è un'associazione che si propone di lavorare con i giovani, le imprese e il territorio per affermare modelli di imprenditorialità, associazionismo, sviluppo di comunità che siano ispirati all'ecologia integrale secondo l'enciclica Laudato Si'. Uno degli strumenti adottati per questi scopi è proprio la Pinacoteca Sant'Egidio, la cui valorizzazione si è trasformata in un progetto più strutturato, aggiudicatario di un bando della Regione Puglia, con un progetto che abbiamo deciso di intitolare Lux in Tenebris, per una serie di ragioni che eventualmente approfondiremo in altra sede. Con esso si punta a far scoprire forme inedite di fruizione della bellezza, come vedete anche attraverso le foto di alcuni momenti laboratoriali, di tipo esperienziale ed emozionale che abbiamo fatto anche con il supporto di alcuni psicologi. E un altro strumento di cui l'associazione si è inizialmente dotata è stato quello di Coviamo, che è un nome che abbiamo dato a un incubatore fraterno d'impresa come luogo di accompagnamento all'elaborazione di progetti imprenditoriali realizzati in un contesto protetto, nel senso che attraverso l'uso di una metodologia codificata che è quella della Lean viene testato il prodotto o servizio immaginato dall'aspirante imprenditore, ma cercando di non giungere al fallimento quando è già sul mercato, cioè quando l'impatto negativo del mancato testing risulterebbe devastante per chiunque provi a fare impresa senza aver prima testato il prodotto o il servizio. Naturalmente, sempre cifra importante del nostro modello è sempre la dinamica della fraternità. A partire da dicembre 2022, inoltre, è nata Contatto Impresa Sociale, che opera in sinergia con Contatto APS e che intende agire su tre assi principali: imprese, pubbliche amministrazioni e territori. Nel primo ambito, quello delle imprese, è stato avviato un percorso che vedete appunto con Confindustria Taranto, orientato soprattutto allo sviluppo delle PMI del territorio ionico, promuovendo l'acquisizione di strumenti e conoscenze per andare oltre le mere pratiche di greenwashing rispetto alla sostenibilità a tutto tondo e giungere alla costruzione identitaria di un'impresa integrale. Il secondo ambito, quello delle pubbliche amministrazioni, intende sviluppare azioni di empowerment, coprogrammazione e coprogettazione con enti locali ed ETS, valorizzando la partecipazione civica mediante strumenti della facilitazione dei processi partecipativi. Quindi si tratta di percorsi che possono intrecciarsi con il terzo ambito, che è proprio quello del territorio, perché non di rado accade che le esigenze dei territori richiedono azioni di sviluppo di comunità. A gennaio 2023 è nato poi il terzo soggetto dell'ecosistema, che è Oikos Mediterraneo, che insieme alle due realtà già descritte prova a dotare Taranto di una prospettiva mediterranea, rafforzandola grazie alla capillarità della rete francescana per il Mediterraneo, organismo da cui è gemmata con il contributo della Pontificia Università Antoniano. E il fatto stesso che la sede di questa realtà individuata sia stata proprio Taranto e che il presidente sia un frate che risiede nella nostra città è indicativo di quanto l'organizzazione ritenga paradigmatica la condizione di Taranto. Oikos è organizzato in numerose aree, fra cui Oikos Energia ed Intrecci. In particolar modo Intrecci è il festival, il primo meeting Euro-Mediterraneo dell'ecologia integrale che è stato svolto proprio nella nostra città a cavallo fra le giornate del 3 e del 5 novembre. Questo breve itinerario ci ha condotti, dopo alcune suggestioni legate appunto all'idea, alla metafora del viaggio, alla scoperta di pratiche di sviluppo territoriale che, partendo da un punto periferico d'Italia, che è appunto Taranto, si proiettano dinamicamente nel Mediterraneo, cercando di innescare processi di rigenerazione umana, culturale ed economica su scala oltre che bilanciare la deriva di senso che il riduzionismo economico ha inculcato nelle nostre società. Così forse possiamo trasformare gli esodi in ritorni, creando i presupposti e le precondizioni per la permanenza, auspichiamo definitiva, di chi un tempo è partito con l'idea di non tornare, per indurlo invece non solo a restare, ma a contribuire attivamente alla costruzione di un nuovo orizzonte di bene comune. Grazie.
Grazie mille. Forse ti chiedo di rimanere qua sul palco. Invito anche a Gianpietro, Sara e Vincenzo. Così possiamo fare 15 minuti di un dialogo, un scambio molto veloce. Sì, sì, dietro, per favore, sì. Ricordatevi che per questi interventi, ma anche quelli prima, potete contattare anche tramite via email o anche altri canali ai nostri panelisti, va bene? Allora, abbiamo già un primo intervento, una prima domanda.
Well, thank you. I would like to react to your presentations and to also to previous presentations of this afternoon. And I was reminding of the movie that you quoted, that you mentioned, Dead Poets Society. I believe that it was not by chance that the phrases of Toho were worked within that specific movie, because it was a group of upper elite, super elite students to which the phrase I went into the woods because I wanted to live deliberately would make absolute sense. But this sentence would have never been pronounced by someone suffering from hunger or victim of, discrimination in terms of a poor person. So first lesson that I learned from here is that we should be extremely cautious, both Catholics and Marxists and everyone who insists in dreaming about a better world, as the Pope said. We should be extremely cautious with any sort of romanticization of what environmentalism is, okay? So we have to be extremely demanding for ourselves in identifying who the subjects are, those who have voice, those who don't have a voice, who they are in terms of their context. The second comment I would like to make is about one of the messages, strongest messages that the environmentalist movement has been delivering to all of us, which is to be prudent against greenwashing. Okay, greenwashing is, you know, this kind of strategy, both in business, in politics, in, I don't know, in every area of our activity to, you know, to green business as usual, to green behavior as usual, to green anything, everything as usual, okay? So I think there are different forms of greenwashing. One of them is precisely to conquer a niche of the market with products or initiative that is presented as green. That does not depend on the subjective intentions of the entrepreneur. It has to do with objective facts that are present over there. But also, and I jump to the further comment, this, I believe, puts a lot of questions to all the limited, all the little initiatives we involve in. I mean, in education, in political organization, local administration, and so on and so forth, care, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I wonder, I mean, little steps are absolutely fundamental, but little steps without a structural horizon risk to go nowhere. Okay, so we definitely need to combine the two things. And finally, I think that what we are called to do, both Marxists and Christians, is, and everyone else, is precisely to do what the Pope does. To do what the Pope does. And the Pope makes the apology of changes of behavior. It makes the apology of the changes of mentalities. It doesn't put that aside. It doesn't consider that as minor, but it does it in an articulated manner with a clear refusal of the mode of production, with a clear refusal of the economy that kills, knowing precisely that the economy that kills has almost an unlimited capacity to absorb the alternatives that are, you know, presented here and again. And finally, it does it articulating all this with the announcement, so denounce and announcement of an alternative horizon, the idea of the cry of the poor and the cry of the earth as demanding a common response. So my reaction to all the examples that have been given is, first, brutal, great, fantastic. I have a lot to learn with this. I took my notes and I will study. I'm terribly interested. Terribly, no, I'm really, I'm really interested in, you know, learning from that. Because definitely, if we change structures and we don't change the little things, we go nowhere also. But I think that we have to question ourselves about this kind of initiatives in which we involve in, because we face the danger of becoming isolated, not networking, not making alliances, not, you know, enlarging the horizon, so that reality is really changeable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So next one, and then we can to conclude with your comments.
Now, thank you very much for your presentations. I would like just to raise some questions to Professor Parolin. I found this example of Yvon Chouillard really extremely interesting. because in my understanding, it shows how and why it is practically impossible to be a truly ecological and social entrepreneur in this existing system. For instance, you show this wonderful poster, don't buy this jacket. Yeah, it is really beautiful because the idea is we should produce jackets that are to be repaired. But the whole logic of the system is to inbuilt obsolescence. Most of the products which exist in the market have inbuilt obsolescence. They destroy themselves after 1, 2, or 3 years so that you have buy a new one. And the new one gets lost after 1 year and so on. That's the logic of the system. And if you produce something which lasts for 20 years, you'll be eliminated from business. Yeah? And this is what happened to our, I suppose, Mr. Chouinard. And he said, I sold my business because I wanted to be free, not constrained by financial markets. Because financial markets don't want ecology, products will last, everything which he standard for. There is no room. The financial markets have only one criteria, as Pope Francis said, the maximization of profit. Yeah, everything which doesn't fit into this has to be eliminated. Yeah, so I think the odyssey of Monsieur Chouinard is a good example of the impossibility in the present system as of propriety and financial markets to be really faithful to the ecological principles.
Thank you so much. So we don't have too much time for every, you can to contact him if you have a specific question. I have the last one, and you can to conclude.
Thank you. I have a question regarding the example brought by Vincenzo that I think is very actual because during your explanation of the history of that region in Puglia, you talk about military training and military operation in one region that happened more or less during and due to the Cold War. So we are talking about 40 years, more or less, that in the timeline of the humankind, 40 years is nothing. But I was reflecting about the effects on the nature of this kind of military training and military operation. Maybe somebody here have heard about, for instance, some struggles that happen in other parts of Italy, for instance, in Sardinia and of the world regarding the pollutions and the very long time effects that military operation has on nature. I would like to ask if in your about your knowledge somebody estimated the effects on the nature and of course on agriculture production of these kind of activities, because I think that it could be very interesting even in our let's say political activity and also social activity against the war. Let's consider, for instance, that the war in Ukraine is not a war in a general place, but is in a war in the country of Europe that produced the highest amount of flour in Europe. Of course, this war will have long time effects. And so this is my question. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Prego, potete...
Okay, it's working. Okay, so coming straight to the last question, Yes, it was tested, the impact of the military activities in the Alta Murgia area. We have to also to consider that right now the Alta Murgia is a national park in Italy, and it's also involved in a geopark pending application at the UNESCO. So they are aiming to become a UNESCO geopark, even if inside the park there are still ongoing military activities. But anyway, it was tested 2 times. The first time it regarded the soil, because during the 90s, a lot of weapons used then in the Balkan War using uranium impoverito. Sorry, I don't know the English. Okay, thank you, impoverished uranium. Yeah, it was tested before during military training in Alta Murgia Park, and then the second impact was verified on the habitat, because there are 88 different species, especially birds, in this park. And of course, this constant iteration of military training is causing also damage to the habitat, to the animals. So these are 2 effects. The first one was tested just during the 90s, but the second one regarding the animals is still ongoing since just 2 months ago. A last period of trainings concluded, and it lasted for 3 months, from September until from August until November. So, yeah.
Thank you for the comments. They are very interesting. I want to precise that my aim was to investigate the relationship between ethical sources and outcomes. I am a management scholar. I mean, I just analyze the micro effects of a business comparing to similar business in the same industry. Okay, so we can improve everything, but if we compare the production of garment made by Patagonia, in Germany we have a similar business, Faude. Okay, if we compare the outcome of this business in terms of social impacts, environmental impacts, we have verifiable information telling us that they are on the frontier of best practices. Okay, we can do it better, for sure. Why not? Okay, but we just go on the ground as a manager and economist to see. Okay, apart from the inspiration, apart from the narration, apart from the philosophy, apart from marketing, apart from greenwashing, we are interested in terms of outcomes. Okay, and nowadays we have really a broad set of key performance indexes from the work of the same Fit2C Commission and Stiglitz, the third one. We are far beyond the gross domestic product measurements. Nowadays, we are able to measure all these impacts. So, yes, we need structural changes. I totally agree. What I wanted to show is that we have pioneers that are trying to change. They are trying to change from their personal responsibility as businessmen. Okay, so it's up to the citizens, it's up to the politics, it's up to other figures, okay, to get in touch with entrepreneurs and to make the actors, okay, in the direction of improving the way we make business, because business is about life. I have to buy a garment if I want to protect myself in the winter time. If I want to go skiing, I own a Gore-Tex jacket made in France 35 years ago. 35 years ago. I just kept this jacket repairing. My mother repaired, my wife repaired. So also, no, yeah, as a customer, not only as a scholar, you know, I want to try to improve. And improving is to make the life of a product as long as we can. But I think that it is very, very important that we reflect on ideas, macro scenarios and frameworks of the world, but it is also important that we go inside the reality and see what happens. Because we have the, you know, we have the heterogeneous of the ends paradox to deal with. Now you can start with the best intentions, and then the outcomes might be very poor. So I try to, you know, to reverse the perspective. Start from the outcomes and see, okay, despite different ethical sources, okay, what's happening? Because I've been studying business ethics for many years. A lot of list of to do. Then you also entrepreneurs now speaking about values. I have become really very suspicious when I hear an entrepreneur speaking about values. I'm much more interested in looking the way he manages his business every day, dealing with many issues, very practical issues, you know, managing people, selling the products, getting the money to pay the wages to the workers, etc., etc. So it's really very, I really thank you very much for this opportunity, because we are really, you know, we are the model has problems. We know that. So as long as we have, you know, a very rich picture of what's going on, I think that we are able really together to go further and to improve.
Thank you very much. So mi piacerebbe anche ricordarvi che abbiamo anche i momenti di cena, pausa, anche per approfondire questi discorsi, perché evidentemente ha suscitato qualcosa di importante, no? Quindi possiamo approfittare anche di questi momenti. Senz'altro abbiamo bisogno di una piccola pausa, un po' di respiro, cambiare l'aria, quindi abbiamo 10 minuti soltanto. Vi prego di andare e tornare subito, perché abbiamo delle persone che ci aspettano in Zoom.
Shall we start? We start. Hi, Cynthia. Cynthia? Huh? Hello. Hi,
yes.
welcome.
Good
So
evening.
everybody takes a seat. Now we have the next set of presentations. 3 out of 4 will be via Zoom. The first one is Maria Cynthia Funk. She's a Manila-born architect, educator, and community builder. She established the Architecture Collective to explore methodologies in architecture. Cynthia Funk is currently the co-curator of the Tripa de Galina Guts of Estuary, the official entry of the Philippines at the International Architecture Biennale di Venezia in November 2023. The title of her presentation is about the management of solid waste in Manila. Cynthia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, so I am Cynthia Funk. I am a mother, an educator, a practicing architect, and a community builder. I am very honored for this opportunity to share with you my thoughts on current challenges the world is undergoing on global climate change through the lenses of the Holy Father's encyclical Laudato Si. But I shall be focusing on I shall be focusing on the management of solid waste in Manila, making space for our lost relationship with the environment and with one another. The Philippines is an archipelago of 7,600 islands. On the front lines of the global climate emergency, whether the Philippines will survive the crisis or not is an uncertainty. According to the Asian Development Bank, we in the Philippines face an increasing barrage of cyclones, floods, drought, and heat waves, battered with an average of 20 typhoons per year, and over 3 million people are affected by extreme floods. Addressing our vulnerability to the dangers of climate change is a consistent priority across the country's leadership, whether in government or management of large companies. In the city of Manila, there are estuarial creeks, which are tidal channels used as drainage canals to reduce inland flooding, while at the same time flush pollutants during tidal changes. Government officials have declared that the sources of waste in the estero or estuary are the garbage and the coliform coming from the informal settlers. There is a need for behavior change towards the way we handle our waste, which should greatly benefit our fight against pollution. 33% of the Philippine wastes are disposed of in landfills and dump sites, while 35% are leaked into the open environment and oceans. Societal problems are always difficult. There are negative consequences for the large numbers of peoples, and it is very easy to just blame the government. On a systemic structural level, however, informal settlements are not a priority. The people who live in informal settlements are, in fact, the last, the lost, and the least. Active citizens have a lot to contribute to the conversation about community needs, but the Filipino is wanting in this activism, especially the poor. This may have been largely due to having been under colonizers for over 400 years, from the Spaniards to the Americans to the Japanese, which has hit with force our growth as a nation. Furthermore, Filipinos have lost a connection with their traditional culture, values, and norms, thus experiencing historical trauma and cultural alienation, referred to as psycho-cultural marginality. This is also true of our relationship with our natural resources. But here's our project. In 2018, we joined an international summer course for 2 weeks organized by the Institute for Advanced Architecture of Catalonia in Spain, called the Global Summer School, participated in by 15 other cities around the world to respond to local societal problems. So what began as a school activity has quickly become a forward movement of innovation in architectural and urban space planning. Passionate about architecture and empathetic for our people, we immersed ourselves in the community as we have all realized that the great purpose of education is not knowledge, but action. Beside our school is the longest estuary in Manila, the Estero Tripa de Galina, 7 kilometers long, along which many informal settlers live. What's more, it is shocking that people throw garbage into the waterways, a manifestation of the loss of relationship with the environment and with one another. In this context, we tried to ideate solutions and create iterations that address the solid waste. But the problem is much bigger than ourselves. In 2020, at the same time that the pandemic took over our lives, Manila was declared the city with the highest population density in the world, with 73,920 people per square kilometer. We are all responsible, and it would help to enjoin the poor to take action. For congested cities with inefficient urban planning like Manila, the quality of life suffers, leading to environmental degradation. Because provisions for public spaces are lacking in the city, residents are further denied the opportunities for stability and social security. A deep responsibility in my role as architectural practitioner to contribute to this call of the Holy Father is felt. Initially, we almost shelved the project because the global phenomenon, the pandemic, restricted us from creating spaces for people to gather. But mental health issues demanded open spaces, so we still found sense in continuing our research. The Venice Biennale is the oldest and most prestigious exhibition in the arts, which started in 1895. The exhibition of architecture opened in 1990, and the Philippines joined only in 2015. In July 2022, I was given the honor to co-curate with another artist the Philippine Pavilion for the Architecture Biennale in Venice in 2023, whose theme is Laboratory of the Future. Last May 2023, I went to Venice to set up the exhibition with my interdisciplinary team, the Architecture Collective. The exhibition is about ourselves and the shattered relationships among residents along Tripa de Galina with the environment. Inspired by the 2 utilitarian walkways already in place from the street to their residences, we observed how they use these walkways in addition to mobility as platforms for various enjoyable and communal activities. We designed the bamboo pavilion to connect these walkways by creating a space in between to encourage dialogue. The bamboo structure is supposed to be temporary, which should build community and give them a chance to situate themselves on top of the estero for that one moment, feel themselves one with the environment. As an organic material, treated bamboo can last a long time and is easy to take apart and move to a more appropriate place as decided by the communities. Through research and a deeper understanding of our context, we asked, can architecture help transform paradigms in the physical sphere through public space acupuncture, thus provide and improve experience within a space that the relationship and the relationships among its users? Just as a body benefits from acupuncture, our 6 cities can improve through similar intervention. Urban acupuncture suggests time-based strategies with citizen participation and placemaking activities that the urban poor hardly indulge in. We'd like to explore with the poor these activities to show them that they actually deserve beauty and harmony, as well as the opportunity to forge a future for themselves by being part of the solution, not the problem, articulating public life and encouraging dialogue. On November 26, 2023, after 6 months, the Biennale closed and our pavilion was shipped back to the Philippines to prepare for its construction along the estuary on site in Manila by March, April 2024. At the closing exhibit entitled The Estuary in Southeast Asia, Reflections on Ecological and Social History, a roundtable discussion was held to explore the historical significance of Manila's esteros. We need to push forward a discussion of this narrative of metamorphosis, including the city's resilience and adversities that is ignored due to the lack of opportunities and the space to make this known to a greater majority. Guerrilla urbanism is a timely approach for citizen-led activities, often directly in contravention of bylaws and regulations. We could use ad hoc, economical, and adaptable interventions which will catalyze long-term change. In this period, we went into conversation with the community leaders and have agreed that a documented resolution to collaborate will be written to support this activity. Furthermore, social programs shall be proposed to help in community organizing for the sustainability and management of temporary structure. Laudato Si, manifested in the cry of the poor and the cry of the earth, is a call for social justice, which the Holy Father amazingly reins us in. The earth suffers through man's collective activities, substantially altering the earth's surface, atmosphere, the oceans, and all ecosystems. Human activities in the Anthropocene age are actually good things for humanity, however, at the expense of the earth. We all need to take responsibility as we pursue common good and need to be fearless in the moral obligation of caring for creation. Under ecological economics, insights from the natural sciences, insights and economics, philosophy, and other fields are combined to realize innovative approaches to environmental problems. The combination, transfer, and conversion of knowledge needs to be continuous so that new ideas are formed also through interactions. Difficult situations to analyze, respond, and plan for exposes man to volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous occurrences characterize our world. We struggle to adapt and survive in the face of constant disruption. I believe that we can all contribute to better understand the present and the future of our relationships with nature, space, and with one another. The solid waste we produce has been perpetuated in our waterways, incapacitating the inhabitants to see the physical extent and severity of their social handicaps. Architects should design and construct spaces to encourage dialogue among all concerned, and the unity of experience it will create serves as a buoy for these bonds and call for collaborative action for care and resilience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Cynthia, thanks a lot. Yeah, okay. Cynthia, thanks a lot actually because you are joining us when you are at 1 a.m. in the morning. So thanks a lot for your participation. Now we are moving to Kennedy Manduna. He's an expert in political economy and public policy, a postdoctoral research fellow at the International Research Group of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation. His current research focuses on the intersection of the political economy of contested extractivism, neoliberal authoritarianism, indigeneity, and uneven development. The title of his presentation today is Excavating the Implications of the Mining-Induced War on Nature, on Poverty and Food Insecurity in Zimbabwe. Okay, we will proceed with Alexis, since Kennedy Mandun is not connected. Alexis Vercelle is a Master of Science in Architecture in Ghent, in Belgium, and in Industrial Design in Milan. He's affiliated with the Division of Building Physics and Sustainable Design at Leuven Campus Ghent, and is lecturer of Socio-Ecological Construction. The title of his presentation is Environmental and Social Aspects of Repurposed Reuse of Religious Heritage in Kent. Alexis.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. So thank you. I don't have the honor to be the last speaker of today, but I hope you still are awake. And I will try to illustrate one of the projects we are working at. But first, I would like to say something about our activities. So we have been working the last years a lot on urban regeneration from a circular economy perspective. From our research group, Building Physics and Sustainable Design, we have been investigating on summer comfort, demountable building. As you can see on the second, I don't know if I have a pointer, I should use a pointer here. Yes, so this demountable building, we constructed it on our campus. We are also working on an urban level, urban regeneration level. And then the use of bio-based materials is also quite important in what we do. So circularity and urban regeneration in living lab environments. So it's, let's say, research, but then also implementation in living lab environments. We are in an engineering environment, so that's also the approach of my presentation. The urban level is very important, not only in what we do, but also in Laudato Si. And until now, in this conference, it has not been tackled very much, the urban approach. So maybe I will be able to give an added value. So I want to use also, in what I will present, Laudato Si and the method that we developed as a key of lecture of Laudato Si also. We work in the city of Ghent, and that's also the case I will use in my presentation. The city of Ghent, which used to be in the 19th century a very industrialized city, especially in the belt around the city center, and that's also where we are working quite a lot. Disadvantaged neighborhoods also. So we work on a neighborhood level, dealing with heritage, and in this case, religious heritage, which is, let's say, a sub-research topic in the broader research on urban regeneration. The paper I present aims to analyze the way a city and its inhabitants deals with the under-occupancy or emptiness of sacred buildings. The aim is to consider both the environmental and social aspects of transformative reuse in the light of the encyclical Laudato Si, and several cases are discussed in the paper. In this presentation, I will be able to discuss maybe only 2 cases, but several cases are discussed to show the landscape of repurposed reuse examples and to understand what is happening also on a societal level. The aim of the paper. So our region of Flanders is highly secularized, very, very secularized. At the same time, our cities are full of religious references, churches, abbeys. A whole process of restructuring this religious heritage is underway. This article specifies, or specifically will address mainly Christian buildings. The paper discusses the neighborhood impact of the reuse of urban religious heritage and the dialogue between different stakeholders that underlies this process. We work with a variety of stakeholders. I will show more later. New or additional functions are envisaged, ranging from cultural, social, or even purely commercial functions, with or without community-related purpose and impact. Both temporary and also permanent use are taken into account. Research questions in my paper. The research questions in my paper are: what is the place and what place does the repurposing of our religious heritage take in the city? Can religious heritage play a specific role in urban regeneration projects? Can repurposing our religious heritage provide an answer to contemporary ecological and social urban challenges? And then, especially dealing with super diversity, can the repurposing of our religious heritage build a role in dealing with challenges of super diversity in our cities, namely increasing inequality, which is the case in these neighborhoods, and identifying and belonging? There's also a challenge, the identity of people from diverse backgrounds, finding their identity in a Christian, let's say, born neighborhood, and also the past. And what is the past of this neighborhood or this heritage? So the problem statement, secularization has been accompanied by underutilization of or even abandonment of religious buildings and the need of repurposed reuse. At the same time, there is a tension between the sacred dimension of the use of these church heritage and the profane new use given to repurposed buildings. I give an example. In our city, we have the reuse of St. Anna's Church in Ghent, which has or will become a store branch of the supermarket retailer Deleuze, which could be compared with Coop, with the difference that it's not a cooperative. And it has been very controversial also in our city. The case is probably the most striking sign of the tension that is mentioned in my paper. So the controversies were even more significant after Deleuze announced its plan to franchise its 128 self-managed stores in Flanders, and they did this in a very socially incorrect manner. So it's an example of business cases that are not what we want. So problems and tensions may arise over the type of secular destination. However, there appears to be consensus about repurposing with a cultural and a social ambition and a combined community goal. For example, this is another example in our city. It's the transformative reuse of a church in one of the poorest neighborhoods of Ghent. And the new destination will be, or is already since many years, since I think 5 years, it's a circus school. But it has a very strong community approach, but it has been accepted without problems. So urban regeneration is a very, I think, relevant topic considering the Laudato Si document. Pope Francis is an influential advocate for the concept of integration or integral ecology with its integral approach. I wrote holistic, but the word holistic, he does not use it in his encyclic, to environmental issues that recognize the interconnectedness of all living beings and their environment. That's important. The connection between the living people and the living beings and their neighborhoods. He emphasizes the importance of applying this vision to a daily life concept of cities. And the quote I show here on paragraph 150 comes from the chapter on integral ecology. So in which he emphasizes the design of buildings, neighborhoods, public spaces, and cities from a process-based approach. The process-based approach is also the approach I develop in my paper. The process-based approach with also with the way of acting, which is important. Then there is the urban level. There is also the circular economy level. And the quote, which comes also from his document, circular economy has been mentioned also in different presentations, also this afternoon. So we have not yet managed to adopt a circular model of production capable of preserving resources for present and future generation while limiting as much as possible the use of non-renewable resources, moderating their consumption, maximizing the use or the effective use, reusing and recycling them with a probably also preference for reuse instead of recycling. So church heritage has a significant and challenging carbon footprint that is not easily mitigated. And maybe you know that St. Paul's Basilica has the ambition to be climate neutral by 2050. So that's an example of what Pope Francis also tries to achieve, giving also the example with Paul's Cathedral. But it's important to note that carbon reduction efforts are frequently focused solely on direct emissions. However, direct carbon emissions. However, indirect emissions associated with embodied energy are gaining importance, especially when measuring or when measures are implemented to decrease direct carbon emissions. The more we decrease direct carbon emissions, the more important becomes also the embodied energy and the indirect emissions, especially with the challenge to repurpose or reuse sacred heritage sites like other sites. And they play a crucial role in reducing embodied energy as they represent a valuable source of urban mining potential. So I have a focus on the city of Ghent, even in Flanders. We are in the northern part of Belgium. Even if in our activities we work also in other cities like Bruges and Leuven. But for this paper, I have a focus on the city of Ghent. The city of Ghent is, since industrialization in 19th century in Belgium, there is a very anti-urban shift that has been observed since the 19th century urbanization. An anti-urban shift, people running away from the city, going to the rural areas, and especially also encouraged by Christian politicians and Christian movement in general. Ghent was chosen as a study here for this project or for this paper because it has a historical reputation as a left-oriented red city. A number of cases has been selected as part of an ongoing urban renovation projects. And the renovation projects are situated in this 19th century belt around Ghent. A particular emphasis is placed on the two neighborhoods of Rabot and neighborhood. This is one of the cases en route. It's called an urban renovation project. And then the other one is bridges to Rabot. In the paper, I go in detail on en route, but for this presentation only on bridges to Rabot, which is one of these neighborhoods. And then within the bridges to Rabot, we have two churches. There is 1 and 2, and I go more in detail in these two churches. One church is called St. Joseph Church, and the other one is the Blaisante Church. So the methodology I used in the paper, I will first maybe show a little bit the methodology that we use in our research on urban regeneration. We have a focus on the urban aspects, the spatial and the land use related aspect, and then the architectural aspect related to circular principles, of course. In order to make the ambitions, the urban and the architectural ambitions, to make them possible, we use some means which are business related, financially related, process related, and social and economical, in a transdisciplinary approach with social workers, with economists, with legal partners, and also the quintuple helix, which is involvement of academia, business, financial sector, so civil society, and so on. And academia, of course. So we develop operational goals, starting from the ambitions, operational goals, and that are translated then afterwards in interventions. This creates, the ambition is to create benefits, but of course, unfortunately, we are also faced with barriers of affordability. There is the barriers of gentrification, which is very important. There is the top-down, bottom-up discussion, and what we already discussed today, or yesterday, also the danger or challenge for gated communities, to create gated communities. So I go more in detail about operational goals and means, but in order to, let's say, try to match what we are doing with the encyclical, we developed, we performed a SWOT analysis. So the city represents a complex city, a system with a high level of complexity. It demands a comprehensive approach to urban revitalization efforts, and the paper presents the development of a theory of change. I will present a theory of change to address the complexity of the interventions. So we started, before making this theory of change, we started a SWOT analysis, and therefore the SWOT analysis has been performed involving several key figures engaged in repurposing churches. A number of key persons from the following sectors are contacted: government, civil society, business, finance, academic sector, and private individuals. The key persons are asked to map the potential of their organization from which they operate, in particular regarding policy making, spatial design, process management, socio-economic conditions, business opportunities, financial feasibility, and architectural qualities. The SWOT analysis, on the one hand, it gives an overview of the strengths and the weaknesses of the organization that are mapped, and on the other hand, the social opportunities and threats of the organization. The purpose is to analyze the gains, to gain a general picture of the possibilities of repurposing this religious heritage. At the same time, we also performed a SWOT analysis of Laudato Si itself. So Laudato Si has been subjected to a SWOT analysis. It means that on the one hand, The societal strengths and weaknesses are mapped, the societal strengths and weaknesses that are mentioned by the Pope, and also on the other hand, the opportunities and the threats from past societies or influence from outside the local social context. The goal is to find matches between the SWOT analysis of the different partners and the SWOT analysis proposed by the encyclical document itself in order to understand if there is a common ground between the various strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the different partners and those proposed by the document of Laudato Si. And then a confrontation matrix, and this is an example of this, of a part of this confrontation matrix, is used to give insights. And the purpose of this confrontation matrix is to establish various spatial and technical operational goals. Within the matrix, the internal strengths and weaknesses are assessed in relation to the external opportunities. I give an example here. For example, an opportunity is the fact that we have advanced technologies. That's an opportunity, and that we have strengths also. There is a potential, a power of strengths. Engineers have technical strengths. So this gives a strategy to develop, for example, in a church, box in a box, that can create, let's say, low energy opportunities. But there are also weaknesses. For example, the impact on biodiversity, which is missing in a lot of impact analysis, or the fact that vulnerable people are excluded, as mentioned. And I put also the numbers of the paragraphs in Laudato Si. For example, in paragraph 49, there is the fact that vulnerable people are excluded. So there are opportunities, but there are threats also. For example, the threat is that problems of vulnerable people are considered as collateral damage. So this this threat, combined with the weakness, asks for an attention for segregation. Yes. So you have 4 strategies which are identified through this confrontation matrix. And this gives us the opportunity to develop operational goals. Operational goals then are put in a theory of change, which gives an input, a definition of intervention, an output, the outcomes, which means what is the behavior changes on a short time, a medium time, and long time, and what is the impact. So the problem that is tackled here is this tension between sacred and profane destination of the building. So the other problems that are mentioned and that are underlying are all identified also in the document. The input here is the one of the churches or the different churches, and also the urban renewal projects. There are the strategic goals which are mentioned, and also the numbers of the strategic goals come from the document. What are the interventions? They are urban, or they are architectural oriented, referring always to the document itself, and then the means, policy means, the process-related means, the business-related means, and then the socio-economic means, which is supposed in the theory of change to create outcomes, behavior changes, but taking into account some assumptions, the fact there is migration, that there is super diversity, and so on. There is also the conditions which are described in the document, and so the outcomes there are the short-term outcomes. I refer here to the adoption of a new living style that we need in a short time. There are the educational initiatives. In a medium time, there is the more cultural aspect, the awareness regarding cultural ecology, which is also part of the integral chapter of integral ecology, and then the ecological conversion, which will be in the long term. And of course, there are the dialogues between the different sectors that are described also in the corresponding articles. And then to create the impact at the end of the the document Joy and Peace and so on. So in the neighborhood Bridges to Rabat, I mentioned the opportunities. I have to come to the end. Well, what I will not go into detail about the Bridges to Rabat, but the Bridges to Rabat shows that there are bridges, in the neighborhood, which is part of the 19th century belt, has the ambition to create a relation between the city center of Ghent and also the further urban parts of the city. And one of the key elements in this urban regeneration project is exactly also the church which has been built in 19th century. There is another challenge in this urban regeneration project, which is that yes, okay. This is the church, which has heritage capacity and a strong heritage value, and it has been already being filled with a box-in-a-box system that has been developed also in a very sustainable way. There are inside the church a lot of communal initiatives, infrastructure for girls and women's organizations, a musical gathering space project. There is a focus on Turkish and Bulgarian migration initiatives. There is also an urban agriculture initiative. There is also the local currency that has been installed in the neighborhood. There is also the use of reuse materials. And then there is the other church, which has in the neighborhood also a more liturgical function, because the first one has no liturgical function anymore. Yes, well, the neighborhood is also interesting because there is a very big diversity of religious convictions. There is at least 14 different religions represented. There is Hindu, there is Orthodox beliefs, there is Protestant, and so on. And very interesting is also that we have two priests that were very active in the neighborhood. The first one says, well, or said, I'm not a street corner worker, I'm a church corner worker. And the other one is a priest that has been inspired by the spirituality of liberation, and has worked also in a factory as a priest. And well, in the paper I refer also to the cultural ecology aspect, which is very important in this super diverse context. So this is again this theory of change that for this specific neighborhood has highlighted some aspects of the total, let's say, the total theory of change itself. So my conclusion, and in the conclusion, I mention again a quote of Pope Francis in which he emphasizes, and he mentions also that organization already have shown interesting examples of building and the use of abundant monuments, or well, redefining squares and landscapes. So I think the repurposed reuse of urban religious heritage gives opportunities also for urban regeneration. The theory of change can be used as a key for the lecture of Laudato Si, and it has also learning opportunities. That's a theory of change I use with our students, also in order to create an impact assessment in the future. So this is my last slide. Thank you. Opportunities to go from a multicultural society from failed, which is in many cases a failed society, to a cornerstone. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
Okay, now which one is available via Zoom? We will either take Dionysis Cleris or Kennedy Manduna. Who is available now? Are they both online?
I am available. Hello.
Okay. So, hi, Dionysis. Allow me to introduce him. Dionysis Clear is a PhD from the University of Paris in Sorbonne. He also holds the Master in Late Antique and Byzantine Studies from the University of London and the Master on Byzantine Literature from the University of Paris, again in Sorbonne. A Bachelor in Theology from the University of Athens. He is currently a teaching fellow at the Hellenic Open University in Greece. Title of his presentation today, The Emancipatory Project of Eco-Communism. Communism, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for the introduction. So I will focus on some issues regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. And what we see in this pandemic is a postmodern repetition of crisis of capitalism, such as that of the interwar period, with the difference that this time, the great contradiction of capitalism does not concern production, consumption, the rate of profit growth, and so on, but more fundamentally, it is a contradiction between globalized humanity and nature itself. While the three poles are traditionally an economic liberalism, which essentially proposes the prolongation of this situation, fascism is a way out of capitalism in crisis, and the other pole is the emancipatory perspective of communism, which is, however, always in danger of falling into totalitarian statism. In our postmodern era, we have three corresponding poles in terms of dealing with the crisis of coexistence with the natural environment. Economic liberalism proposes managerial half measures that will only prolong the decline of societies. A new kind of eco-fascism proposes totalitarian statism that is often interspersed with a new ecological version of traditional ideological elements of fascism, such as neo-paganism, social Darwinism, popularized transhumanism, and abstract inhumanity. And finally, an emancipatory way out is what one could call eco-communism, that is, an ecological communism as the consciousness of the community of the natural house with results for social, political, and economic organization. Which, however, of course, always risks falling into an anti-liberal dystopia of totalitarian statism. Our starting point is the fairly plausible, although not absolutely certain, interpretation of the crisis of the coronavirus pandemic, according to which it is due to the unnatural intersection of the worlds of man and wild animals, which favors the transmission of viruses from animals to humans. But this intersection is a symptom of the collapse of ecosystems due to the blind tendency of unbridled capitalism to universalize the exploitation of all nature, to expand human residential activity, and to transform agriculture and animal husbandry into new industrialized versions of them, like animal farming, in order to maximize profit. These developments have specific effects. As ecosystems break up, wild animals move into zones near human settlements. These animals are carriers of new unknown viruses, which sometimes may not be harmful to them, but turn into such during the passage to humans. At the same time, the epidemics are also due to the increasingly peculiar domestication of animals, that is industrial animal husbandry, which leads to completely unnatural mass symbiosis of huge numbers of animals in extremely close proximity to each other. The possibility of factory farming arose precisely due to the new vaccination techniques that made this proximity possible. But in turn, it makes us particularly vulnerable to the transmission of new viruses for which no vaccines have been found. At the same time, the goal of development in itself means an ever-increasing residential invasion of the worlds of wild animals by humans themselves, which constitutes a partial reflection of the movement of wild animals towards humans due to the collapse of ecosystems. In the meantime, the globalization of transport makes the transfer of diseases very fast. And of course, since capitalism is always invested with a surplus of desire, an extraordinary psychological symptom of the people of our time is the eating of wild animals as an end in itself. The man who seeks to eat animals from strange wild species is a man who wants, in the most literal sense of the word, to internalize natural wildness by imposing the greatest consuming power, that is digestion. It is worth noting that similar markets also appeal to the expensive tastes of the nouveau riche for sophisticated gourmet pleasures, which are served by relatively specialized restaurants. Eating wild animals is the new ethos of a culture of nouveau riche hobbies, which has spawned both the corresponding types of restaurants and the markets that support them. From the crisis of 2008 to the crisis of 2020, it is interesting that at the exact moment that capitalism managed a relative and dynamic managerial balancing of its internal contradictions, it is once again experiencing a major crisis in its interaction with the natural environment. One possible commonality is that epidemic crises may become endemic and recur regularly in ironic proportion to the endogenous economic crisis of capitalism that also exhibit regularity. A quasi-philosophical question that could be asked in this context is what constitutes normality and what constitutes exception. The dominant discourse today seems to take for granted the free market as the norm and crises that require decisive government intervention as the exception. We could, however, form a different perspective and see the moments of crisis in the supposed exception as the moments of truth, where the lie of liberalism and its supposed normality is revealed. The emerging reality is continuous state of management of continuous crisis, which creates a politically defined protective grid for any free market development. The concept of normality is a ploy to support the illusion of freedom, which is supposed to be suspended only in emergencies. However, when the crises themselves present a normality, or at least a regularity, and when we now enter the gravity field of crisis that will come from the natural environment itself, then the previously dominant narrative of normality and exception is seriously questioned. In contrast to the supposed old normality, the new normality will likely be a continuous management of crises arising from ecological problems. This will open up a space of ongoing negotiation where the neoliberal narrative will be, perhaps successfully, the perpetual enforcement of an illusory distinction between normality and crisis, while the progressive left is called upon to find alternative interpretations or even signifiers. On the other hand, the phenomenon that we have seen emerging strongly during the current crisis could be called ecofascism. This is a rather perverted version of anti-speciesism, which argues rightly that we should not discriminate in favor of the human species. Although anti-speciesism in itself is a great emancipatory product of our time, and a perverted eco-fascist version of it calls for attention, according to which the weak and vulnerable of the human species should not be seen as privileged over other species. This view abolishes the uniqueness of the human person and questions the modern culture, which is based on an ethics of deontocracy, that is, principles connected to the importance of the persons as having a self-worth and as being a universal duty regardless of utilitarian calculations. Ecofascism can thus coincide with liberal utilitarianism in questions about crisis management practices. However, the basis of ecofascism is a renewed naturalism, which on the one hand repeats the patterns of interwar fascism, and on the other hand intensifies the social Darwinism that exists anyway in neoliberalism. For a neoliberal ecofascist, anti-speciesism is to think that if another animal species can survive better in crisis conditions, it doesn't matter that we care about vulnerable humans, for example, the elderly, or those belonging to vulnerable groups. If ecofascism is the perversion of the emergence of an eco-communism, that is a new social organization based on the awareness of the community of the natural home, then it is time to see how this progressive project itself emerges. The important change that comes with the crisis of the pandemics is that the idea that central banks could monetize public debts while austerity policies have been delegitimized in the consciousness of people, and this no longer seems absurd. In many countries, the real needs are again the ones that regulate the markets and not the other way around, while private hospitals are also being forced. Eco-communism today would mean in principle an attitude of life based on the realization of the absolute community of our natural home. As in classical Marxist theory, communism emerges out of the ever-worsening contradictions of capitalism. Eco-communism emerges out of capitalism's harshest contradiction, namely the one with nature. Eco-communism would mean an imposed need for global cooperation based on the awareness that ecological needs cannot be met at the national level. It would be a necessary internationalization of the last hour before the catastrophe of a common horizon of humanity which needs to be resurrected. This would bring back the issue of central planning for ecological reasons, such as the public control of credit and investments in the direction of the green energy transition with an emphasis on renewable energy sources. In contrast, however, to the central planning of the 20th century, which was aimed at industrialization and development, the eco-communist centralized planning of the 21st century would also mean a certain horizon of de-development in terms of the exploitation of natural resources. What is at stake would be a difficult combination of the practical utility of data, especially for saving humanity in times of crisis, while respective sensitive personal data. Eco-communalism would base its anti-fascism not on inhumanity against the vulnerable like eco-fascism, but quite the contrary, on the shared experience of precariousness between human and non-human animals, including the latter in a vision of ecological universality of self-realization of beings. The project of eco-communism to which we are referring is of course not without enormous difficulties and dangers. The communism of the 20th century was at some point a dystopia, mainly because it failed to give any positive content to freedom, not only the individual one, but also the collective notion of freedom. Freedom was simply sacrificed for the sake of equality and justice, with the result that communism largely meant totalitarian statism. And it is, of course, a given that epidemic crises, such as the coronavirus crisis, in the first place brought about a certain totalitarianism and statism as well. If in the 20th century an authentic project of communism meant the construction of existing communism in the direction of the horizon of a bottom-up and free joint articulation of the collective, then eco-communism also needs to be a bottom-up and free horizon of the community of humanity due to the common natural home. And of course, just as communism cannot be implemented in a single country, because then it would be a state capitalism with elements of totalitarianism, so in the same sense, eco-communism will be very difficult to implement because it will be impossible to become a reality in a single country. Eco-communism is a common horizon of all humanity from within the impasses of capitalism, when in practice the contradictions of capitalism lead to a community of action. What a modern militant intellectual must do today is something similar to the memory of death practiced by the wise philosophers of antiquity and the Middle Ages. And what it does vis-a-vis both to power and society in general is to shake this moment of exception, to constantly remind it, deconstructing normality, and reinforcing the idea that another social organization is possible, as the moment of supposed exception has shown. An exception which within capitalism remains repressed as a constitutive horizon. Like traditional communism, eco-communism is not an arbitrary necessity that will emerge from the contradictions of capitalism. There's always a dilemma, eco-communism or barbarism. There's also a possibility that institutions like the European Union will suffer the fate of a slowly declining Roman Empire that is not a sudden end, but a protracted political decline combining too little too late reforms and concessions to citizens with erosions by new forms of enlightened ecological barbarity. So in an environment of an art of management, the political task is to make emerge an alternative common horizon through the constant reminder of the reality of exception. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dionysis. Now, you were the last presentation. Now, I know that you are very, very tired. I can see it in your faces, but I believe that out of courtesy to the speakers, to Dionysis, Alexis, but also Cynthia, we can have some questions to them and comments to their presentations. So who wants to take the floor first? Who is the less tired? Okay. Daniela? No. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Vorrei ringraziare in particolare Alexis, would like to thank you in a special way, because I think, perché penso che l'argomento che tu hai trattato del territorio urbano è importante, è straordinariamente importante. Per fortuna che c'è stato il tuo paper, che abbiamo avuto il tuo contributo. Mi sembra che non possiamo mancare di nominare in questo contesto, in questo incontro, le contraddizioni di questi territori urbani che sono sempre più gravi. Adesso io logicamente mi fermo qui perché tu hai detto molto, è molto interessante il tuo approccio anche sul contributo della riqualificazione dei beni architettonici religiosi, però è il tema più in generale che volevo sottolineare, proprio perché immagino che tanti studiamo, abbiamo tra le mani gli studi, le ricerche di tutto quello che dice la mercificazione del territorio urbano oggi. Il fatto che anche il Papa ne parli, anche se ne parla in termini evidentemente anche parziali, però sottolinea un'attenzione che in questo ambito, nell'ambito che ci sta a cuore sottolineare, è molto importante. Il mio paper avrebbe dovuto essere su questo argomento perché è un tema con cui lavoro molto con gli studenti, no? È proprio il fatto che le contraddizioni all'interno dello sviluppo della democrazia nella città, voi sapete che numerosi autori ne parlano come della fabbrica, la fabbrica di oggi, no? Il territorio urbano è la fabbrica di oggi, contiene gran parte di questi processi di quello che in italiano noi chiamiamo il turbocapitalismo, cioè tutti i processi di tecnicizzazione, tanti di questi processi trovano spazio nella città, nel territorio urbano. Volevo solo ringraziare e dire che questo mi sembra uno degli elementi di ricerca e di studio che forse non abbiamo sottolineato sufficientemente all'interno di questo convegno e che invece mi sembra molto importante. Per esempio il tema della gerarchizzazione delle città. In Italia, noi lo sappiamo bene, ci sono numerosi studi che costruiscono con una serie di indicatori una gerarchia fra le città. Penso che questo è un fenomeno non solo della scienza politica e dell'urbanistica in Europa, ma in tutto il mondo. Ecco, queste sono delle contraddizioni che dobbiamo guardare in maniera molto chiara, avere presente davanti a noi.
Thank you. So the next one, who wants to ask or comment or react? Nobody? Let's take.
Thank you so much for really interesting presentations. I just had a quick question with regard to your presentation. You mentioned at the end the idea of from a failed multiculturalism to I can't remember what the other term was, but I just wondered whether you could unpack that a little bit, because it seems to me important to be precise with the term multiculturalism. It's distinct from a multi-ethnic society. We were talking about something which is a cultural policy imposed from the top. It wasn't clear to me whether that policy was imposed from the top in this case. I think we need to be careful when speaking about the failure of multiculturalism, only because it's so heavily instrumentalized by far-right politicians. And I think, you know, some of the insights that emerge from some of these papal documents we've been celebrating are that what may be presented as the failure of multi-ethnic societies is in reality there's some kind of structural economic things going on which make that failure likely. So yeah, I guess maybe you could unpack a little bit what you meant by that.
You referred to the last slide I showed, yes. Well, if I say failed, it's not what I think that they failed, but that's what in the let's say public discourse is said. So what I wanted to show also with the last slide is that it will be this challenge of our cities of the future. The neighborhood I showed, we have 85 different nationalities in this neighborhood. And if we go to see up to 2 generations, 75% of the people living there are from, let's say, multicultural background. It will be the future of our cities. This is the future of our cities. So it's already the present, not of all our cities, but it will be, or it is maybe already the cornerstone of our future cities, also more than it is now, I think. So, and what I wanted to say is that we will have to deal with this as a potential and not as a barrier. Okay.
I have a question that stimulates me. More or less 1 year ago, I think that everybody seen on journals and televisions the strong revolts that were present in many French cities, and that involves particularly the second and third generation of immigrants in France. From your point of view of an architect and urbanist, can you highlight some aspects of the urbanist structure of these cities that, in your opinion, could have contributed to these situations, or not even, but just a curiosity for me?
So your question is to what extent, what contributions could be made in order to make them more accepted? Is that? Ah, okay. Well, of course, it's not a matter only of architecture. It's a matter of interdisciplinary work with all the stakeholders. And that's also what we do in the urban regeneration projects. We work always with the city, with civil society, with businesses, with academia, of course. And it is not only with the architectural intervention that it will be resolved. On the other hand, the architectural intervention can also, and the urban intervention can also increase the tensions. And I did not go into detail of the slide in which you saw the whole area. Well, on the place where the factories used to be, the 19th century industrial plants, they created, or they are creating now, a new urban development. And there is that, we see already now that there is an increasing tension between this new development, the real estate market, which is also one of the topics in Laudato Si. So instead of creating bridges, the tensions are increasing. So you can have the spatial and architectural interventions improving the situation, or improving the sustainability of the city, but it can also go on the other opposite way. So the dialogue is very important, a dialogue between all the partners, and the interdisciplinary involvement of partners, and not only between the different sectors, private, public, and so on, but also inside our universities, for example. We work with social sciences, we work with legal department, we work with financial department, economics, and it's rather an exception than a rule. I have the impression, I think. I see a lot of faculties are staying inside their own, let's say, limits and territories. Yes, also, yes. Mm.
You?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry if I forgot the name. Alexis. Well, thank you for the presentation. I also come from the civil engineering background. I worked with business processes, and I've been part of a group in Brazil that's trying to merge fraternity with engineering and architecture and urbanism. Our most difficult thing to do in these groups is try to transform projects into policies, because this is how we can achieve social impact. So we are not just impacting a client or a community, but we can scale this and transform into rules and transform into right incentives. And this is our biggest challenge. I'm not sure if Cynthia is online, but my question is, how do you think we can go beyond projects of success and case studies of good practices to actual societal impact, to actual policies?
Okay, and Connie.
Maybe it's a question to Cynthia. Cynthia, you have heard could you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
You have heard
Yes.
also the contribution of Alexis. And Alexis
Yes.
is speaking about Ghent. Ghent, of course, is complete different of the situation in Manila. Could you imagine such kind of project also from, in Manila? Also for me, seems very difficult.
Yeah. This is very interesting because I could see that context is the one that we need to underline here. Can you hear me? Yeah. So as I was saying,
Yes.
I need to explain to you that for the most part in the Philippines, we seem to do everything for survival. It is a long way. We are a long way from the more profound understanding of. But there are efforts, no? There are efforts about interdisciplinary practices and all the people wanting to work together. However, no matter how good your urban plan is, or no matter how good your design is, there are always two things which decide how things will happen. There's always the politics, and there's always the economics. And so it's interesting that that gentleman from Brazil asked about how can we create a bigger impact in society, perhaps through policy. But in our case, for example, the problem of, for example, just the problem of solid water, solid waste has been going on for years and years. And this is like the back of the house, because the estuaries that you have seen, these are um, uh, open sewerage, which is a very old way of treating our liquid waste. It's supposed to flow into the river, and then it flows into the open sea. It's not treated. There are no sewage treatment plants. And this is a problem, because it is everything that was discussed also today about people getting sick if we don't treat our waste and our water sources well. And so can you imagine our problem? Those of us who dream, those of us who teach, we don't know where to begin, where to start. And it's exactly that. We need to dialogue. But Manila has no public spaces whereby people can actually sit down and talk about it. And so we thought of this estero, because ideally there should be 3 meters easement from the water. But there are no easement. They live there at the edges. And so where will people talk? So I asked them, how do you talk? No, we just meet on the street and that's how we talk. And so this big problem, and I watch you, and I think what's important is that we identify the problem and then respond to it. In our case, we thought we will not wait for government anymore, at least at this point. That's why I mentioned guerrilla urbanism. These are temporary, short-term, and ad hoc, very economical solutions. But the important thing is that the community agreed to do it. And when that is felt, we see that the results are long term. And then when we see that the results are long term, maybe those who among us have studied can create a paper and submit it to our public officials and say that this is what the people need. See, we have been doing this all this time, and then they can turn it into policy because they have seen that it works. So earlier today, I also mentioned as an example what Buckminster Fuller has said. If we want to change things, let's create a prototype that people will support, and then we render the traditional way of doing things obsolete. But I like the study that Alexis did. Very interesting that you do the SWOT and then you pull in all stakeholders. I think that's the way to go. If the policies and the regulations are not in place, we can start with the community. This is what we want. And I like very much, for example, how we think of how things can be small, integral, and networked, so that the solutions that I've seen here, we can apply also in my country, in my place, in Manila, in my city. And then we can talk about it. And then if we continue the conversation, and then we can learn from one another even more. Thank you. I hope I made sense.
Thank you so much. So now we really need to close, and we're all very tired. A few words. Tomorrow, you will all find some local natural products. It's like a thank you gift from Dialop to each one of you. And please remember to take your luggage and check out, like leave your key in the reception here in the university. And now, because tomorrow somebody will leave in the morning, let's have a group photo here in front of the banners.